Hi guys. Okay, I broke my I broke my tripod. Just snapped it clean in pieces right on a video. So I think it was my oh the first Dreamers. It snaps that puppy smooth in half, smooth in half. I mean just poof. So I have ordered a new one. So it is coming, and I'm gonna get in here, and that way I can get to my clipboard and see if I can coming. Oh, I gotta turn this one down. I'm gonna get in here, and that way I can get to my clip. There we go, because I don't want to know. Hi, Tijuana. Let's see if this one has the same clipboard. It may not. I can't even get to the clipboard. It doesn't do clipboard. Okay. Oh, but Tijuana, you're always here. So I am going to. You are now blue. You are now blue. Hi, my nut. Hi, Sandy. I have. Oh my lord, y'all! Wait till I get them up. I'm put another Dreamers up. It's going up right now. And then I sat here and did like stash video 4, 5, 6, and I think 7. I mean, my stove was stacked so high I couldn't even get to the stove. If the stove didn't exist, and so I sit there and I put it, did all them. Unfortunately, there are some that are unlicensed, that should be licensed from Alley. And they were bought back in 2019, 2020, before I even knew about licensing. So I did a quick thing of saying, nope, can't see this. And I put it over there and I won't do whipping chats with them. So, but I have quite a few that I have because I still have to go through the rest of the shelf. Then I have the shelf. I have, um, why is this not? This is like so behind. There we go. But I have the shelf. Still got another shelf. Then I got all my Dharma Art Clubs, which is on 2 shelves. And then I got all my Dream Designs, which is like a half a shelf. Let me get rid of this because we're going to put my ring to sleep because I'm tired of hearing it. But so I'm going to finish those. And then I get into my crown jewels that come off of Heaven and Earth designs. I got a few of those. And then I got baskets full of the ones that came from, um, the ones that came from, Lord, I can't think, Amazon. That came like 4 and 6 to a pack. I got tons of those. So I still got many more to go because everyone wanted a stash video. Right now, I just got canvases all over my floor. I'll do a beginning photo so y'all see that. And then as I start putting these in their genre, because what I'm planning on doing is making a spot for dragons, a spot for landscapes, a spot for fairies, and just put them in their spots so that, I can go, oh, I want to, and I'm going to make little labels and stack them up there. That way I know what to get from where. And right now my whole thing is blue. It looks like the blue. But yeah, it's unbelievable, guys. Got tons, tons. I did a picture of my table, and I'm working on that Capticola, and it's a version 1 of Dreamer Designs, and I'm finding that if I turn off the light pad, I can see the symbols much better than I can through the light pads. So I'm gonna have to definitely. I bought a light to go over my shoulder. I'm gonna put it back here behind the couch, and maybe that way it'll shine down, and I won't have to turn the light pad on always. Because this one, when the light pad's on, it's really rough to see them because yeah, and it's like a version 1. It is a version 1, so some of them, it seems like they're reds. Their reds are really hard to see. And yeah, and there's some that are hard to see. I would give it that. So I may actually contact them and see if I can get the PDF and just follow it at the bottom because it is kind of tough. Hi, Kimberly. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love your name, aka Fast Punch. I like that name. I really like that name. And make sure, if you want to see more content from me, to like and subscribe. But liking helps it, pushes it out there to where it's more, it gets out in the suggestion loop a little more. Capticola is just a beach sunsetty. And I don't normally use the washi tape and make washi tape grids, but I did with this just for kicks and giggles, just to try it out. Because I haven't done it in a long time. I usually either put release paper or just peel it back and put down the cover minder and go from there. It's like, yeah, I'm working with this is an Amazon pin, believe it or not. It's got little seashells inside it. And I think I got two of them. I got this one and a pink one with pink flowers in it for like $12. It's pretty comfortable. I mean, the metal tips are mine. I do have a multi-placer that's not metal, but it's pretty comfortable and it's not heavy. And then I have my TJ pin, which is, there we go. My TJ pin. That was the last one I got. So I'm using it. And I'm using my NYX. This is called Sassy Lemon. It's one of her Sassy Lemon. And I do have a gremlin coming. So I have a gremlin coming. And guys, I am a Dreamers Design affiliate. So it's in my main description. I couldn't get it to go in this one because it won't let me paste it the way I was trying to. I may go back and get in the laptop and see if I can do it that way. But yeah, it's like, I don't think it's like Dax is like a first time user, but I think this one is anytime you use it. If you click on the link, it'll pull it up and then it gives me some, I put paid promotion on there because it'll give me some um, either cash or points or something, but it gives you 15% off your purchase. So if there's not a special going on, that's always an option. You can go there, get 15% off. I think you can use Cindy 15. I'm not sure if that'll work, but if not, the link will work. So that's the newest, that and Art Dot. I'm an Art Dot affiliate, and I think Art Dot gives you 10 or 15% off. And let me tell you, they have an A1 portfolio that is big enough that it holds the like 60 by 80s and the 50 by 70s. So you can put your big, not humongous pictures, but your bigger pictures, and you can put it in there and then, flip through it and be like a craft book, your little crafty book. Um, it's and they got the storage containers. Love their storage. I'm gonna take all my bling that's in this box over here, and it's just like piled up in a hot mess. And I bought the four drawer. That bought two of the four drawer, and they're full of bottles. And I think it's like 128 or no, it's 240 bottles per case. Thank you. I was so surprised when they came through. I mean, I applied for them, but I wasn't sure I was going to get them. And yeah, I was so surprised. I was like, yes. Um, but I bought those four, and it's got I think it's 60 bottles in each drawer, and it opens really easy. And I'm going to take all these ABs that are in this thing, and they're piled in there. So I never know what I got. And so I'm going to put them in those drawers, and that way I can just pull them out, and my ABs, and of course my metallics. Here's my metallic jade. And then I bought a bunch because I'm going to use like this metallic jade, and I'm going to try to get me a metallic purple and a blue. And then I got party pink, and in the magic bottles, the magic potion bottles, for all that pink and the hearts and the little marbles, I'm going to use the metallics in those. I think that'll really make it like pop, like, no, pop really big. So those will be neat. I've got my March kitted up. I've got, I went to Diamond Dreamers Designs, and I've been posting a few of their videos. And if you'll go down their thing to the bottom of their page, I mean, go all the way to the bottom. It'll like give you like their email or contact, and it says affiliations, and it'll have a form. You got to fill out the form, and then you submit it to them, and then they'll get back with you and say yes or no. And same with Art Dot. I went all the way to the bottom of the page, went down to the affiliation link, and finally got it. I couldn't do it on my phone. I had to do it on the laptop. And with them, I was surprised they've actually, like, when I unboxed their Art Dot little box, I got to do my portfolios, but when I did the boxes, they actually commented on my photo, and I was really surprised. But they actually commented on my photo, so that's go to down to the bottom of the pages. I tried with DAC, but evidently, if you're a smaller channel, they just don't look at you because I just got it's pending, and that's been for a year. Been pending for a year. So, but with Art Dot and with Dreamer Designs, I think that code and that link is good, like multiple purchases. So that's really cool. That's a cool thing. So I was like so happy with that. So happy. And guess what, guys? Guess what? I called my house insurance because they sent me a bill and I paid it off in full. So I was like, yo, dudes, I paid this like middle of last month. I paid this. And so he went in there and he said, oh yeah, you did. He said, that just crossed in the mail. He said, but I can make your pocketbook happier. And he was like, we now do vehicle insurance. And he said, well, send you through our carriers, and if you want to check it out. My insurance went from $233 a month to 90, and it has extra coverage that it didn't have because they put all the underinsured and uninsured and all that stuff, and they put it on the car that sits most of the time, not the one I drive. So I was just like, yeah, that's like what, $143 less a month in insurance. So I was just like ecstatic about that. It's called Travelers. So if it's in your area, check it out because it is well worth it. I was just like, well worth it. Yeah. Because, yeah, 143 less a month because I'm paying 233. I drive 160 miles a month because I don't go nowhere. I don't. I stay home. So it is like I was paying this crazy insurance for not even driving. It's like, yeah. And I was going to do a whip and check because I finally figured out how to get the phone. Went down here to look at the canvas when I was doing, and I got oh, excuse me. I got my overhead light so that I can shine it down so y'all can see and then I broke my tripod. I kind of need tripod for that. So I bought a new tripod. It's a little more expensive than my old one, but it has 4 or 5 attachments for it that my old one did not have. And so it's got a movable phone where you can make your phone do different things instead of having to manhandle it and then go snap like I did. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I just broke the tripod. So right now, the videos I did today are done with the ring light, which is you put it in one spot and it's really hard to move because it's stuck up to my counter. And so I did the best I could. And a lot of the canvases are double-sided adhesive. I did have a few poured glues in there. I think coming up, the rest of them are poured glue. But there was a lot of double-sided. I might have a lot of double-sided adhesive in my future. Oh my God. Hate that stuff. But I will not unroll it. That's one thing I found out, that I will not unroll it until I'm ready. And I slowly pull that whole cover off and I chunk it. And then I just put release papers everywhere, all the way down. Because then it doesn't because what happens is when you unroll it, that cover will start kind of doing like hills and valleys, and the glue will actually pull up to match that heel. And so you'll take it off and you'll have all these bubbles. And then you'll have to slice the bubbles and roll the bubbles down. And yeah, it's just, hi, Palmy. It's just a big hot mess. And so I just slowly peel it so that it doesn't do the bubble up real quick, and I chunk it. It's just like goes in the trash. And then I will get that off, put down release papers, and then start working the canvas. So on those double-sided, I'm sorry guys, but I have watched people make horrible messes of their canvases by pulling them off so people can see the picture. So when I get ready to do that canvas, I'll actually make a video of me pulling the canvas off or the cover off so you can see the picture. And then that way you can, see it, and then I'll put all of the release paper down and do it. And I found some I've been hunting for a while. I mean, some of these pictures I had been hunting for a while and just didn't know where they were. They were just not because at the last video, the very end of it, I show you the pile that's now on my kitchen table. It was on my stove. So I now have a stove again, so I can go in there and clean my counters off. I'm gonna get baggies and put all the boats and the glues and what you call it in baggies. And my was it Mary's Diamonds? I had a couple Mary's Diamonds that actually came in a boot. That's how old they are. They're like from her. I mean, I think she sold her company to Bella Art Nicole, but it's one of the originals, and it came in a boot. But I have, oh yeah, these double sided. I was like, oh my god. I mean, I'm not going to throw them away because I spent money on them, but oh my god, it's going to be a lot of double sided adhesive. So if you pull them off and put release paper down right away, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. But if not, if you just try to, I don't know, put it flat, and then it'll start doing that river heel thing, and then it'll just, thankfully, none of them are to where they got creases in the canvas. So that's good. So I'm thankful for that because otherwise you'd have valleys and you'd have, yeah, all that mess. So yeah, it's double-sided adhesive is that's why I won't do Deutschland. Is it Deutschland? Because not only do you have to try to get a German translator on your phone to or your computer to read what's in there, and then the astronomical shipping, but when you get the bigger paintings like the Josephine walls, they're all double-sided adhesive. You can't get them in anything but double-sided adhesive. And I'm like, thank you, no, 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 no. The only ones I got double are what I got, and that's all I needed. Yeah, good. So I got a few more boxes, and then I get into the crown jewels, and I think there's some drills in there because I found two. I've actually matched up two canvases to two sets of drills. Oh wow. Yeah, because they're in China. Because if they're in China, they're having their New Year, and their New Year lasts like 2-3 weeks. I'm out of coffee. Yuck. But yeah. So I did a video for they contacted me and said and they were pretty good canvases. I do have to say One Day Savings was pretty good canvases. I was impressed. I did one, and I think I gave one away in my giveaway. Now, I'm going to leave this up here. Don't comment in the live. Comment in the comments. So I'm going to leave this up for a week. And comment in the comments if you're interested. Because I hit 300, so I'm going to do that Christmas tree diamond painting from Diamond Dots. You'll be able to use it for next Christmas. And I also have the January painting from Amazon. So I got two gifts that I'll be giving away, and just put me down in the comments, and then I'll leave it up for about a week. That way people have a chance to get in here and comment. And then I'll either figure out how to do StreamYard's comment picker, or I'll do a wheel for each one. But yeah, that's cool. They have awesome canvases though. They really, I was impressed. They have good canvases. But remember, just comment down in the comments after the live goes out, and put, which one you're interested. If you're interested in both, then I'll make two wheels, and I'll do a wheel draw. And then I will contact you and get your your email and your address and everything, and I'll ship them out to you. But one is for hitting 300 and one is for January because I've got that thing, the mystery Amazon box, and there have had 12 paintings. So I got one for each month, and I'll do a drawing for each month. I have actually found I kind of like squares a little better because rounds, you know how rounds move around? Like you'll put them straight and you'll look back and they're all like, whoop, and then you'll put them straight and they're all like, whoop. I was like, there's no way to stop it. It just slides on the glue. Even on the double-sided adhesive, I found it, they move. So the squares butt up and they just kind of stay. And a trick for squares when you're starting, and it's only for when you're starting. You don't have to, once you get where you're good at it, you don't have to worry about it. But I used to take like an old credit card or your Kroger card or just a card and put it right on the line on the glue and then butt the drills up against that card for about 3 rows. And then from there on out, all your rows will be straight. And then along the bottom, I would put a credit card. So I just have some old cards that I use and just kind of put them along that line. And it'll actually keep your squares straight because you butt them up against that card, do 3 rows, and then your rows are straight. And then you're from then on, they'll stay straight. That's a tip for today. And tip for today, how to keep your squares straight. Um, Probably work for your rounds too, but rounds for some reason just seem to slide around, do what the heck they want. I mean, even on like one, I know I had my rows straight. I go and look at it now, and it's all like woo. I'm like, oh, I think that's why Nick's gets so stressed out about rounds because rounds do that. Rounds just do that. I mean, it's that's just the nature of the round. I'm gonna go in here and put that I'm live and put it in the, see if I can find it on this other phone. Let's paint. There they are. Okay, so I'll tell Nix I'm live. Da, da, da. And she always says, "Tell me you're going live." So I'm gonna put going live. And then they'll just have to find it because I don't have it won't let me. Okay, and I'll tell Cindy Michelle and a couple others. Okay, going live. And one more. Let me see. I get to Carrie and tell her. Maybe she'll come in. I was watching their tidbits last night. Okay, so I've told a few people, so maybe they'll come in. And maybe I'll pull this down just a little, just enough to where I can, because I'm in here, so that would keep me in, where I could try, because I'm trying to, you're trying to invite your friends, but it's like doing weird stuff. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay, copy. And then let me see if I can, oh, hopefully it's still there. Okay, it's still there. Okay, let me go here. And I think, yes, I can put that there. And let me go to hers. And go on to hers. So maybe I can get some people in here. Okay, now back. Okay, I'm back in here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, those jellies are awesome. I use so, I mean, at least it's making the Who cans, because look good. It really did. Like that winter landscape I did, it looks really good because I used a lot of sparklers and some crystals in it, so it made them look really, really awesome. And so, that's a good thing. It made them look really good. Um, I think like this Capticola, there's nothing I can really do to it because it's brown. It's brown. It's all different shades of brown. It's like the brown sandy beach and the brown, the gold. It's all golds and browns and yellows, and it's like a sandy beach and a sunset. So it's like it is what it is. But yeah, love them. Oh, that'll be so cool because that'll be awesome. You're gonna love working with her drills. And that's what I got to put in those four art dot boxes. Yeah, because yeah, I got them just stuffed in a box, and I mean, if they're just piled on top of each other, so how do you know what you have? So I can actually put them in those jars and label them, and like have one be metallics and one be sparklers and one be ABs, and and work with it that way. Because yeah, right now what I got is like mess. I mean, I'll probably leave it out here because my workstation is my coffee table because I work on the couch. Believe it or not, I work on the couch. I have a craft room, but like right now, it's a mess. I will take a picture before I put it together, and I'll just take some pictures and like do a voiceover on it or something. But yeah, because I mean, it's got canvases just thrown all over the floor because I've got to go through them and put them on the shelf. Um, all my new Diamond Art clubs are piled up there. I mean, it's like I got quite a few rounds and tons of squares, and yeah. And then I've got to figure out where to put these other ones. And I might just move all my foam board and move it over against the wall behind frames so that I can have that bottom shelf because it's got all foam board and stuff on it because I use a lot of foam board. And then I'm gonna do the newer paintings and get them foam boarded because I think what I'm gonna do, the curtain rod is coming in either today or tomorrow. Um, so the curtain rod's coming in, and I will put foam behind the Lady of the Forest, the foam board behind her, so that she doesn't roll. Oh wow, she says the link isn't working. Let me try this again. Okay, guest, invite guest, hit that copy. I'm gonna go over here. And I'm gonna try to get the link. Okay. Okay. I was telling her that I fixed the link because she was saying it wasn't working, and oh yeah, yes. It's like, oh, it's such a mess. I mean, I've got piles and piles, and I'm gonna have to go through all the piles and put them on the thing and rearrange stuff, and yeah, because so I don't work in there. It's like right now I can't even walk in there. It's like a hot mess. Someone wanted to come visit me, and I'm like, no, 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 no visit, no visit, no visit. Because I'm just thinking, oh my God, my house is a stinking hot mess. I mean, it's like, it's like, oh my Lord, you come visit. I'm in the middle of these projects and oh my Lord. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Scary, scary bad. Because all these things I've got made like four stash videos today. So all those canvases, and they were like each 33-minute videos. Um, it's like, yeah, yeah. That's all I can say is like, yeah, it's like, oh God. because it's going to be okay. Now, don't you come give me no kiss. I don't want no kiss. No kissies. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. No, no, go. I don't need a kiss. My cat's trying to give me kisses. So, yeah, it's like, oh my lord. Okay. Hopefully they can get in. Let me see if I can go in here now that I've got it where I can, and maybe I can get in here, make it bigger, and go here, and go here, and go to clipboard. Nope. Oh, maybe. Nope, that's the wrong one. Go. See, I'm trying to see if I can. Hi, Carrie. I'm trying to get the link so I can post it in chat, and it's like not cooperating. Of course, I'm trying to do it from an old phone that is like, I really have to, yeah, it's like hard to figure out anyway. I'll copy it. And then I'm going to go over to here, see if this works. But at least the link's working now. And paste. And there's the link. That is the link to the live. So call me if you want to come in or whatever. So it is in there. And let me see if Carrie is. I think Carrie is. No, she's not. So make Carrie a moderator. So Carrie is now a moderator in here because we're both mods in Nix's lives on Saturday. And my cat is just, she's just wanting loving. She's just like, I can't get rid of her. It's like, oh my God, kitty cat. But I cannot believe if anyone's looking for cheaper insurance, go check out Travelers because it saved me $143. And she's in the love mode right now. Every once in a while she'll be in love mode, but sometimes she's just flat out in like spastic cat running around crazy mode. But I was able to save from what I pay right now, $143 a month is what my savings is. Oh, you only need 317? Oh my God. Yeah, I'll just put some of your videos on when I'm just like working. Okay. So I need to get you over here. Put that back up. And oh yeah, now we're take 10. Okay. There you go. Now you're a moderator. Use a mod now. Since we're both mods in one place, I kind of put you as a mod in here. And like I said, I'm just going to keep putting it out there so everyone knows. At the end of the video, wait until the end when it's done, and then go into the comments. And if you're interested in those two giveaways, put down me or me, please. And I will make two wheels and put everyone that comments on both wheels. And then one will be for the Christmas tree canvas, and the other one's for whatever the January canvas is. So just remember that. Two canvases to be given away this month, but you have to say me please in the comments. And I will go and make wheels and kind of do the wheelie spins. I'll make a little video of the wheelie spins, post it, and then that way you'll see who wins. Because I've actually got a giveaway for every month of the year. Because what I did is I took that, I did the, oh, thanks, Cindy. I did my ADHD moment. I did the mystery box from Amazon, and you don't know what you're getting. It was like 12 canvases for 20 something dollars. I mean, not a bad price at all. They're all 30 by 40s, and they were like, there was quite a few of them there. I would have liked to have kept, but I was like, no, I'm gonna make this where both my earrings are. My earrings are the tree of life. But I made each canvas, that kind of went with a month, and so I got them divvied out for the month. If you want to watch that one where I had the 12 mystery canvases, you'll see which month's what. But yeah, and I'll just send them out. I'll do private ship and send them out to you. Wrap them up, ship them out. But yeah, so 2 canvases. One's a Diamond Dots and one's an Amazon, but they're both 30. I think one's maybe 40 by 40 and the other one's 30 by 40. So they're not bad sizes. They're little snacky ones. The tree's really pretty. It's just a pretty Christmas tree in the winter snow. And with me and my stash videos, oh, I have found so many. I found my sad girl. I call her the sad girl. She's the girl on the beach that's sitting there all like, bent over. And I call her the sad girl because it looks like little pieces of her are disintegrating off of her. So she's the sad girl. The sad girl. Yeah, you never know what you can get. And so she's on the beach and it's all golds and, like a sunset and the beach and then her. And I had my daughter look at it. You know what she come up with? She goes, that's a gorilla eating a banana. And I was like, where do you see a gorilla eating a banana? And you know what? If you look at her, if you don't look at the front of her and you look at the back of her, it does look like a gorilla eating a banana. I swear to God, it really does. It's like a piece of her hair is floating off, and it looks like a gorilla eating a banana. And she couldn't see the girl, and I couldn't see the gorilla. It took me forever to see the gorilla. But it's one of those, if you look at it one way, you see one thing, and if you look at it the other way, you see another thing. I love that canvas, though. And I call her Sad Girl. I was dying laughing, though. A gorilla? Where the heck do you get a gorilla? And then I had bought one. My dog's half red setter, half German Shepherd, or part German Shepherd. And I mean, he can run like the wind. I mean, like he runs about 40 miles an hour. I mean, he can get it. He can catch a squirrel and pick it up. So he can get it. And I found this picture of a dog that I found it, it's like I found this picture and it's a dog running through water. So it looks like all this water spray and then this dog, and the dog looks just like him. Gorgeous picture. Gorgeous picture. Been wanting to do that one for a while. And so I found it. I was like, yep, okay. So I've actually, those are going to be put on like the front of my pile because, I haven't been able to find them. Another one was the dog I picked up off the side of the road. Hi, Rose. I'm so glad you're in. Oh, I hope you get good news at the docks. Hope you get good news. Thank you for dropping in. But I had found this English bulldog. It was full-blooded English bulldog. Um, and I found it on the side of the road, on the side of the interstate. Someone dumped it on the side of the interstate. I understand why. She had a big old tumor on her neck that was infected and nasty and gross. And so I took her to the vet, and he was like, kind of accusing me of stealing her at first, saying, do you know what kind of dog this is? They're really expensive. No one's going to dump this dog. And I was like, well, when you look under that diaper, because I had a diaper wrapped around her neck, I said, you'll understand why they dumped her. And he come back out and he was like, oh, yes, I get it now. He said, I totally get it. He said the surgery is about $4,000 because he was going to send all these tests off for cancer and, whatnot. And I was like, nah, I said, dog, just put her down then. I said, I'm seriously found this dog on the side of the road. And so he was like, well, if you're willing, I'll do the surgery for 380 and just take it off, close her up, and we won't run no test. And that's what we went with. She lived for a year, and he contacted me and said, as far as I'm concerned, this is your dog. He said, you're willing to put the money out, you're willing to take care of it, this is your dog. And so I had her for about a year. She lived for about a year, and then she died. So she probably did have cancer, because one day she was old. She was old. She was really old. I mean, half of her teeth were gone, and they had filed a bunch of teeth flat and weird stuff. Weird stuff. So she was probably one of those breeding dogs, and when I got to where she couldn't breed no more, they just dumped her. So I picked her up and took her in. But I found a picture of an English bulldog with a rose in his mouth. And so I found that one today. I was like, yes. And so I'll do that one. It's a 30 by 40, so that's not so bad. I can manage that. And I see a guest, and we're going to let her in. And then I think I hit her.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
There we go. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. This is Take 10. And she does Take 10 candling for him on Etsy. She's working on them little bitty houses, which I just can't. I just can't. But she was so cute. She looked like when she ran, because she was like at the max of her weight limit. I mean, she was like 50 pounds, but her legs were like 4 inches long. So you got 4-inch legs and a 50-pound body. And when she would come running down the hill toward me, she looked like a little hippo. It was like a little bitty hippo. She looked like a little hippo running at you. A 40 by 50 is your biggest so far. That's a good size, though. 40 by 50 is a good size. That's what I'm working on right now. Oh, well, no. It is I don't even know. It's hard to see it. Figure it out.
I need to start working on the ones that, I have open.
Yeah, just do a section a day. I mean, this is not, I'm going to have to power through this one because it's a version 1 Dreamer Designs. Number 1, version 1 Dreamer Designs. That tells you all of it right there. I mean, I have to say, at least this one's not fraying yet, because they were really bad about fraying back then, but it's not fraying yet. But if you turn on your light pad, you cannot see these colors, these symbols. Basically, you have to be in bright light to see them, and it has to be overhead light, not under light, because then you can't see them. It's like, oh my God.
I've had a few of those.
And it's all brown and gold. All brown and gold. It's like every shade of brown and every shade of gold.
Oh my.
So it's like, and that's not my jam. That is not my jam.
It sounds like a lot of color blocking.
No, it's a lot of confetti.
Is it confetti? Oh no.
It's confetti.
I like a nice mixture of both. I don't like,
Yeah, the biggest color block I see on here is like 4, maybe 5 at the most. And it's in little bitty blocks. I mean, little bitty blocks.
That ain't bad.
So it's pretty heavy confetti, and it's that back in when they first started, and it's like that sandy beach with the sunset.
See, I started cheap. I started with the Amazon stuff.
And
there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, I got those. Well, those will be in a stash video coming up, because I went through and someone said, oh, go to Amazon. You can get 4 kits for $16. I think I bought every one they had.
Yep.
And then when they came in, I just threw them in a basket.
Yep. That's what I did.
So I got a whole basket full of these things that have 4 in every one of them. Oh, well, congratulations. Wonderful. 45? Yeah. You're young. You're very young. Yeah, 40 by 50s aren't that hard. I mean, yeah, but then of course I do 60 by 80s in like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
I have those big Diamond Art Club ones that some are open, some are sitting there.
Oh, well, like for March, April, let me see, March and April, and then May, March, April, what do I got? Like March, I'm uh doing that magic potions, which is like 168 by 70.
Wow.
So it's like massive, massive. So I'm doing that one, and that's March and April, and that's going to be for spring flings. And then in May, you uh have uh, Phoenix Fantasy, and I'm doing the Druid, which is big and
Remind me.
colorful.
I haven't
And
even decided which one I'm doing. And
and
I have
then
plenty.
I have another one for I think June for like summer colors or something. I can't even think of what it is, but it's over there. And they're kitted up and they're just over there. It's like I've got so many kits out right now. It's a hot mess and it's kind of overwhelming.
I have
I mean,
6 that are. I still haven't finished my one from the last Phoenix Fantasy. If that tells
oh
you
my God.
anything.
Yeah, I've kind of haven't done my Haid since November.
Eh, I need to get on them because I want to at least get a couple finished before I open another one, and I have until May.
Just kind of do a session, like a section. Do you have it sectioned off or are you just pulling back and working?
I pull it back and do what I think a section would be. I kind of block that section and then I do inside of it. Then if I have more time, I'll do another one and keep doing it.
And just kind of at least do one section a day. That's what I did with the Haid when we did that November. I was doing a Haid challenge with someone that
Yeah,
they had going on. And it was like you had to do at least a 6 by 2 block a day, which is
I can.
600 squares. But it got me done where I'm almost done a 30 by 40 area, almost a 40 by 40 area. So I'm down to like 80. I got 80% of it done. I just got
Mm,
to just got to knock out that other 20% so I can get that monster off my drafting table.
I have a little one I'm working on. It's the Yin Yang L, and it's about half done. I could get that one at least done.
Yeah, just kind of power through them. Put them on, put someone on, and just listen to them.
Hmm.
And just while you're listening, just drill away.
I put my gamers on and just listen to them while I do it.
And you know what? I was playing Diablo on PlayStation, so I
Yeah.
had to start from scratch because I
Yes.
didn't have a character for that. And so I started at level 0. My daughter-in-law came in because you can have 4 in your group.
Yes.
And she came in and she got me to level 70. This is all within a week.
Nice.
Level 70. And now I'm what do they call it? Um,
Which
I was thinking,
Diablo?
3.
Yeah, that's my favorite one. Is 3.
And they got a 4 coming out in June.
I know, but it looks more like a pay to play or pay to win type thing, and I don't know about that.
Well, no, because I had to buy the disc. I pre-ordered it.
Well, yeah, you have to buy the game, but inside the game they have like, oh, you can get this if you pay this much money or spend this many coins, and that's pay to win.
Oh no, I'll just go beat something up and get it.
I know, right?
That's what I did in Mobsters, and I became number 1 in the U.S.
Yeah,
When,
that's the
when
way
I,
we are. We would rather just go and it's a grind, but it's worth it in the end if you really want the stuff.
I mean, that's it. I mean, literally, I had because I don't know if you ever played Mobsters on MySpace, but back in the day when they first, was coming out with games on that kind of setting.
I might have. It's been a
And in
while.
Mobsters, I literally ran a family. I was like the godmother of a family and
Really?
had like 40 people that was like in my chat that played under me, and we would like arrange fights.
Huh.
And we would pick another family and we would just go like for a week, and it would be like, okay, you play from these hours, and then this other person would pick up and play for these hours, and then do it like so.
That's
We-
awesome. My most favorite game to play was Final Fantasy 11.
I tried playing them, and I love Final Fantasy, but I keep getting these weird ones, so I can't figure out which one to get. That's actually the kind where you go around and pick up stuff. Because I
Um,
like to pick up stuff
right now
games.
it's Final Fantasy 14.
14, and then you can actually go out in the world and pick up stuff,
You can go
make
out in the
stuff.
world and pick up stuff, and there's missions, and you can play with other people. That was a big point for me.
Okay, I might get that one then. That's awesome, Mutnut. Yeah, I do a wheel too, but so far with all these, because I did 4 of my stash videos in like the last 3 weeks, knocked them out. So I got 3 DSA canvases done. Those awesome, horrible things. And hi, Bunsen Gems. But yeah, I do. I was planning on doing the spinny wheel, and I probably still will for like if I get now a couple of these canvases are so big, I'm not going to be able to work on the extra one in a month. But like when I do one that's like the regular 50 by 70, I'll have a couple of weeks I can work on a side one, and then I do the spinny wheel. But yeah, that magic potions one, that's going to be yeah, that's going to take most of March and April. It's that
I
yeah.
kind of wish we could start on our canvases for May early, because then I might stand a chance of getting it done in time.
Oh yeah, and then like I had that A Leap of Courage. Oh, that one's gorgeous. And I might actually see if Cindy Michelle wants to like do a collaboration on that one because I know she got it too.
Ooh.
It's gorgeous. It's all in blues and greens, and it's like the watercolor effect,
Yeah.
but it's like a leopard or a panther in front, but the panther's done in blue and greens,
Ooh.
and then the woman is behind the panther, and she's all in blues and greens, and it has like 4 or 5 ABs in it. I mean, it's gorgeous.
See, that sounds like one I would actually work on, but I haven't been buying anything lately.
I
I
went a
haven't.
little nuts. I had a little manic moment on Friday, Black Friday. I had a little manic moment. According to my therapist, it was a manic moment.
I didn't even look because I knew I would be buying stuff and it would be bad. So I was like, nope, we're not even looking.
Oh yeah. It was yeah, I looked and I ended up getting like 11. I think I got 11 total. Yeah, I was bad. I was really
Oh.
bad.
Yeah, I could
And
be.
then I got these 2 dreamers that I've just put out. Like I put the comparison with this first dreamer design version and new dreamer design version
Yeah.
and compared them, and the new is they've really stepped up their game. They really have. Because you know how their old I don't know if you have any, but their old canvas was that crinkly hard canvas.
Mm-hmm.
The new canvas, it's soft. It's like a felt.
Really?
It's a soft felt. And then they have that new tray that's the purple tray. And it has like a little lift gate at the bottom to let your drills out. And then it's got 2 white things. Let me see if I have one close. And now they have gone to purple wax. This one was the pink wax still, so I think it was early. But it actually has these 2 little gates, and it will turn it into a 3-compartment tray.
Huh.
And then, like when you're ready to come out, you just pull this lift gate off, and then you drain those, and then you can pull this up, and then drain the next one, and then pull this one up and drain the last of them.
And they don't leak or.
Right. So that's pretty cool. I mean, it doesn't have a cover, but that's pretty cool. They have stepped up their game.
Hmm. See, I
And
haven't
then
ordered from Dreamers Designs at all.
and then their new canvas, you can actually see the symbols much better than this old canvas because the old canvas is kind of washed out
Mm-hmm.
and real light. And yeah, I can't wait till I get the one coming in. Yeah, Rose,
I
can't
have to
wait.
look.
But yes, and I am a Dreamers Design affiliate now, so it's
Ooh.
in on the main page, and I'm gonna try to go in the computer afterwards and see if I can dump it in the description box
Okay.
that way. But it's 15% off, so that way, if they don't have anything going on, you'll be able to get a 15% off using that link.
Maybe I'll just go ahead and buy one because I've never bought anything but DAC and Amazon.
Yeah, the new ones. I'm kind of impressed. I was like, and I got Ann Bone, and usually hers are being they're so oversaturated. You look at it and you're just like, ah, and it wasn't that bad. And they have 8 ABs. One of them has 8 ABs.
That's not bad at all.
I was just like, wow. I
Ah,
mean, one has 8 Bs, and the other one I think had 7 ABs, and hers are all they're very confetti heavy. She's kind of like a Josephine Wall. Hers are they're all trees and flowers and bushes, and you know how those are. They're very
I have a Josephine wall that I've been
best
waiting to
wishes
work
at your
on.
doctor's appointment, Rose. Good luck. Love you. Take
Hi,
care.
Rose. Love ya.
But and my rose, I can't wait till I get. Yeah, I use the smaller ones most of the time. I have some bigger ones that I got, and they're double sided. But Crashly's, if the you can see the image, make sure the other side, the blank side is down. Just remember that blank side down.
My issue with release papers is I can't leave my canvas laying flat. After I'm done working on it, I got to roll it back up every time.
Oh yeah, because you got to
So
put it
with
away.
release papers, it makes it harder because
What you could do is what I do when I'm doing that is I'll just like if I'm working from the bottom or the top, I'll just do like one row of release papers,
mm,
and then when I get that row, because I can cut the plastic off and have that one row of release papers, and then next row I'll just pull up the plastic, lay another row, and then cut the
hmm,
plastic there, and
I'll
kind of
try
do it that
that.
way.
I'll try that.
That way you can still roll it because the only release papers you're going to have is that one roll.
Yeah. Huh.
Because I know what you're talking about. If you do the whole thing and you're trying to roll it, they go everywhere and they do all
Yes.
kinds of crazy things.
Yes. And then you get your canvas stuck together, and then fuzzies are, yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's bad.
Very bad. Yeah, but the one I got from Rose was that Eye of the Beholder, and it's that woman with the rose in front of her, and you see one eye, and you see her lips, and you see the rose.
Ooh.
Very pretty, very pretty. And I'm waiting for more of her pagan stuff to come out
Yeah.
because me and Diamond Painting Fanatics are doing because we're hosting together this year for the Let Your Witch Goddess Free, and we're doing it for 2 months this year.
What month is that?
I'm doing September and October,
Okay, I'll be doing
but
that one because I
because
like that one.
September actually has some pagan holidays in it as well as October.
True, true.
So I did both. That way it covers both of them. And I mean, I'm very lenient and it's anything since it's Let Your Witch Goddess Free. And I couldn't put God and, whatever. So I mean, I ran out of space. But
Yeah.
basically, anything that is witchy looking, goddess looking, pagan looking, God look like Thor would work, you know?
Mhm.
Um, the Druid would work. Anything that's goddessy, witch, wizardly, pagan, spiritual, any of those kind of
I
things.
think I got one I could do for it too. So
So we're
remind.
very lenient, and I don't require a fresh start
Oh,
because canvases have gotten so big
yes.
that you can't finish them and have a fresh start. You'll have so many. You'll be like having 9,000 whips if you're doing any events.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you really would.
The
Because as
events
big as
last
these
year,
things are
I have
getting, you would be able to get half of it done and then be done. So
for
my
the.
thing is you have to have at least half left.
Okay.
So if you've got a canvas and you have half left, you're only halfway into it, you can use it,
Let's see which ones I have open.
because that way you're able to get rid of some of the stuff you've got.
Yes.
And I kind of run it the same way that Phoenix Fantasy runs,
Mm-hmm.
where it's weekly giveaways. All you got to do is I'll post like week one and say drop your picks and just post all your different a picture for week one, and I will make a wheel for week one of all the ones that are on there, and whoever wins gets the box.
Mm, that's awesome.
And same thing, and I'm going to do 8 weeks and then one grand prize winner.
And you do know if you need sponsors, I'll be there.
Oh yes, I definitely need sponsors.
Okay. And
Definitely
I can
gonna
make
need
special
sponsors.
candles. I can make special melts just for it. I can do a lot with it. So
Oh yeah.
I can get molds that are just special to your event and stuff like that.
But yeah, I would love sponsors, and then I'll do like I did last year. And as you sponsor, I'll drop you in the group and put your link and as a sponsor and post your Etsy link and
Cute.
all that kind of good stuff. Because that's kind of, and so what I'll do is when I get in there, I'll go through and delete all the old links unless it's someone that's doing this year, and if they're doing this year, I'll leave them in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love to be a part of it.
Hi,
Mhm.
Stacy.
Yeah,
But
Stacy.
yeah, so it's going to be September and October. Both of us are running it. So that way we'll have lives.
Cool.
That way, because like she can get on, I can get on. We can do dual lives. We could even do the
Uh-huh.
Facebook live from the phone. Because now you have your phone app and you run your thing off the phone. You can sit there and do live to live on your phone with one
Really?
person. Yeah, you can actually like I could sit there and click you, and it would pop you up, and we would both pop up on screen in Facebook doing a live.
Huh.
Isn't that kind of cool?
That is kind of cool because I haven't done Facebook Lives yet.
So that's kind of cool. That I was like, that's kind of cool.
That is.
Um, and like I said, it's I do wheel draws, and I'm gonna try to get a hold of TJ and Emily and see if they'll do a pin again this year for the grand prize.
Of course they will.
You
They're
know,
all.
and then of course I'll get a hold of Nyx for some trays. See if she'll be willing to do trays again.
Yep. Yep. She just
And
needs to
then
know how many you
Debbie's
want.
diamonds. Oh, I loved hers. What she did last year, and I
Yeah.
put it in the grand prize. Is she did one of the storage cases, one of the
Mm.
30 bottle storage cases, and every bottle had either crystals, jellies, ABs.
Ooh.
I mean, my eyeballs popped out when I saw that thing. I was like, I want to win this.
I know.
I, I was just like, oh my God. And then, like, Distracted by Diamonds drop shipped a witchy canvas to the winner,
Ooh.
which I thought that was really nice.
That is.
I mean, so, and Diamonds Drills did a Drills USA did a $25 gift certificate, and DP Sparklers did. So I'm going to hit them up again this year and see if DP Gal wants to do something again this year.
Oh yeah. Any
She
way
actually
I
did a
can help.
pin.
If I can help in any way, you just let me know.
Well, thank you. Yeah, gathering sponsors,
Yeah, that's the
because
fun part.
that's the fun part. That's the work part. That's the super work part.
Yeah,
It's
it
like, oh
is.
my God. Yeah, it's just like,
I,
and of course, Cindy has her sponsor people, so she'll be able to put them in. That's cool. What is that?
it's a little pyramid. I wish I could get a light. Hold on. I'll get a light underneath it.
That is so pretty.
It was a Christmas present, and I absolutely love it. Let's see if I can do this. Haha. Oh, you can't really see it.
Stacy, if you want to come in, the link is further up in the chat.
There we go.
That is beautiful. Oh my
Isn't
God.
it beautiful? I mean,
That is
there we go.
that is gorgeous.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Let's do this without pointing, everybody. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we were gonna put the PlayStation on the left side, which was where I had all my stuff set up, all my crystals and all that. And then my son was like, "Oh no, your HDMI is on the other side." So I so I got all my crystals just in a pile. They're all hanging out. I need to take them out to go get them charged anyway. They need to go hang out in the moonlight at next full moon.
Yeah, I need to recharge all mine. It's been a while.
Yeah, they all need to go out and play happy. And actually, my protection. Well, I did a bottle, and I did it for protection and money and one other thing. I think health.
Hmm.
And then I put those three colors over it. So It was really cool. At times, I guess when I'm needing protection, that bottle's wax will turn black, which
Really?
is what, yes, it'll turn black, which was the protection well, the candle I did for protection was black wax.
Ooh.
And other times I'll look at it and the wax will be green. That's when I'm wanting money.
Yeah. Money is good.
And then sometimes it'll be blue, and that's whenever I'm needing help in the health area. So it changes according to what I need. That's kind of cool.
That's awesome.
So
Um,
evidently I did that right. So,
so if you want to share that to me, you can send me a message.
and
I'm
what
not.
I did is I went through because I've talked with Nix, and she sent me this link for this neat little book. It's in Amazon, and it's called 5,000 Spells. My granddaughter got a hold of it and said, "Nana, what's this?" And I said, "It's a recipe book."
Mhm.
But I
It
went in
is
there and looked and found, like what herbs are used for protection and what herbs are used for money and, what you do. And then like a big bay leaf, and you write what you're wanting, what your intentions are.
That's the
You
only thing
stuff
I don't
everything
have
in
is
the
Bailey.
jar. And I put some crystals in the jar, some small crystals, put them in the jar. And then I closed it up and then covered it with the wax was the right coordinating colors,
Hmm.
as I'm setting it up. And evidently I did it right because it changes colors according to what I need.
You had pure intentions. That's why.
I mean, it's really cool. It is really cool. So evidently I did that one right.
Good. That's
But it was
awesome.
like, yeah, she was like, "What's this? This is cool." And I was like, "This is a recipe book."
My daughter, she's off in college. She's about 20. She'll be 20 in April. And we haven't talked in like 6 years or so. But when she called me the other day, she's like, "Oh, by the way, I'm pagan." I'm like, "Awesome. That is awesome." She's like, "I thought you'd be mad." And I'm like, "Why would I be mad?"
I mean, it's a religion just like the rest of them.
I'm like,
I mean, I don't sit there and like set up and do stuff to the mine's more nature based.
"Yep." And I have a mixture of techniques too.
I
Like,
mean, I actually put the definitions of all the witches on that one page,
yeah,
and I'm a combination of a lot of them.
yeah,
So I pull a little from this one, I pull a little from that one, and a little from this one, but it was so neat finding all them definitions.
yep.
So I don't know if anyone's actually seen them, but it's in that Let Your Witch Goddess Free group.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look now.
But it's got, I mean, literally, I pasted all the definitions of each one. And that was kind of cool. That was really cool.
That's awesome. I really like that. Yeah, I'm a combination. I can't claim to be just one
Yeah,
because
I just can't do one.
I'm most definitely a kitchen witch. I can tell you that much.
I mean, I sit there and I do a lot of stuff with herbs, and I make
Yep.
salves and I make
Yep.
ointments and,
Yep.
herbal teas. Like I'm going to start here in 2 months. I'm going to start making allergy tea,
Ooh.
which I got to get some stinging nettle and a couple other things. But you drink a cup every day, like a month before spring starts, where your allergies really get bad.
Yeah.
And it helps because you're actually desensitizing yourself by drinking the tea, because a
Hmm.
lot of what you're allergic to is in the tea,
Well,
but you're getting it at such low doses.
we have stinging nettle that grows in our backyard, so that would be easy. See, a lot of
I
this
mean, I
stuff.
can't even think of what it looked like anymore. I used to, I mean, because used to I was really deep into it, and I had a homeopathy certificate, and where I could
Ooh.
run around out in the yard out in the woods and actually be able to identify stuff and gather stuff. But
Nice.
if you don't use it, guess what happens? You lose it.
That's right. That is
So I
so
am
true.
now doing, certificates when I have time, but I'm trying to get, because everyone was like, do your stash videos, do your stash videos. Everyone wanted a stash video. Well, if I did one stash video, it'd be 13 hours long. So I'm doing them like in 30-minute increments.
Yeah.
I'm just numbering them
Uh,
because otherwise it would be 13 plus hours long if I did it all at once.
I've never done a stash video. I mean, I don't have very much compared to a lot
Well,
of
I have
them.
372.
I only have like 50 at the most.
So, yeah, that's a lot to go through. And a lot of them, like I said, are DSA or knockoffs that I didn't know were knockoffs because I was like just pulling up dragons and just pulling up fairies and,
Yep.
stuff like that. So those are the ones that I say, ooh, I can't show you this, or I just do a flash. And
Yeah.
you get a quick look and I say, I'm not going to do this as a whip and chat
Yeah. Because they might be
because I
copyright.
don't want to get a hit. Sorry,
Okay.
guys. I don't want to get a hit, but I'll let you know I have it. You do get to know I have it. The ones that are like, it's like, okay, then I show you like the whole picture and go through the whole thing, but I
Yeah.
won't unroll them. Telling you now, if you own DSA, do not unroll them until the moment you are ready to work on them.
Really?
Yes, do not unroll them. Leave them as they are. Kind of let them start opening them up. They'll start opening a little on their own. And then as you flatten it out, pull that cover back real slowly, close to the paper or to the canvas, and slowly peel it all the way off. And then that's when you're going to have to put all your release papers. Because if you leave that canvas on there and unroll it, you'll notice it'll start bubbling up and have heels.
Oh.
And what it does is it grabs that the adhesive, and it pulls it up with the paper.
Oh no.
So as you see, because if you've had one, you'll know what I'm talking about. You
Yeah.
lay it flat, and how you'll see it'll start bubbling up in rows. Well, everywhere that you'll notice, that's where your bubbles were that you had to go through and cut and get flat and all that.
Mm. That sounds
So
like a mess.
yes, and it's a hot mess, and it's yeah.
That's
And
awful.
if you don't take care of them, they will show on your finished item. It'll have like rows. It'll be bubbled up and down, up and down. So you
Hmm.
have to take care of them. But yeah, so just leave them rolled until you're ready to work on them, and then just slowly peel it back as close as you can to the canvas. Get it all off of there, and then lay release papers. And
Hmm.
then that way it not tear up the canvas. Because yeah, I found that out the hard way.
Yeah, I probably would have too, unless if you didn't say anything. So.
Yeah, I learned the hard way. Yeah, you do it real slow, really easy, down flat by the canvas, roll the whole thing off slowly, and then just put release papers down.
um,
Yeah,
I
because
got
otherwise you got a mess.
I gotta take something or take care of something with my son real quick. I will be right back.
No problem. But yeah, those can be a hot mess. Poured glue, I love poured glue. It's you can roll them backwards. Don't roll them backwards if they're diamond, double-sided adhesive. It'll trash your canvas. You'll never be able to use it. You'll just have to throw it in the trash. I mean, some of them are pretty cool canvases. Um, Huracan is known for popping. It's really hard. You have to be so spot on with your drills, and then it still may pop some. So you may have to like do some sealing with it right afterwards. But yeah. Now I do have to say that if you've ordered canvases from England, over in England, yeah, I got Buddy Art and Dainty and a couple others. Um, they're locked up in that shipping mess over there because they had the strike, and then like they would send them out, and they couldn't send them in the mail to send them to where it needed to go, and so they got stuck in that warehouse. It's like whenever, kind of like when UPS was all backed up and just had warehouses of stuff, and everything was so far behind. Well, that's kind of where it is. So I got two canvases, one from Buddy Art, one from Danny. They may show up in 3 months. I got plenty to do. But so if you got canvases and they're locked up over there, it may be a while before you get them because they've been on strike and then not strike, and they were sending them all to this one company, and it got overwhelmed. And yeah, I mean, it's a hot mess. Bad hot mess. Extreme hot mess. Like I said, I will go in on my laptop when this is over and go down in the description, and I will put I will try to get the Diamond Art or the Art Dot affiliate code in there, and I'll get the Dreamer Designs affiliate code in the description box because I just wasn't going to type all that stuff. So I might have to do it with laptop because I'll have to grab it and drop it, and it won't do it on the phone.
Okay, I am back.
Okay. And then, like I said, I have the January canvas for a giveaway, and I have that Diamond Dots Christmas tree that's a
Uh-huh.
giveaway because I hit 300. And so on both of those, if you're interested, when the live is over, go down to the comments and put me, please. And I will put you in the drawing for those canvases. If you win, I'll contact you and try to get your email and your uh, address so I can ship it to you. So those two are the two giveaways for this month
Cute.
because it's like, for some reason, my channel, I have gained 13 people in like 3 days.
See, that's awesome. I need to make more videos. I know that's my downfall right now.
I mean, it's like in 3 days, it's gone from like, I'm up to, which is, I'm up to 304. And I was like at 290 the other day.
I guess my question would be, so my Take 10 account, this account, I basically do diamond painting and stuff like that on it. And then the tidbits, we do crafts. And I'm wondering if I need to make a third channel for my candles.
You could, especially if you're going to.
I'll be making them on there and, stuff like that. Really?
Okay, I didn't know that. God, my goodness, I've been trying to get Nightbot in my stupid thing in my lives for like a week, and I cannot figure out how to get that thing because it says I got to make it a moderator, but I can't figure out how to make it a moderator.
Which one are you using?
The nightbot.com.
Really? Are
Yeah,
you using OBS or anything like that?
no, I'm just using regular StreamYard.
Mm.
But I cannot get it. I can't even get it to go into like when I'm watching it on YouTube. I cannot get it to go over there for some reason. It does not want to go into my chat, and I would have to have it in my chat to make it a moderator.
Okay, I will do some research on that and figure it out and get back with you on that one.
Yeah, see, she says she don't remember how she did that, but it's like, I mean, it says hit this link, and when I do, it takes me to their YouTube channel. But I need to get them into my live or my, over
Yeah.
there so I can moderate them.
Yeah. And that way
That
you
way,
can
because
post things.
Nightbot, you can set it where it doesn't ding anyone for the emojis or any of that stuff. You can turn those off, but you can set it where it'll put your any codes or any affiliate links or
Yes.
anything like that you want it to drop. It'll drop those every so often.
On my gaming channel on Twitch, I have Nightbot, and it helps a lot. I have it set up to where it's not moderating per se, but it's sitting there putting up links and
Right.
stuff
That's
like
what I was
that.
wanting it for. I didn't want it to like kick people out. Because Jeremy's always going nuts about, oh no, don't Nightbot, don't kick them out.
Huh. I'll look into it for you.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, I hit what it tells me to, because I'll go through and it says, if you want to, hit this, and it takes me to their YouTube channel, but I can't figure out how to get it from there into my moderator channel. And I tried going into where your moderators show up. You
Yeah.
can't just dump anything in there. I tried. It wouldn't let me. I mean, I'm going to have to go on I'm going to go on the laptop and see if maybe that will work, because sometimes things don't work in your phone the way
Yeah.
they work in your laptop.
Yeah, you might have to do it through the laptop.
Because it's like, come on, be nice. Be nice.
It'd be nice to have like a Nightbot in there just to put up, stuff.
I mean, even if Nix could put one in hers, because she's always wanting us to drop links, she could have one that drops different links.
Yep.
To all the channels she's wanting links dropped for, and it just does it every so many minutes.
I know the Twitch one, if you put exclamation point and then like a name or something, it'll put up a link for them automatically.
Yep. I mean, so it's like
a lot easier.
Because, I mean, that's why I have problems with link, because I'm working on a phone, so I have to actually go back to their page, go to their about, find their link. By the time I'm done, someone else has put it in there.
Yeah, I was getting pretty good on the phone, but sometimes you just can't do things.
I mean, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder.
It is. And there's not like anything to, well, there probably is. I'd have to look into it where you can just have them on a page and copy and paste them. But
Yeah, you'd probably have to have an actual like, and it'd be hard to get to on the phone
yeah,
because you would have to have like a, what is it, Dropbox or whatever page where you just put stuff
yeah,
and have a whole page of them and then go over. You'd have to go over to them and then copy and pay and then bring it back over and paste it. So
yep.
you'd be hopping pages. It's not like on the laptop where you can have 4 or 5 pages open and just flip between them.
And I have like 6 open right now, so I'm actually
Yeah.
doing pretty good today.
On the phone, you get your one. And that's it. Yeah, get your one. And then from there, it's like you got to link out of one to get in the other. So, I mean, it takes so long. So it's like I can boot people for her, I can time them out, but I really can't link
Yeah.
them. So, yeah. I'm just now figuring out my computer, and I guess I've used it enough now to where when I turn it on, it doesn't take 15 minutes to turn on.
Ugh.
Because it was taking 15 minutes for it to like come alive.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh,
I need to clean mine out. It's getting slower. It takes like 100 seconds or something like that.
mine does not give
Being
you a
slow.
place to clean them out. Because I used to be able to go and get rid of stuff and, clean the hard drive and all that. And the new Windows doesn't let you do that.
Hmm.
It says it does it automatically.
I have what's called Wise Care on mine.
Huh. How much does it cost?
It's like how much was it? It can't be more than $20, but it's for up to 3 computers. So
Because that I used to do that, go in there and dump trash files and recompress the hard drive so it would put crap together instead of it being all over the desktop.
yeah, that's what Wise Care does. You can actually clean your computer. You can take out the cookies. You can reorganize it, and
Yeah, I mean, because right now, it's just doing its own thing, and so it may not be, putting it all together in the right spots. And so the more you have, part of your stuff, it may be over here on your desk in like a desk, and part may be over there, and you're trying to shuffle through all this stuff to find all the parts, and that's why it takes longer.
yep,
And it's like, ugh.
it's fragmented. That's the word. See,
Yes,
I
I
can
used to
say big words.
defragment it. It could take 30 minutes, to defragment it,
Yeah.
depending on how. And I did learn the hard way: do not be on your computer at midnight on New Year's Eve.
Oh gosh.
Do you know what happens to your computer if you're on it at midnight on New Year's Eve?
I never even tried.
Well, I was on it at midnight on New Year's Eve, and someone dumped. They called it the New Year's Eve virus.
Mm-hmm.
And it got in my computer. And what it does is they dump all of their trash into your computer.
Mm.
And it literally, you go blue screen, it locks everything's locked up. It doesn't have any room to move anything. And literally you go blue screen and you can't do anything about it.
I'll send you the link to that Wise Care. It's pretty
I
good.
mean, it was like the craziest thing. Like at midnight, immediately, all of a sudden, my computer went blue screen. I took it in, and the guy said, "You got the virus." He was like, "There's a virus." He said, "Were you on at midnight?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "At midnight, people will take everything that's what they don't want in their computers, and they dump it into your computer."
Oh, that's horrible. Why would you do something like that?
And so, literally, it'd be like putting stuff in there so much that it can't even move it around,
Yeah.
and you can't do it. So it just locked. It just blue screened it. I was just like, "Wow, what happened?" So
Okay. I am really glad I wasn't on there at that time.
So midnight, New Year's Eve, I don't touch my computer. Never doing that again. Never, ever doing that again.
I
That
might
was
have a
awful.
reference code for you too. So let me look this up. Um, I still have my Christmas crap on there. uh, yeah, this
Yeah,
really.
I gotta change my video that's up there for people that come in, change it up. They're probably getting tired of looking at that one. because I went in and did some of that. I need to find, I know there's a spot in there where you can click it and it puts paid promotion on your videos up in the corner.
Yeah.
And I need to find that. I found the one that puts the subscribe down in the bottom corner, but I need the one that puts paid promotion because anytime I do like any kind of affiliate link, I need to put the paid promotion on it.
Yeah.
So what I've been doing is down in the title, just kind of putting paid promotion in a parentheses so that you don't get hit because they're going after people for that now. So yeah,
Of course they are.
yeah,
Oh, crap.
it's like
Um,
I was
uh-oh.
watching that Nick Ninham. I
Yeah.
don't know if anyone else watches him, but I was watching, and he was like, "That's one thing you got to watch for right now, because they're going after people trying to get copyright strikes."
They
And
are.
so, yeah, and so if you're, promoting anything as far as something, you need to put paid promotion up in the corner.
Really? See, I didn't know that.
Thank you. I will open that and get it.
There is a free download and there is a free version of it. So,
Yes, I will put that on my computer because yeah, it's like
and it helps a little bit. There are no viruses in it that I have noticed. I've used it for years.
that is good. That's cool.
And we have it on all of our computers in the house. Let's put it that way.
This is the only one. I actually have another one underneath. I have another one underneath my couch, but it's like 7 years old, so I don't use it.
I have like 3 or 4 laptops in my closet that I
And
need
this
to
one,
actually
I
look
think
at.
it's like I bought it right after the divorce, so it's like 3 or 4 years old.
That's not
So,
bad.
well, when I got divorced, I don't know if anyone else has ever been divorced, but when I got divorced, I did talking about a manic fight because it was like that year because it happened at Christmas.
Yeah.
And it was so traumatizing that the next year I wanted to make sure that Christmas was beyond for everybody.
Yep.
And so I probably spent $5,000 for
Yep.
Christmas. I
That's
mean,
what I did.
I went in and you name it, I bought. Everybody got Alexas.
Ooh.
Kids got, Echo Dots. The adults got Alexas. Um, what is it? I mean, it was like you name it, they got it. And then stuff that I wanted, I got. I mean, $5,000. I'm still paying it down to two.
And I went a little crazy this year. I went on a manic this year because we haven't really had the money to celebrate Christmas for a while. And this year we had the money, and I was like, okay, the boy is going to have a good Christmas. Everybody's going to have a good Christmas.
That's it. I mean, I wanted because it happened like when we were doing Christmas. It was the day we opened everything. It was like the week before real Christmas, but we were doing Christmas where he went.
Sorry, chat got
Oh, I'm reading my stuff, but I mean, the man went crazy and pulled out a shotgun and was shooting over the car with my daughter and my grandkids because he was mad at her husband, and
me.
so he was shooting over the car and in the ground in front of the car, and I mean, my
Mm-hmm.
son was hanging on to the shotgun barrel, and I was like, I had bit him. I mean, I lashed onto his arm like a piranha, and he's
Mm-hmm.
like slinging me around trying to get me off of him, and kicking at me. But we were trying to get the gun away from him.
Yeah.
And so it finally jammed. My son's just holding onto the barrel and holding it and facing it into the woods, going, Art, we're not going to shoot anybody today. And he's like, well, yeah, I am. I'm going to shoot that. And I mean, if we let him go, he was going to do it. So he's hanging on to it. And I'm like trying to bite him to make him let go of it. It finally jammed. So he threw it down and was beating the hood of their car all the way down the driveway.
Mm.
So that was our Christmas. So I really wanted to make the next Christmas
Good.
much better.
Yeah. All
I
right.
mean, because that was traumatic. And then, of course, they called the cops, and the cops said, stay in the road. When we get there, we'll all go up. They come in here, and they were trying to take him out, and he's like fighting them. So it turned into a big fight. And oh, God, it was bad.
Oh my goodness.
All the grandkids were squalling and crying, and him and the cops were going at it. And I'm like handing them his medicine, saying, you need to take this. You really need this. I mean, it was like nightmare. an absolute nightmare. So I really wanted to make the next one really good. So I mean,
Oh,
for my
yeah.
parents, I bought everything I could for them, and then for everybody, they even got an Alexa.
I
Do they
don't
know how to
have,
use it? No,
I don't
but they
have
got
one.
one.
There is not one in this house. I mean, the phones do, I think, Surrey or something, but all right. All right. I
Oh
mean,
no, I used to like when I first got divorced, because there was no one here. It was just me, and so I used to argue with Alexa. I'd ask her questions and she wouldn't know them, and then we'd get into arguments, real arguments. And then as I'm going to sleep, she'd just pop up and go, "I'm not mad at you." I was like, "What the heck?" Freaked me
yeah,
out. The first time she
that's
did
kind
that.
of scary to me.
I mean, I'm actually almost asleep, and my Alexa turns on and says, "I'm not mad at you," and I'm like, "What the heck?" I've been arguing with her for hours. So I don't argue with her no more. Now she just tells me when I get packages.
See, that would
Or
be
if I
nice
don't
too.
answer my phone, like if I like one time my phone was dead and I didn't realize it, my daughter dropped in on me and said, "Mom, are you okay?" Because they're always worried about me because I'm out here by myself.
Yeah,
And so she was like, "Are you okay? I can't get you on the phone." And I was like, "Yeah, let me go find the phone."
that's awesome though.
And I've had my granddaughter drop in on me just, like, "Hey, Nana, what you doing?" Because they has that where the Alexas can talk to each other.
Yeah.
And you can set it up for who can talk to you.
Huh.
And so both my son and my daughter, the Alexas, we can talk to each other back and forth.
Yeah, I've never owned one. I don't know why. I guess I could one these days.
And then like in my bathroom, I have an Echo Dot, which is like the small baby version. And
Yeah.
then that way you can listen to music. So like when I'm taking a bath, I can tell it to play whatever.
My mom got
And,
a Nest. I don't know what the difference is. See, I've not even messed with them, so I don't know what the differences are.
and then after that, they came out with the Google one and then another one. And actually, I think my son set it up where you could make it run my TV. Someone the other day told their TV to turn off or on, and next thing I know, my TV was turning off.
That's amazing. I like that.
So it's like whenever people talk to their Alexa on
Mhm.
Alive, it'll make your Alexa pretty much do the same thing.
Yeah, that's the fun thing we like doing on Nix's is Alexa, tell me a joke.
Or you can make it do the farts.
Apple.
Yes, I don't have any Apple stuff. I don't have an Apple phone. I don't have a
Yeah,
Mac.
I haven't had
My iPad
Apple.
is like 10 years old, so I don't even think I could jailbreak it and make it work because it's not supported anymore.
The last thing I had was an Apple laptop, and it was pretty good. I liked it, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the iPad isn't even supported as far as security anymore
yeah.
because it's 10 years old.
Oh yeah, I really doubt it would be.
And so, and I mean, I'm locked out of it because I don't remember what my Apple mail was or the password or any of that. So I'd have to figure out how to jailbreak it just to get in it. So it's just this neat little electronic thing that has a cool outer shell. They're like, "Oh,
It's
this is
cool.
pretty," but I can't do anything with it. I got a few of those, and I know they're like ancient. I mean, ancient.
Yeah, I haven't played with Apple for a long time. I mean, a long time. Oops, I made your thingy go off.
Let's see. Yeah, that came in on my other phone.
Well, that's kind of cool though.
Yeah, I found out that even though I don't have a phone service to this phone, I can do things with this phone.
Really?
Yeah. And so I will actually, um, yeah, I'm going to definitely get that Wise cleaner. But I'll sit there and I'll use this phone to watch the chat sometimes and be able to drop things in it.
Yeah.
Because in StreamYard, you can't tell who's a moderator, who's not.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so,
that's
like, if
true.
it's someone that I'm wanting to moderate, I'll moderate them on my the Facebook one because that's the Facebook Live,
Yeah.
and I'll do it that way. And like, it's really funny because like the other day when I got my dreamer designs in, my mail lady like, well, one of her dogs was out, so I was scared. I just didn't even want to get out and put it in the package, so she took it over to my dad's. So I'll have to either look at my in my mail, or like if it's an Amazon package, Alexa will tell me that I got a package delivered, and then I go down and go do the package hunt. I call it the package hunt
I have
because
to do that.
sometimes they've hung them on the tree. They put it in a bag and hung it on a tree. They've hung it on the old trash box on the corner. Um, they've taken them over and put them on dad's front porch. They've taken them over and handed them to dad. It's like a hunting. I just go hunting. It's like I just like it's like an Easter egg hunt every time.
We because it's such a small town, you would think that they'd know the addresses and stuff, but sometimes they get really lazy and just dump a bunch of packages on somebody's porch, and then you have to go through town and figure out
And
how
figure
you
out where
drop
your
it.
stuff is at. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm glad. I am glad it's an older lady. She came out of retirement, and I'm glad because she's the one who did it for like 8 years, and you always got your mail. And then when she retired, these other people did it, and you might not get your mail, or you would get nine people's for like four roads up mail.
yep,
I mean, like, and then UPS started doing that. He comes and he drops this like one of those food boxes, and I happened to be standing out in the porch, and I was like, this ain't mine. It wasn't even my name. It wasn't my address, but it was someone's food box, and those are expensive,
they are.
you know. And I mean, and they're cold packed and everything. So I knew it had to go to whoever it was. I was like, yeah, this is not mine. I'm expecting a package, but this is not it because I was expecting some frames. I bought them. I go to Walmart.com,
Yeah.
and if you go to Walmart.com, and what are they? Oh God, what are they?
See, they won't even
Can't
deliver up here.
can't even think of the name of them, but it's like a poster frame.
Yeah,
And you can get ones that will fit the 50 by 70. And I've even found one that fit the 70 by 100.
really?
And they're poster frames. They run about $28, $29.
Huh. That's
But
an
for a
idea.
frame that's like 70 by 100,
Yeah,
that's not bad.
I might do that because I have a couple done that are just hanging on the wall without a frame or anything.
Yep. But you have to go to their poster frame area. And I think they're Wise Buys or something like that. I can't remember.
Hmm.
But it's poster frames. And then you type in like what size you're wanting, and it will start pulling them up. And I mean, that's what a lot of mine are framed on.
I
And
got.
now I bought a regular round curtain rod, and I'll probably buy another one. And then I bought those clips, the ones that are like, and they have clips on them that
Yeah,
hang off the bottom.
yeah.
And you can actually take some foam board and put it on the back of your painting, like spray adhesive, spray it down, and that'll make it stay straight and flat. And then you just hook it by the clips. So
Huh.
you could trim it down on the sides and the bottom, leave the top and use that for your clipping. You could paint it whatever color and use that and put the clips up there, and then just have the foam board on the back of it to give it the weight to lay straight on the wall.
Hmm.
I mean, so then you can like switch them out because you can unclip them, roll it up, or, well, you can't roll it because you got it on foam board, but you could sit there and go put it in the closet somewhere and then just
Yeah.
put another one up.
My husband says, "Where are we going to put all these crafts that you're doing? Our
Yeah, it
walls
does
are
get.
getting full. We have no shelves for like my coffee stuff."
Oh, my therapist, was it my therapist or my psychiatrist? I don't remember which one, because psychiatrist is where you get your happy pills from him. Um, and we finally hit the spot. We finally hit that sweet spot. So it took us a couple of months of adjusting, and we hit the sweet spot where I'm not bawling all the time now.
Yeah,
And I'm happier. So we hit the sweet spot.
that's just if
Um,
you don't get used to them too quickly and they stop being effective. That's what happens to me.
that's what happened to me on all of them except for this one. It's a newer one, so they really have to fight to get it.
Yeah.
Like insurance, insurance company was giving it to me, and then they just stopped. And then they made me go on the other ones that don't work. They'll work for like a week or two, and then
Mm-hmm.
it's like pith. And so I told this doctor when I got put on the VA insurance, and I told him, I said, these are not working. I said, but this is what worked. And of course, they always have to start at the low dose.
Oh yeah.
And so we did that. And then he was like, I said, no, still not working. So he kept going up, and we got to a spot where I'm like, it's good. I'm not crying no more. I'm not, super depressed anymore. I said, we're good. And so he was like, okay, we're going to leave you here. And so that's where I'm at. Now we're trying to find something to get me where I can sleep at night.
I take trazodone for that, and
Yeah,
it's pretty
we
good.
were
It's
trying.
non-addictive.
I was on Ambien and it worked forever. And then it just kind of got to where I'd still be up after I took it for 3 or 4 hours, which is meaning it's not effective. And so we're trying another one that's Sonata, but we had to get approval for it. And then the pharmacist finally called me, and they were like, well, you can't drive when you're, I'm like, no shit. I mean, I'm not stupid.
I've been taking a sleeping pill and go drive.
I mean, it was like literally they called up to tell me, oh, you can't drive when you're doing this. You can't do this. You can't do that. And I was like, really? For real?
Well,
I was like,
they put those warning labels on the bottles for people. Somebody
I mean,
had
it's
to do
like,
it.
oh, really? And she was like, well, she was like, the approval went through. So we're getting it ready for you. But he put it for this dose, but we have to start you at the lowest dose, which of course, the lowest dose isn't really working. That's why he wanted it to start at 10, because
Mm-hmm.
that's where I was with Ambien, which is probably where the sweet spot is. But we got to do this until I see him again, and then he'll up it to 10. It was like, good God.
For my fibromyalgia, they're like, well, we don't know what to do because you're just coming in for pain pills. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I got off all my medications. I just need something for the flare ups.
That's it. My fibromyalgia is like, it had gotten so bad. Part of it is I was my cinnamon, and because I was controlling it with cinnamon, Ceylon cinnamon, and turmeric.
Yeah.
And so I was using those two to control it. And it actually takes 2 pills, but I was splitting in the morning and night because I was tired taking so many pills in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then I would forget it at night, so I wasn't getting the right dose. And so it got to where I was like having multiple flares a lot.
Yep.
And so I have now put it back in the morning with the rest of them. I just take a bunch of shit pills, and it helps with the joints and everything. So now it's just the super flare ups.
I might
And then
have
I
to.
noticed that my hands and my feet were getting the tingling,
Yep.
because my fibromyalgia, I've had it for so long, it's gotten to where it was getting down in my hands and feet.
Yep.
And so they weren't numb, so it was like I could walk and I could feel them, but it was like little electric tingles,
Yes.
like your foot's asleep.
Have you gotten
And
the fire yet?
so we went on Neurontin, because I don't want it to get where it feels like branding fire. I had that in my hip to where it had gone so long. That's when we found out I had it. It
Yeah.
was like right around my hip, and it was like I was being branded all the time.
Yes.
It was, I mean, it's horrible. It feels like you are being branded.
It
Super
does.
painful.
I
And so
always
I
feel
didn't
like
get to
somebody's
that. I
putting
was just
hot
at the
coals.
numbness, the tingling, and it was just like all my hands just tingled all the time in my feet. And so she started me on Neuron. Of course, she was, we're not starting at the 100. We'll start you at 300 3 times a day. And that seems to have helped because I can touch my hands now. And it don't feel like walking on feet that are asleep, because that really sucks.
Yes, it does. I went to, instead of doing, because they're like, you're just looking for meds. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'll tell you what worked for me. And you can put me on that. And it's gabapentin.
Yeah, gabapentin and Neurontin are the same thing.
Yeah. And I said, that worked great. It's non addictive. It's not really a pain pill.
Yeah, it
I
helps
said,
with your nerve endings.
put me on that. It'll work.
And I
Well,
was so glad, because I mean, because I have to go see her every 3 months because I'm on tramadol, which I mean, it's like, you're going to make me see you every 3 months just for tramadol, because tramadol is like souped up Motrin.
yeah. And it doesn't do anything because
And
I
it
was
doesn't
on
do a whole
tramadol.
lot. It's just a little stronger than Motrin, but it
Yeah.
helped with my abdominal hernia mesh area where they did all that, whatever's in there for that
And
giant
then they're
hole.
like, you're going to get addicted to this. We got to cut you down. I'm like, it's flipping tramadol, dude.
I can look. I will look for guava leaves. What do you do with it? Do you
I
make a
know,
tea?
right? Um, Hi.
I'm all doing that natural stuff. I have no problem with doing natural stuff.
Yeah, I want the what you're using as far as natural stuff for your fibro.
I mean, I get the Ceylon cinnamon and the turmeric off of Amazon, and it helps with the joint pain and that kind of stuff
I
that
know
the
I have
fibromyalgia causes.
turmeric and I might have cinnamon, but I think that's it.
Don't use American cinnamon though, because it'll actually overdose you. It has to be Ceylon cinnamon,
Okay, I'll look into that.
and it comes from India.
My kitty says hi.
Yeah, my kitty. I don't know where she is. Probably climbing through the kitchen cabinets because I think she got most of the mice, but she still goes in there and looks because I haven't seen any mice lately. But she still goes and looks. She's like,
He
I know
likes
they were in
catching
here.
them. He has no teeth, but he can still catch mice. And he'll bring them to me and they're still alive. And I'm like, well, thank you, I think.
Yep, that's what she does to me. But then after a while, she'll carry him around so long. I think she squishes them to where they can't breathe.
Yep,
But then
that's what
she'll
he
drop
does.
it and it'll be dead. And once it's dead, she don't want to have nothing to do with it. So I just pick it up and throw it away.
Yep, that's what we do. And I
It's
haven't
like,
seen
oh,
mice in a while, so you do a good job.
I mean, I feel sorry for the mice because I actually like mice.
I know
I
I
just
don't
don't
like
want them running around in my house.
the last one he dropped on my foot, it ran and then it sat on my foot. Like, are you gonna protect me?
I mean, literally, the dog had one day, and it was so funny because he walks up in front of me, and I didn't know he had a mouse. Couldn't even tell he had a mouse, and he spits one out. I mean, just spits this mouse out, and then he flops the paw on its tail, and so he's just laying there, and the mouse isn't moving with his paw on the tail. So I thought it was dead.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go over there and pick this mouse up. Well, he takes his foot off. That mouse ran over my feet. I screamed and jumped about 3 feet in the air. And I'm not scared of mice, but I didn't think it was alive. So the fact
Yeah.
that it took off running over my foot freaked me out.
Yes, that would get me. I mean, I don't mind mice. The one that climbed up on my foot, I looked at it and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then the cat came towards it, and I was like, "Okay, come here." And I let it out back because it was
That's
still
it. You
warm
feel.
out.
I mean, we actually had a bad storm, and this nest fell out of the tree, and it was a flying squirrel nest. And the mom died and there was two babies in it, and so my ex-husband brought the babies in and we went and bought like warmers that you put up underneath them and a little cage, and he was actually picking them up, and he carried them with him everywhere,
Yeah, I
and
would.
he was dropper feeding them like every hour. I mean,
I
and
would
one did
so.
die but one lived.
I would so
and
play with that. That would be a new pet for me.
and we actually had him for a pet, but then our dog got a hold of it. It was a rat
Oh,
terrier, and she got a hold of it and killed it. He was so mad.
I
And
bet.
so,
Can I
because
have
he was
one?
called, we called him Chip for Chip and Dale because we had the two
Aw,
of them. And I mean, it would sit there on his arm and run up to his shoulder. And I mean, he bought this giant cage for it. I was like, oh my God. And so it was his pet. So whenever the
Tawana,
dog got it, he was pissed. I
Tawana,
mean,
you have us wondering what you use guava leaves for. You gotta, you gotta,
you got
you
to
know,
tell us what we can do with them. Do we
yeah.
boil them or what?
Do you get the oil out of them? What do you do?
Now, I know frankincense oil will help your joint pain. Like if you got knee pain or
Yeah,
elbow pain, take frankincense. Okay,
I
now
definitely
she's
know
coming.
that.
She sticks of cinnamon. 3 leaves. Nice. I will definitely. I'm going to screenshot that.
Oh.
Can I screenshot while I'm in here?
I
Yes.
was gonna ask her to send that to me because I'll try it. I will slick and try it.
Well, I was able to screenshot it, so it's in my gallery now.
I have the encyclopedia for herbs, but some of it's so, you do this, but don't take it if this.
Right. And the things you got 2 times a day. Okay.
Hmm.
And but like when I made that salve, that stuff really worked. I had arnica in it, I had comfrey in it, I had mugwort in it. I mean, I went through and I found a bunch of herbs that would help with bruising, with pain,
Mm-hmm.
um, wounds, antiseptic, and then I mean, God, you boil it and it stinks to high heaven.
Yes.
Then you got to strain it, and then you had to put it with beeswax, and I used Crisco, so much Crisco, so much beeswax, and I made a big thing of it. Because if you went to the pagan area in like, oh, what is it, Silver Dollar City,
Yeah.
they have this little pagan shop. Now it's a big shop, and it's more commercialized. I liked it when it was a little pagan shop. But they had this little bitty tin, probably this big and about this tall, and they would charge you $20
Jeez.
for that little tin of
See,
that same salve that
I
I made like half a gallon of.
I can make and sell stuff that I make because I make like oregano oil and uh let's see, I have eldenberry cough syrup for us, and I have just a lot of stuff I use around the house, and I can actually make it and sell it.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I would almost have to make a different shop because that's a candle shop.
Yep.
So
But yeah.
I don't know.
I
Especially
mean, it's like, but I try to find that stuff. Like I said, the allergy tea. I definitely make a nap because, man, allergy season.
it's coming.
Um, I used to get sinus infections really, really bad. And like I take an allergy pill every day. When I take all my meds, I just take an allergy pill every day. And literally, when I went and they've sent me and I got professionally allergy tested. I tested 4+ to everything except for latex.
Really?
Every tree, every weed, every, I mean, cats, dogs, and of course I got dogs and I got cats, which is why I got bags under my eyes most of the time.
Yep,
And,
I'm allergic to cats and dogs.
you know, my head's congested because, these things dump fur everywhere. And so cats, dogs, I was allergic to rats. I was allergic to I mean, I was allergic to everything, dust, you name it. You name it. When I went and they started doing the allergy shots, I would literally have to take 2 shots at the same time, 3 times a day. And I never got less than 1 time a day. And I was on them for 11 years. Okay. I will definitely try that. Because,
It's
yeah.
a shame. Yeah, I have my encyclopedia, of course, because
Yep, I got that book.
I really love herbology, of course, but I also want to get into
And I got the kitchen witch.
yes.
And Nick sent me I mean, me and her talked one day and she was like, get this book, get this book. I got tons of books, tons of books.
I've got a few so far, but I'm getting there.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 books. And they go from being this thick to this thick.
Yep, I
The
have a few of
5,000
those.
Spells book is about this thick. It's
It's one
huge.
of those, I want to have the books, the physical books on these.
Yeah, I want it in a book form. And believe it or not, a lot of these I had before. And then when I got out of it, because where I worked at, it was back before paganism was really accepted,
Yeah, it's still not accepted up here. I gotta hide it.
but it really, and so working in a Baptist hospital,
Yeah,
it wasn't, and all the hospitals are ran by some kind of church, some kind of, either a Christian church, like I worked at a Catholic church one time where it had nuns for a long time. And so all the
mm,
hospitals are ran by some kind of religion. So if they think you're even into it in a little bit, they freak out.
yes.
They flip out. So I got rid of my books and, just didn't do stuff.
We are
And,
so close to Utah that this is like Mormon area.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Baptist.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
Southern Baptist.
I am an ordained minister.
I am too. I married my daughter.
Yeah, I can marry people and stuff.
Literally, my ex-husband married them, and then he went on his little rampage, and they didn't get their stuff filed in time.
Yeah.
So then they had to have someone that was legally able to sign a marriage license for him again. So basically, I signed another marriage license for him because the first one they couldn't get filed.
Oh man. Okay, so here's a question. If I start a group that is just sharing recipes and remedies and information and stuff like that, who would be interested?
I would, because,
We don't have
yeah,
a group like
definitely.
that. And that's one thing we're missing is a group like that because I know a lot of us do herbology and what's the one with the one that's like me? Uh,
Crystals, herbs,
crystals,
combining.
herbs, runes, just being able to talk about and be
There's Tijuana with a me. See, I am so open on my channel that I figure if you're not interested in what we're talking about at the time, don't watch.
the only place I hide it is like in this town.
Because basically, you know, we never talk about the same thing. So you never know what it could be. One day I had one of my health doctor rants and I was telling you all about healthcare and what to watch out for and who to watch out for. And I could still tell you that one Christopher loved. He was like, yeah, he says, you learn all about it. Cause I mean, I was literally telling you what to watch out for with healthcare,
Yep.
what to pay attention to when you're talking to your doctor, make sure they're looking at you and not some, cause I mean, think about it as a parent, if you're not actively engaged with your child when they're talking to you, do you really pay attention to what they're saying?
No, not really.
Not really. Kind of goes straight through. And doctors are the same way. Unless they're looking at you and engaged with you, they're just, they got their own little agenda of what they're going to do and they do it. And
Yeah.
sometimes it can be the wrong thing.
I get frustrated with doctors over that because I'm like, listen to what I'm telling you because I don't, if I say I'm hurting because by the time I say I'm hurting, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, that is
And
it.
don't ignore it because you know what? I'm hurting.
I actually worked, you see, they bumped it back to February. So February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. I actually worked 8 months longer than I should have after one of my surgeries.
I will make a group.
So yeah, that would be great because like allergy tea, you know, and I had a recipe and I need to go find it again, but it's like, and then you could find like Amber's Eclectic Journey. She was going to give me somewhere that go get good stinging nettle,
Yeah, I'll see what
you
I can
know.
find around here too because if I can harvest it for free, I will hand it out. I know I have sage around here. Let's put it that
I
way.
did that for Nyx. And let me tell you, I got beat up, but she wanted some cedar because she couldn't get cedar.
Oh, we
And so
have
I
cedar.
went out in my woods because I have cedar.
Yeah, we have cedar here too.
Okay. And I'm out there with a butcher knife. So I got a serrated butcher knife and I'm out there sawing this branch of the cedar tree off and bring it in the house and then sawing off smaller branch, little twig part
Yay!
branches and wrapping them up. Oh, wow, Tijuana. That's cool. You're an herbologist. Yay. Definitely. 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 Um,
Well,
but I
you've got
need
to be
books
part
for
of the
like
group.
homemade teas and what they could do, things like that. But like I sawed all this little cedar twigs off, and then I wrapped it up with yarn, and then mailed it off to Snicks. And I mean, that cedar tree beat my butt.
It does. Ours are getting, they're more like bushes around here because we don't get that much water. But they're starting, because we're getting so much snow and rain lately, they're starting to go into the tree mode.
Yeah, mine are tree mode, but it was like in spring, and so it was mushy. I had to walk out in the mushy forest.
I think we even have lemongrass here.
I'm not sure about that. I know we have a bunch of stuff. I found yarrow at the end of the road. So I found some yarrow because I used to like, even if I had like cuts or scrapes or whatever, I would
Mm-hmm.
just grab a handful of yarrow, the flowers, and
Mm-hmm.
just rub them in my hand and up and down my arms for the scrapes,
I
just
want to
for the
get
healing property of it.
I want to get back to my roots too and learn some of the Native American remedies and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are much better and better for you than real medicine because they're not made, but that's why the pharmaceutical companies hate herbalists and herbal medicine, because if you can find what you can do from something you can go harvest,
Mm-hmm.
why pay big bucks to this person for a pill?
I was even okay. Here's the story. My mom-in-law is born again Christian, but I told her what I was doing with the herbs and stuff, and now she wants me to come up with stuff for her uh, arthritis,
Oh yeah.
osteoarthritis, and stuff like that. But I need to find something that won't affect her high blood pressure and the problems she has. So I've been investigating and looking, and
Well, I know frankincense because I bought frankincense oil, and I bought some grapeseed oil for a carrier because I'm really leery about putting any kind of oil full strength on my skin.
yeah,
I always either want to put it in a lotion or put it in an oil.
we need to talk to Miss Alanta and have her make us some
And I used
table
her brain.
scents.
I bought her brains lotion,
Yeah.
and I dumped my frankincense oil in the brains lotion. And that's what
Ooh,
I use for my knees and my elbows and my hands if they start
really?
bothering me.
Oh, I'm so gonna try that. I think my frankincense oil is just a fragrance oil, though. I think I need to get the real stuff.
I mean, I literally have frankincense. I bought and I dumped a bunch of it into her brains lotion. Smells really good, and I dumped it in there, mixed it all up, and I used it on my hand. Because I do have arthritis in some of my hands.
I think I have some frankincense. I can make an oil out of that, can I?
Yep. And then knees helps your knees, which my
Oh,
knees right now are really mad at me because
yes.
my dad's dog decided when I sat there and decided I wanted to know what my
Sweet almond, huh?
sweet almond. Ooh. Um,
Mm-hmm.
when I asked for my spirit animal, all of a sudden my dad's dog, who has lived across me for 9 years and never come over here, has decided that I'm her second home.
That's my cat. My
I mean,
cat
she
is my
literally has
spirit.
broken the air conditioner stuff and to get through the window. She has decided I am her second home. And then all of a sudden I had lizards. This is just I'd be walking in the hall and there's lizards. Started having lizards everywhere. So I
Yeah,
guess that was
lizards.
my answer. And then of course I got dogs. All kinds of dogs come to me. So dogs, lizards, you know, I was just like, okay, I got it. Got it.
We need to get Tijuana some herb books and stuff. The best ones are the Encyclopedia Scott Cunningham and the other one I have over there. Those are pretty good ones. But they do
Yeah,
have
and
other
then
ones too.
there's a couple of um internet-based courses you can take where it'll teach you the different herbs and how to make stuff with them.
I got a bunch of herbs back there. Well, it's not a bunch. They're like little packs, but
I used to have a whole wall because they used to have a witchy store in the town. They ran her out of town, but she had all the herbs, and you could go in there and get all the herbs. I mean, every herb there was, she had it. And I would like every payday go in and buy like 5, 10 herbs, and I had them all in little mason jars
yeah.
on a shelf that I made on a wall. And that was how I was able to make a bunch of the stuff because I always had all the herbs, all the herbs.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
So like I had them all. Now I got to start over from scratch. But yeah, I was walking through my bedroom to go to my bathroom because I like my master bath. I don't like the little one. I like mine. And I didn't have a light on in my room. And she decided she was going to lay. She's black, and she was going to lay across the end of the bed, the walkway by the end of the bed. And I didn't know she was there. And I went through there. And next thing I know, I am tripping over her, flying through the air about 3 feet forward, and I landed on all fours. My knees were mad, very mad. When you have 100 and something pounds land on your knees, they were mad. And I had to check, make sure I didn't hurt her because when I felt that I was starting to step on her, I kind of was like, no, and that's why I flew. I
I
flew
need to get
forever.
mine in mason jars because they're. I got those in. Oh wait, you can't see that. My elderberries. And I got a big bag of hibiscus. But I got a lot of herbs and a lot of little stones in here.
Let me see. I can make you big.
and apparently wax.
And see if that makes you big.
But
Nope.
most of
But
my stuff is
that didn't make you big. That didn't make anyone big.
little bags like this. Which that's
Yeah, mine are about as big. The bags that I can get where I go.
yeah. I mean, I do have friends like Michelle sent me a lot of those herbs, the big bags of herbs.
Yeah, I miss Michelle. I really miss Michelle.
She's a sweetheart. Yeah, these are elderberries. I make a cough syrup with it that my son loves.
I
I
used
gotta
to make
water it.
elderberry jelly.
Yeah, she makes some that. He would love that.
And but the thing is, you got to make sure you boil them and strain them and boil them. Make
Hey,
sure you get
Judy.
the bad juju out of them. Right up there with poke salad. Yes, we used to eat poke salad. Hi, Judy.
I want to make an herb garden too. That's on my to-do list, but the lack of energy.
I know my poor rock tumbling because it got so cold and I didn't want to tumble rocks when it was like frigid.
Oh,
Figured it probably wouldn't be good for the motor,
I
so I
would
just kind of
love
turned
to
it off
tumble
and
them.
set it. But like I think I'll wait until like March when it's more springy and it's not going to be doing this yo-yo stuff. But in that 5-gallon bucket my brother gave me, there are some beautiful, beautiful. Because after my mom first passed away, that's what he did. He would go down to the river and walk the river up and down, just up and down the river, picking up rocks.
Mm,
And that was what he did. Now he picks
I
up
did.
sticks, but that all these rocks, and he was just going to go throw them back out. I was like, no, no, I'll take them. And the last set I did from that, and there's one I put back for me and put it in my rock collection because it's one of those that you can come across a crystal that kind of talks to you,
Mm-hmm.
and that was one of them. So I kept that one, and I got one that looks like a little horse head.
Yeah.
I mean, really pretty. They came out with some really pretty ones. And so
I
I don't know
used
what
to
I'm going to do with all these pretty rocks. I don't
I
know.
used to walk the river up in Alaska, and that's where I found my first geode.
Oh, I wanted Alaska so bad because there's so much you can do up there
Oh
as long
yes,
as you
it is.
can tolerate the cold. It's like so much you can do.
Actually, they're warmer than us right now, and they don't have as much snow as us right now.
Well, well, where they were going to send me, I don't think so. They were wanting to send me to Fairbanks,
Fairbanks is beautiful. I've been to
and the
both
guy who
Fairbanks and
took my
Anchorage.
assignment because I was pregnant and I was due at the time I was supposed to go,
Mm-hmm.
and so a guy I worked with took my assignment, and he was like, "Well, when it's over and I come back, he said, I'll just you can have the next one." Well, he never came back.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing with Alaska. Once you go up there, you never want to come back because there
He
is so
never
much.
came back. I was like, "Well, dang." And that happened when I worked in the calf lab. We actually had a calf lab tech that decided he was going to travel for a little bit and then he'd come back.
Yeah,
Well, he traveled to Alaska and he up and sold his house, moved his family there, and never came back. He was like, "Oh, nope, gone." Now, I don't think I could handle the Berta thing of flying back and forth and back and forth. That's kind of like being on call all the
mm,
time.
it depends where you're going up in Alaska. Like if you're going to like Barrow, I don't think they call it Barrow anymore. But if you go up to Barrow, yes, you'll have to be on a plane. And Juneau, I believe, well, no, Juneau might have a road to it now. There's still a couple towns that don't have a road to it
That's
that you
good.
have
At
to
least
get
they're
on the
starting to
road.
get some roads to them. In the
Yeah,
winter, they'd be rough because I bet they don't maintain them in the winter. But yeah.
but Anchorage and Fairbanks, you can drive from Anchorage to Fairbanks.
Oh wow, because back in the day you couldn't. Because
No, you couldn't.
it was like how long ago? I was a nurse for 30 years, so it was before I started. So about 30 years ago was when I would have been up there. So yeah,
I
I would
was
have had to fly.
I was up there. We went up there in '89, and we left in '93.
Yeah, see, we went to northern Maine. I mean, we went up to like
I would love
Caribou.
me.
like the top of the state of Maine
Yeah, it's
in
beautiful.
89, and we left in 94 because we actually closed the base. Like when I left my house, I didn't have to do the super duper cleaning
Hmm.
because after I moved out, they were going to tear it down.
Yeah, when we left Anchorage, they shut down the Fort Richardson and Elmendorf, where they were going to keep Elmendorf, and they shut down Fort Richardson right when we left. And now it's like they have apartments in there and stuff like that, and it's more for the Eskimos.
Yeah,
And
I
then
don't know what they're going to do with Loring because they actually flew a plane in there a couple months ago. That was when I was posting all those plane videos
mm-hmm,
of those B-52s.
mm-hmm.
That was them actually landing a B-52 on a runway that has been closed for 29 years.
Those planes are rough to ride in. That's all I
So
can.
I was like, okay, what are y'all doing up there? Because you're doing something because you pulled this plane out of the boneyard, put it back together, made it flyable, flew it to a base that's been closed for 20 something years and hadn't had a plane land on the runway for 29 years.
I want to know what they did with oh God, what was the name of that? There was like this little mountain right outside the base, and they had stuff. And I don't know what they did with it when they closed the base.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Well, you know what they did with those two planes? Because you know they flew those two planes into Loring. Because I showed those videos.
Mm-hmm.
Those two planes, because my daughter used to work on B-52. She was a bomb loader. And she said, Mom, those were boneyard planes. She goes, those two planes came from the boneyard. It was Ghost Rider and then something else for the other one.
Wow.
And so they actually pulled them out of the boneyard, put them back together, fixed them to make them flyable. And like, I guess the crews did rock, paper, scissors. Because the guy said it took us a little bit to get crew together because it kind of rock, paper, scissors who was going to fly this thing. I'd be kind of
Yeah.
leery too. You know, it's been in a boneyard and just put together. So I'd be a little leery. So, but
Duct tape
then
and belling wire, man.
yeah, 2 days after they did that landing at Loring, they're the ones that they flew to Poland and Sweden to do bombing runs on the borders between those two countries and Russia.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I was like,
Hmm.
what? Because I get those videos in my YouTube, and they were like, yeah, Ghost Rider so and so just arrived in Poland. And I was just like, what? That was just in Loring. So that's why they pulled it out of the boneyard because they're putting them over there.
Hmm.
So it's like,
Well,
okay,
I
that's
guess if
kind
they
of.
pull them out of the boneyard and they still work, they're not losing anything by if it gets shut down or anything. Some
I mean, if
people.
they have to do some stuff to them to get them up flyable again, but they put them in boneyard. And I know my ex-husband, my first ex-husband, the one that was military that I was with for like 17 years, and he went to the boneyard and was because you used to be able to go in the boneyard.
Yeah.
You know, you could just drive through there, look at planes, and so him and his brother went to the boneyard and they stopped him at the gate and said, "Sir, your clearance is nowhere high enough for you to get in here. You got to leave." You know, so then they just had to drive around the outside of the boneyard and look at planes, and
Man.
they still come told me, "Yeah, y'all need to go."
When
So,
my nephews were young, I used to take them to the end of the runway at Elmendorf,
yep,
and we'd watch planes take off all day, and they just loved that.
yep, it's so cool. I mean, yes, my ears ring, but I saw because I mean, I worked on the flight line for almost 4 years.
Yeah.
That's how I met my husband was by driving him. You know, well, I met him from a friend bringing him over, but it was like, oh yeah, he goes, I know you. You drive me to my plane because he was a boom operator,
Yeah.
and so. I mean, you're always out there, and that was back when we did the Mitos, you know, where they would launch like 4 or 5 of the B-52s, and then they would drop, you know, launch the KCs behind them for the gas, and they would launch them like 30 seconds apart.
Yep.
And that's pretty awesome when you watch that. And now they're starting to do those again. I sent a video to my daughter off YouTube, and I said, "Do you realize your base is doing Mitos?" And she was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna send you a video." And it literally they did that's called global something, and it's like all the bases that have serious planes, and they put them all together. And like they launched like 4 or 5 buffs, and then they launched the Casey, and then they had these things that look like little mosquitoes. I don't know what the hell those were. She goes, I don't know what those either. I'm gonna have to call someone and ask them what those were. They lined them all up and was sending them out, and then another base was lining up all these fighter jets and shooting them off all at the same time. I'm just like, wow, because they haven't done that in a long time, a
The
long
coolest
time.
thing I ever got to do, of course, I got to ride in a B-52 because of my dad. But my first ex husband worked on 15s, F-15s,
Uh
and they
huh.
had a day to where the wives could go out there and ride in them.
Oh wow, now that would be awesome.
Yeah, I got to ride in an F-15. That was awesome.
I mean, I got to ride in a lot of the refuelers
Yeah.
because that's what my husband did. So I go on ride-alongs, and then as what I did, I would take people to these places like missile silos and different ops areas, and I would go in there, and they would sit there and grab me and use me for their show and tell. Like they put me in the machine where you're flying the plane. I crash. I always get discombobulated, and I flip it upside down and crash into something.
Yeah.
It happened all the time. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna fly very well because if I don't have instruments to watch, it was like, oh well, if I can't reorient myself by up and down, I would always turn upside down and then land, in the ground.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not good. And so they put me in there, and they put me in the one that would spin, and they take me into the missile silos. And so, yeah, I was like the guinea pig because I was like the only female in my squadron.
Yep.
And so I was like, they would dress me up in my class A's and say, you're going to go take 40 guys out to this buffalo ranch so they can have buffalo burgers.
Ooh.
And I mean, I literally, here I am, this little bitty thing, and I'm in class A's, and I'm driving this bus load of guys out to the middle of the Black Canyons up in, South Dakota.
Yeah.
And the roads up there for those canyons are like way curvy, way curvy. And they all thought it was great, and they're laughing and having a good old time. But then they sit there and they get fed, and then they get drunk. Coming back home, no one says a word.
Yep. Yep.
No, they're like, this little thing's driving this bus. And I mean, it was the big bus, the biggest bus there is,
Yeah.
and full of these guys, and they are drunk, and they are like not saying a peep. 'Cause I've always found that funny because on the way out there, they're like teasing you and, can you really handle this bus? All that kind of stuff.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then coming back, they're like quiet.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
it was like, they're like, yeah, I'm not saying a word.
We almost got stationed in North Dakota, but we went to Arizona instead. We went from Alaska to Arizona
Oh,
in the
wow.
middle
You
of the
went from
summer.
cold to super hot. Oh, my God. You
Yeah,
poor
that was
thing.
horrid. And
That would be horrid because, yeah, no, ooh, no, no. No, 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 no. That's why I got out. I was planning on being career military. And then when I went into, after my last pregnancy, it got to where they took me out of driving buses and they put me in missile dispatch.
mm,
And so you control all the crews that went out to the missiles.
yeah,
And you have to, up there, especially in the winter, you had to keep a tight lock on them. You had to know where they were at all times because we had one crew that had gotten off the road and they actually froze to death.
yeah,
And so it was like they had to check in every 15, 30 minutes. And I don't care if you want to stop at the little hole in the wall and have coffee and have breakfast. I'm fine with it. Just tell me you're doing it.
yeah. Don't go off. Yeah,
Don't go dead. Just say, hey, we're going to go into wall for an hour. We'll check back with you when we get in the truck. I'm fine with that. Because if I don't have that and I can't contact you in 30 minutes, I would have to actually launch helicopters. I would have to contact police and fire trucks from the vicinity of where I think you might be at
yeah.
and have them go look at just to make sure you're not in a ditch
And you're fine.
and you're fine. You just decided you was going to go eat and you didn't want to tell anybody. So I started making this really nasty little letter that I would send to their first shirt when they did that.
Mhm.
Because, I'm making towns do all this runaround. I'm launching helicopters,
Yeah.
all this stuff. And it's like, all you got to do is say, hey, I want to go have breakfast or I want to go have coffee, and I don't care. But when I got 50 crews and I'm trying to keep up with them and you're just going like silent, I don't know if you're in a ditch, you're dead, you're what.
Yep.
I mean, so it was like, ugh.
Yeah.
And
Like,
I got so good at that that they informed me that they were going to lock me into that. And the only two bases they had for that was North Dakota at Minot and South Dakota.
oh, it's beautiful up there at least.
Well, in South Dakota, but Minot's not so beautiful.
Uh, that's true.
Minot is totally flat. There are no trees unless they're planted in front of a house. I mean, they call it why not Minot, and there's a reason.
Yeah, we're considered a high plain desert here, so we really don't have trees unless they're planted, and we have no water, and it looks like the Grand Canyon most of the time.
So it was like, yeah, I don't want to go to Minot. You know, I don't mind it here, but I'm not going. So I got out with my pregnancy. It was like, yeah, okay, I'm pregnant. And it was like I was due in like 1 month. And I was like, how pregnant do I have to be to get out? And they said, up till the day you deliver. I said, okay, start my papers.
Yeah,
But because I was like, I am not getting locked down into just two bases for the rest of my 20 years. It was like, no, no.
when I started at the coal mine, we didn't have the fancy stuff we have now, where you can actually see where people are underground, and
Oh, that's cool.
they would have to call in and say, "Hey, I'm headed to this tunnel on this side, and I'm doing this."
Oh, yeah, because and then if the person that they're calling, if they didn't do that, then you don't know where they're at.
Yes, and if
Eh,
the mine fan goes down, or we have high CO or methane in the tunnels,
yeah, and you have no idea.
yeah. See, now they have it easy. You can see where everybody is underground, and you can check all the levels of everything underground, and it made it easy. But
Oh, yeah, that would be so. Because I mean, that would freak me out. Whenever I lost somebody, it would freak me out
hmm
because you just don't know. You have
it would
no
get so
clue.
stressful that they would only allow us to work 4 hours a day on it.
Oh, and
And
then of course, some other base was having their runway worked on. So they put our base on working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. And I was pregnant. I was very pregnant.
you were like, oh,
And I was like, you know what? Yeah, not a good time to be telling me I got to do this for 20 years.
no kidding.
It was like, okay, I give. I'm done. I'm done.
See, I tried to get into the military, and I had everything set up to where I could. I passed everything. I found out that I would be in a nice spot, because they weren't going to bring me in as a private either. I have some
Oh, that's
college and
nice.
stuff, but my failure was I didn't sleep with the recruiter.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
at least I didn't have to do that.
one of those.
Yeah.
So I didn't get in. I was so mad. I was so
My
disappointed.
recruiter was really cool because I had a really nice car. I mean, I had a nice car for the year. I mean, I had a Thunderbird back in when did I go in? 1980? I think 1980. I had a Thunderbird.
I haven't seen one of those in years.
And so my son has a 1969 Thunderbird that actually has those suicide doors that open out
Really?
like the doorknobs are two doorknobs in the middle and
Yeah.
you open the doors out. It's really weird.
Huh.
It's like, yeah, he found it in a barn and put it back together and then he drives it. He drives it to shows
Oh, that's awesome.
and
I'm
puts it in
surprised he
shows. And
doesn't
he
put it on
actually
the.
beat out like the whoop-de-dooed up, super souped up cars
Yeah.
because everything on his car was original and worked,
I had
even
a
the radio.
I had a 1965 candy apple red uh, Mustang.
Ooh, pretty.
I love that car, but yeah,
The
we
only
had.
bad thing about his is it's faded over the years. And it used to be that kind of like lime green that Ford put out back then.
Yeah.
Well, when it fades out, it looks like baby poop green.
Ooh.
And so I told him, I said, yeah, it's a cool car, but I could do without the baby poop green. And so he'll open the trunk and then you can see what the real color was. And I was like, oh, no, that's a pretty color, but that's baby poop green.
Do you get red hands? Like parts of your hands turn red?
Uh,
Like around my finger beds are red right now. Well, my hands are burning, so.
well, mine will turn blue. Like if I'm in a hot bath,
Yeah.
they'll turn blue.
I'm
That's
not
really
going to tell
weird.
you how I got frostbite up in Alaska, but let's just say I had it on my butt and my legs and
Uh,
my
I
feet
got it
and
in
my
this
hands.
thumb. If it gets cold, that thumb hurts so bad
Ooh,
because
oh,
once you have frostbite in a digit,
yes.
you'll always, if it gets cold, it'll always act up.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was from driving snowmobile. So when you're
Mm-hmm.
driving, your thumbs are up,
Uh-huh.
and it was from driving snowmobile, and I got frostbite in my thumbs. It was like, oh, I've never been so cold in my life because stupid me thought, oh, it's nice today. I don't need to wear multiple layers and a snowsuit. No. And so I just had a snowsuit, but not multiple layers underneath it. And the people we went riding with decided they was going to ride till 4 o'clock in the morning. And so, yeah, I've never been so cold in my life.
Mm-hmm. I've had it on my hands and feet. Of course, I got dared to wade across a river during breakup.
No, no, no,
So I did
no.
it. That was part of the problem. But yeah, now if my fingers get cold, they turn white.
Yeah, mine turned
They're
blue.
hurting.
Weird. It's really weird. And a
Like,
lot of times my hands will be colder.
yes, my hands and feet and butt. But yeah,
Yeah, our butts are always cold, and our nose. My
I know.
nose will be cold. It's really weird.
And then I got
Strange.
heat exhaustion being on the fire department up here. That's
Oh
how
yeah,
I
I
found
wouldn't
out
want
I
to
was
do that.
pregnant.
Nope. I
I'm
am too
afraid of
old for that much heavy, hard work.
I'm afraid of
Way too
fire.
old.
So it was really fun.
Way too old for that hard work. And actually, the hard work's not the issue. It's the lack of abdominal muscle now because since,
Ugh.
that doctor jacked it up, I have a giant hole on the left side that's just held together by mesh.
Ooh,
And mesh doesn't, I mean, it stretches and it doesn't hold very well.
yeah,
And so I have like a 9-inch incision down the middle of your abdominal muscles and not down the middle of your belly, but down in the middle of where your six pack would be.
yeah,
And so all those muscles just went pling like that. And so they really can't put them all together. And so it's just basically held with mesh.
huh?
And sometimes I've had 3 open surgeries from where mesh has failed, because mesh fails.
Yes,
And so I'm really careful about how much I lift, how much I push, how much I pull,
yeah.
because I don't want to blow that out. Because I'm kind of tired of having open abdominal surgeries. I had 3 of them in
Oof,
1 year.
that's not good.
1 year's time, I had 3 open abdominal surgeries.
The worst I had was I was getting sick all the time. I mean, literally. And I'm the type of person I don't really get sick like that. And I went to the doctor. They thought my gallbladder exploded already.
Ooh, that's
And
not
I
good.
was in there like 2 weeks and my lung collapsed and then I got pneumonia. And yeah, it was a bad thing. And they
Yeah,
didn't
that would
tell me
be.
anything at the hospital, of course, because they don't do that. But when I got out of the hospital, my doctor was like, yeah, you almost died.
Yeah, I did. And I got really angry at the doctor because being a cath lab nurse, I know exactly what they pulled because it was a Friday when I arrived. I was flown in. Okay, you don't fly someone in if they're not emergent.
Yes.
I mean, you don't put them in a helicopter and fly them. That was
Yes.
a $43,000 flight. You
Mm-hmm.
don't do that. Okay, so that tells you that something was emergent. Well, I get there, and because I'm not acting a fool, but being a nurse, I never acted a fool, you know. Yeah, I hurt, but I'm not going to act a fool. And I had a blood pressure, but that was because of the meds they gave me at the prior hospital and the blood they had given me at the prior hospital.
Yeah.
And I still had a small bleed, but he decided because it was at 5 o'clock and he would have to call in the after hours call team. And it was a Friday night and they would have to work Friday night, that he would just wait till Saturday morning to do the surgery
Really.
because Because I mean, the doctor had perforated my epigastric artery, which you can't shut down they had put coils in it. And luckily, the girl who had the coils, I had gotten a hold of her and had her come in. And so she was there.
Yeah.
And so, without that, I wouldn't even be alive, but yet I still had a small bleed. So he was supposed to go in there and get all the, like, I don't know how many liters of blood out of my abdomen. I looked like I was 9 months pregnant.
Ugh. Oh no.
And so my abdomen's full of blood. I'm still bleeding. He was supposed to go in there and, make sure he tacked off that bleed or see if it stopped and take all that blood out. Well, he waits till the next morning and they pretty much touched me and I died.
Ugh.
I mean, they put me on the operating table and he pretty much touched me and I died. And then he put a line in for, checking pressures and he perforated my lung and I
Oh
dropped
no.
another 1,500 cc's of blood
Mm.
immediately. And so, I come out of it and I shouldn't be here because I know what rhythm I was in. And as a nurse in 30 years, I've only seen 3 people actually make it through that rhythm.
Yeah.
And I'm the only one that made it out talking, walking, and being able to function. So it's not a good rhythm to be in because it still looks like you have a heartbeat
Yeah.
on the screen, but you don't. So unless someone's really paying attention to realize you're not breathing, they don't notice that you're dead.
Yeah.
And the only thing you can do for it is CPR and epi. It's not one you can shock. It's not one you can give the other big meds. It's just epi and then pray that they come back because they may not.
Yeah.
So I mean, I really shouldn't be here. But so I came out of it. I was like comatose on a vent for over a week. I wake up and I have a chest tube because he perked my lung. Well, he puts the chest tube through the middle of my boobie.
Oh,
He
nice.
didn't even move the boobie. He went through the boobie.
Oh my
I
God.
was just like, really? I mean, you're supposed to ask the nurse to pull the boobie tissue over and go behind,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to go through the boobie. He went through the boobie.
Oh.
So it was like, what the hell? As a nurse, I'm thinking, well, what the hell? And I come to when I finally did come to, and I came to because my ventilator tube kinked off and I couldn't breathe. Thank you, Pommy. But I couldn't breathe. So I
Aw.
wake up and I'm like, that's the only time I've come to. And I'm like, my son's in a chair. He's exhausted. He's out. So I'm kicking side rails. I'm kicking foot rails, trying to get someone's attention because
Yeah.
I can't breathe. And so I finally decided I am not going to sit here and die after just waking up.
Yeah.
And so I literally took a tooth and pulled the tube out. Well, then all these alarms go off. My son wakes up, he's freaking out. And he said, Mom, I had to go through 2 hallways to find a person. He goes, I never found the nurse. I found a person and told them that your breathing tube was out. And so they said they would go get a nurse. So more than likely they were having a party and
Yeah.
everybody was in the party because my nurse was not at her desk where she should have been.
Aren't there like one stays behind and watches
Well, it's
everything?
supposed to be, yeah. Well, what it's supposed to be is there's this little cubicle in between 2 rooms, and you're supposed to sit in that cubicle that has windows so you can see both of your patients.
Yeah.
I did that for 12 years, so I know. And since I was on a ventilator and I had like, three IV pumps or poles with like 4 pumps on each pole, that's not the patient you just leave.
Yeah.
It really isn't. I mean, I had gotten 16 units of blood, all kinds of crazy crap. And so they come in there and this nurse, I'll never forget her. She come in and she looks at me and she goes, you did that to be mean. I looked at her and my voice is like this. And I said, no, I did that to breathe. I mean, because I was like, what? And then she goes, well, we're just going to put another one right down you. And I sit there and I pop my hand up. And as a nurse, I remember I did critical care and ER for years and years. I went and I said, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. And I was naming them off and you can do this and you can do this, but you are not doing that.
Yeah.
So then they're looking at me like, oh, hell, now what do we do? Because I told them, I said, you are not putting another tube down me. You can do any of those other. Of course, they picked the worst one. Out of all my 5 choices I gave them, they picked the worst one.
Oh.
And that's what they put you on if you have COVID and you're really bad.
Yeah.
Before you go to the unit, they put you on this thing called Vapotherm.
Yeah.
And literally, you're pushing 100% oxygen at 40 liters per minute. The little thing on the wall only goes to 10.
Yeah.
It's pushing 40. So you feel like this oxygen is pushing your brain out the back of your head. And I got stuck on that thing for 2 days.
Oh no.
Yeah, but I was not a happy camper because I
I
was
bet
strict
not.
keto. I was strict keto then. And so it was like, no, I do not eat sugar, anything with sugar. I do not eat carbs. I'm a strict keto.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was strict keto. I was down to like less than 16 carbs a day.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 16 carbs a day, no sugar. I was strict keto.
I would die without my sugar.
And you literally, when you detox completely off sugar and then you eat sugar, it will give you the headache from hell.
Really?
You'll get nauseated and you will get a headache that is unbelievable. I mean, it's
Huh.
awful just from a little bit of sugar. Once you get it all out of your system, that's how bad it affects you. And so I was like, no. And so I had this one nurse that she was bound determined I was going to eat this stuff. And I was like, no, I'm not. And so I sent my dad down to the Subway because I was like, they have a Subway. Can you just get me a spicy Italian and I'll just take the bread off?
Yeah.
It'll be like having a salad with meat.
Yeah.
Well, this nurse comes in and she chews me out because I'm not eating the carbs. And then chews my dad out for going and getting it. And I said, this is no worse than having a chef's salad. I said, I have everything in here that you would have in a chef's salad except for the bread.
Yep.
And so I was like, and me and her fought because I mean, my blood sugar is always going to be low because you don't put sugar in your body. You
Yeah.
burn off fat. So your blood sugar stays like mine stayed between 59 and 64.
Wow.
But I didn't supply it with sugar and I didn't supply it with carbs.
Mommy.
I didn't burn on that. And so I couldn't get that across to her. So she was picking my fingers every 30 minutes.
Ugh.
So, like for 3 days, every 30 minutes, she was poking fingers.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they knew I wasn't happy when I sat there. And before I left that hospital, I was like, I want my records and I want them on paper and I want them in my hand before I leave.
Yes.
And they were like, uh-oh.
Yep.
Because I went through them papers and found all these charges that were like really wacky and procedures that they did on me that were uncalled for. And it was just crazy. And I guess the insurance caught it too because they notified me and said, we're not paying them and you're not to pay them. So my $500,000 bill went bye-bye. Because, yeah.
After that gallbladder thing, it was $56,000. And I was like, oh my God.
Oh, when I saw that bill and it was like $500,000, I was freaking.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Freaking.
Please, please, please.
And then thank God they have helicopter insurance. You know, you can pay like $50 a year and you're covered for your helicopter coverage in your area.
Yeah.
Well, thank God I had that because my helicopter bill was $43,000
Oh my gosh.
for
Yeah,
like a 20-minute flight.
They wanted to put me on a helicopter to the bigger hospital in our bigger city. And I was like, I'll drive, but thank you.
Well, there wasn't no letting me drive. I mean, it was like my poor nurse that day was my best friend. I had asked her to be my nurse. And she said, I have never been so scared in my life. She goes, because I really thought you were dead.
Oh, no.
She goes, when we flew you out of here, I never expected to see you again.
Oh, that's not good.
She goes, we all thought you were gone. I mean, it was that bad. And then my boss was like, yeah, you're never allowed to have another procedure here because you go talking to people who are dressed in white that are not even there and everything goes to hell and no one works with. I mean, one of the doctors literally, when they flew me out, he went and jumped in his truck and raced to the hospital I was going to.
Really?
Yeah. The other one, as soon as his day was over, which he canceled half of his cases because he was the doctor I had, he canceled half of his cases and he drove to Little Rock to sit with my family. I mean, it was It was not pretty.
Doesn't sound like it.
I have one doctor going, "Do you remember talking to the person dressed in white?" And
Oh,
supposedly I was arguing with the person dressed in white.
you would. You would. No.
And literally, my girlfriend said, "You were sitting there saying, 'I'm not going. I'm not going. No, I'm not going.'" And so this doctor said, "Ask her what she's talking about." Because he's a little Hindu priest, but he goes, "Ask her what she's talking about." And she was like, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, I'm talking to the guy standing next to you." And she was like, "What guy?" And I was like, "The guy dressed in white next to you." And she said, "Well, what's he saying?" And I said, "He says I'm supposed to go with him." And she was like, "Oh, no, 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 you're not supposed to go nowhere. No, no, you don't go nowhere."
You
And I said,
skater.
"Well, I'm telling him I'm not going with him." And then when the doctor got the coils in and it shut down most of the bleed, he actually had my nurse ask me what the guy was saying then. And I told her that he was gone, but I thought I was still supposed to go. And then I died the next morning.
Ugh.
So it really kind of freaked him out.
Well, yeah, that would freak me out.
And so it was like, and literally the doctor who did this crazy cut, because instead of doing the two little cuts on each side, he literally cut me from the bottom of my ribs all the way down to my pubic bone.
Really?
Yeah, that big of a cut. And he never closed it. Because I guess he never thought I was going to come back alive. Because when I got up and started walking, I started noticing this big basketball size thing falling out of the side of my abdomen. And I was like, "This is not right. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong." And
Me
so
too,
I went
man.
to a surgeon in that town, and that surgeon told me I was fat on one side. Now, how you can be just fat on one side, I don't know.
See, I hate it when they do that.
You're usually fat all the way around.
Yeah.
And so I fired him and I went to another surgeon in a bigger city. And he took one look at me and he said, "I know what's happened." And he said, "You're surgical and you'll be on the table in 5 days." He said, "My first opening is Tuesday and you'll be on the table." And when he got in there, he said, "Well, I was looking for a little hole." He said, and so he said, "I went ahead and with scope and put a scope in and looked up." And he said, "That entire incisional wall was not put together." He said it was like this far apart. Where's the camera? About that far apart.
Oh my gosh.
And so he had to pull that all together. But when he pulled and that was just the fascia, the stuff at the
Yeah.
bottom that holds everything in.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, because that was all the guts and everything coming out. So he put that back together, but then all those abdominal muscles weren't together. So then I was dealing with that.
Yes.
So, yeah, it was like I was very unhappy with that doctor because I was like, if you had just taken me the night before when I was fairly stable and just done your two little cuts and cleaned everything out, this would not have happened.
I would have sued.
You can't. I tried.
I know you can't. It's
You can't.
impossible to win anyway, but
They have made it in this state. The governor of this state has made it where you have to file. This is what you have to file. You have to file for criminal negligence and criminal malpractice together.
really.
And it has to be criminal, which means they intended to do it.
And then prove
So
that
how
they
are you going to prove that someone did something criminally?
You can't prove that.
You're right. And so the lawyer was like, "Now, if you were almost dead or were dead, or you came in here and you're like in a wheelchair," he said, "we might be able to do something with that." He said, "But you look too good."
Ugh.
I'm serious. He said, "You look too good." And at that time, I could hardly walk. I had to relearn to walk. I had to relearn how to use my right arm, but I looked too good. And he was like, and then he goes to find someone who will go against this guy. He said, "We're not going to find anyone in this state that would testify against him." He goes, "We're going to have to go to another state that's the same as this state, to find a city the same as this city, find someone that does that, that's willing and hadn't met him at a conference to go against him. And then we're going to have to pay all that money to fly them in." So he was like, "Yeah, it's going to be really hard."
Ugh. See, that's horrible.
It is. I was like, man, they are covered.
They
But
are.
now, if a nurse follows the orders, she's being put in jail. because they're filing criminal charges against the nurses because they figured they can go after the nurses
And
because they can't get the doctor.
yeah.
So if, someone says, do a Foley or do an enema or something, and someone had an adverse reaction to something, they can file charges against the nurse for following the doctor's order for a procedure. It's like, I was like, I got out of nursing at the right time.
I know, right?
Really got out at the right time. Because I was like, yeah, when they started putting nurses in prison for following doctor's orders, I was like, yeah, no.
See, I was always the nurse's nightmare because I've hurt everything and broken everything, and I pretty much know my body pretty well. So I'll go in there and I'll be like, well, my ankle, I have problems with it because it's not strong, and I tore the ligaments in it. I think I retore them, and I might have almost broke it. And they're like, yeah, whatever. You don't know what you're talking about. And then they come back and they're like, hey, you tore all the ligaments in your ankle and you almost broke it. And I'm like, really?
Well, I tried to tell them I broke my ankle, and they were like, no, you walked in here. And I said, I'll tell you, every time I tried to take a step, I'd pass out. I was, too. I was trying to walk back up to the unit, and literally, I would start passing out. So I'd be like sitting in a chair, putting my head between my knees, or sit on the ground, put my head down between my knees. Yeah. And then I hit that one last time, and I was going for that button on the wall, and I passed out. So I called my unit, and it was like, I'm falling and I can't get up. I was doing that little old lady falling and I can't get up spiel. And they were like, well, where are you? I said, well, when you walk out of the ER, those double doors with silver button just before you get out to the hall, I said, I'm laying in front of them doors. I said, but I can't get up because every time I try to get up and put pressure on this foot, I pass out.
Yeah.
I mean, every time I would pass out. And so she said, here's the ER number, call them. So I called them and told them, come around the corner, you'll see me in the floor. So they come around with a wheelchair. And the guy was like, what's wrong? And I said, I think I broke my ankle. And he said, well, where'd you come from? I was like, the ambulance bay, because that was back when I smoked, bad girl. And I had been sitting to where I was sitting on my foot and did not realize that my foot was like asleep. And when I say asleep, I mean, I put my weight on that foot and it didn't exist.
Yep.
And it just crumbled and slammed the side of my ankle into the concrete.
Yep.
Because that foot, I mean, it was like it was like gone. It was asleep, which I guess I'm thankful for because I didn't feel the break because it was asleep. But I was like, no, I walked in here. I said, but every time I try to walk, I pass out. And so he was like, yeah, you probably just sprained it real bad. And he took me back, and he was the x-ray person, and he x-rayed it, and he came out and he said, you broke it.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I tried telling you I broke it. And so they actually had a little security guard because, they put it in a cast and all this. And I still had to drive home. And I lived 40 miles from home.
Yeah.
Or I worked 40 miles from where I lived. And so the security guard put me in a wheelchair and he took me up to get my purse from the unit. And then he takes me down to his little car thing and drives me around in my car, puts me in my car. And I was thinking, I am so thankful I don't have a stick shift because that would be really bad right about now. Yeah, wouldn't work real well. And so I drive to my house, and now it's starting to hurt because I'm holding my leg up by holding on to my pants.
Yep.
I'm literally holding my pants that's holding my leg up so it's not bouncing on the floorboard.
Yep.
And I get to my garage and I'm like, okay, now how do I get in the house? And so I scooch out and just land on my butt on the ground and get my legs out, shut the car door, scooch on my butt to the door, open the door, scooch all the way in, get in the house, call my mom. It was like, yeah, I broke my ankle. I need help. I need some help. My son, he came in and he's like, well, what's wrong with you? And I was like, can you get me to the bathroom and to the couch? I broke my ankle. So he puts my foot up on a pillow after he took me to the bathroom and puts 4 water bottles near the couch. And he's like, bye, Mom. I'll see you later. And I was like, okay. So my mom gets there and she did the corkscrew through the ceiling when she found out that was how he left me. Yeah. Literally foot propped up in front of the TV with 4 water bottles and he's gone. And so, yeah, that was my first breaking of my ankle. I ended up being off my foot for 5-6 weeks with that one.
I've always had weak ankles.
I used to want to do parachute jumping, go
Yeah,
skydiving, but now my ankles are so weak. I would love to do it, but I'm too scared with my ankles because I have broke both of them.
yeah.
And so since breaking both of them, I know they're weak, and that would not be a good thing. It
Let's
would be
just
a
say
very
they're
bad
weak
thing.
enough. I was walking down my driveway, and my driveway was like at an angle, and I fell and I uh, tore all the ligaments in my ankle and almost broke it.
Oh
Just by
God, the pain.
falling. I was like, okay.
The pain is unreal. I mean, it was
Yes.
my boss kept going, "When you coming back to work?" And I'm like, "Hey, my
Never.
mom's got me up on her couch now. My foot's up. I'm not allowed to do anything, and she just keeps feeding me. I gained 15 pounds. It was like awful because she just kept feeding me like three
Uh-huh.
times a day, and I'm not off the couch because I couldn't weight bear yet. So it was like, yeah.
And I have a problem sitting still too. So, I mean, you notice I'm always moving around.
Well, I
But
didn't get a choice. She kind of glued me to her couch and like sat across me and was like, "Yep, no, get down."
so when I
And
get
then when I broke the other
done,
one, me and her were at it's they're kind of like the little mini casinos that aren't casinos because you can't win money, you just get points.
yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
Ooh, Sandy, that sounds awesome.
Sandy is awesome. She sends so much good stuff out.
But so we're at this little, one of those little arcade thingies where you just get points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and my blood sugar dropped out, and I felt it. I mean, I'm at the machine, and I can feel it. I'm getting dizzy and lightheaded, and I thought, well, I'm gonna go get a Coke and some cookies.
Mm-hmm.
So I make it to the Coke and the cookies, and I was trying to get the cookie in my mouth, and guess what? I passed out. Well, evidently, I was walking like a drunk person doing this woo 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 woo, and it had those chairs with the ring around the bottom,
Oh yeah.
and I evidently got my foot inside one of them chairs, and then when I passed out, it literally snapped it on
Oh,
both sides. And
ow.
so, I mean, I hit the ground, poof, out, and I was out. They thought I'd smacked my head. They were trying to call an ambulance. People on their machines are still steadily hitting the button. No one moves. So if you have a heart attack in a casino, you're on your own.
Yep.
No one's stopping it because this was for fake money, guys. This was for points, and they wouldn't move. I mean, would not move. So if you think about that, that was for points and no one moved. So what's going to happen? I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, real money. Yeah, no one's going to help you. So finally, some of the workers showed up and they went and got my mom. And so she wanted to stay for a while. Well, I'm in the bathroom throwing up. So I probably had a concussion
Yeah.
from hitting the floor because I'm throwing up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm watching my ankle and it's just getting, I mean, it got like this big and it's black and blue and my foot turned green. It was bad. And we got to the house and it was so funny because I had a Camaro back then and my mom has to drive because I'm right-handed, right-footed and all, and it was my right foot I broke. So I broke that right ankle, can't drive. So I had my mom drive. Okay. She don't drive real well. And she's driving a Camaro. She can hardly see over the steering wheel. It has that super long hood.
Yeah.
So she is driving down the middle of a 2-lane highway, half the time on the wrong side of the highway. And I'm like, Mom, to the right of the yellow line. Get to the right of the yellow line. You're on the wrong side of the road. We finally get to the apartments and she parks it like catty corner in front of the apartments, like through three spaces. And so when we get in the house, I tell my daughter, I'm like, go out and move the car, make it all fit in one spot to start with. And she was like, let's take it to the ER. And I was like, oh, no ER. No. I said, because all they're going to do is what I'm going to do. I
Yep.
said, you're going to put my foot up on some pillows. You're going to take an ace bandage and wrap it up real tight.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to give me some Motrin and you're going to pack it in ice. And I'll go to the doctor on Monday.
Yep. That's exactly what they do.
I said, because that is exactly what they were going to tell me to do. I know I did ER nursing for 5 years. So that's it. Poof, in a nutshell. I'm not paying thousands of dollars to be told that. She was
Half the
flipping
time I
out.
won't even go to the doctor because I'm like, they're going to tell me to do this and I already know to do this. So why? Wipe off.
Before I go to a doctor or I go to the hospital, I do all the things A, B, C, D, E, F, G
Yep.
that they would tell me to do
Yep.
before I go. When I run out of things I know they would tell me to do, or I know I need something that I can't get at home and I don't have in my stash at home,
Mm-hmm.
and then I go. I am so bad. Like before my last surgery, it took me 8 months to get in with this woman. I was referred in June. My appointment was in September. My surgery was in November. So it took that long to get in with her. So I was like, and I was over at my dad's house, and for some reason, my blood pressure just kept bottoming out. I don't know if I just didn't, I don't know what it was. Really don't know if I wasn't hydrated enough or what. But my daughter took my blood pressure, and sitting up, I was 70 over 40. And if
Ooh,
I stood up, I was in the 50s.
that's not good.
And she's like, I'm taking you to the hospital. I said, no, you're not. I said, you're going to take me over to my house. You're going to lay me down flat. You're going to give me some water and make me drink a bunch of water, get some hydration on board, and I will be fine. I said, but I'm not going to the ER because if I go to the ER, then my surgery's over. And I said, it took 8 months to get this thing scheduled, and I'm not going to miss it.
Last time I broke fingers, my husband, he was panicking. I straightened him back out because, pain is nothing. And I started taping him, and he's like, we need to go to the ER. And I'm like, they'll do this.
Yep. I've done that with my feet. I don't know how many times. I had broke my little toe to where it was like sticking over like this.
Yep.
There's first screen. Toe sticking over the side. And so I tried to go to the ER where I worked on my way into work. And they were so backed up, and they were like, yeah, we can't put you in front of anybody, so it'll be forever. And I was like, okay, never mind. So I get up to the unit, and I get a tongue blade, some gauze, a little bit of tape, and I called a friend in there, and I said, grab that toe. She's like, oh, my God. And I said, take that toe, and you pull it up straight, and then put this in between it, and then wrap them together and get it in my shoe. Yep. And then I worked all night. I did a 12-hour shift.
Because that's exactly what they would do. They don't.
But I was like, that's all they would have done was pull it out, straighten it up, and then tape it. And then you just leave it in the tape for about 6 to 7 weeks, and you're good.
And
but it was like,
did it myself, and I'm like, we'll be fine. And everybody's like, you need to go to the hospital. I'm like, why? This is what they're going to do. They're not going to put it in a cast. It's fingers.
The only thing they'll do is give you that little metal thing.
Yeah.
To put over it and under it to keep it in place.
Walmart.
And heck, I can make something that'll do that.
Well, you can get them at Walmart now too.
You can improvise.
I was like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
That's it. I mean, I literally have medical grade. You can get this on Amazon. That's great. Medical grade staplers. They're sterilely sealed, and it's a one-time use stapler, and then it comes with a staple remover. I actually had to use it on one of my dogs once, and so it doesn't have it. It's nothing like the ones you hear in the ER. The ER ones you hear going chink to chink to chink. The sound freaks you out more than anything else.
Yeah.
This one is quiet, no kickback, easy. I think it was like $11.
Really?
Yeah.
I would love to get a big med kit that I can keep here for.
And then they had they called Numb It, and it's a numbing cream that you put on the skin, and it numbs it. So you could actually, like, if you got a bad cut, you could clean it really good, pinch it together, staple it shut, and be good.
Oh, I need that. I need that in my life.
So I bought 2 of them and have them back in my stash just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case.
My stash kind of got raided, so I need to restock it.
I mean, that's my just in case stash. And back when I was in the ER and I had surgical, the actual like 2O silk and a couple of needle drivers.
Yeah.
Like my brother fell over, shit-faced drunk, hit the fireplace, knocked the brick out of it, busted his eyebrow open. And I was like, you are way too drunk for us to take you to the ER. And so his friends just held him down, and I sutured his eye shut. Yeah. But then I put tape over it so that he wouldn't sit there and mess with it while he was drunk.
Yep.
And he woke up in the morning and was like, well, why didn't you sew me together? And he was all mad because he felt the tape. And I said, well, under that tape, you are sewed together.
Yeah, I've sewed up wounds and stuff that I've
I
gotten.
was like, you are way too drunk to take to the ER. They would have put you in the drunk tank. So, yeah. But they actually do. They sell all the drivers for suturing. They sell the suture. And it's in a kit. It's like a
Yeah.
suture kit. You can get that on Amazon. You just look up suturing kit. Look up medical stapler. You'll get the medical grade sterile staplers. I mean, I was like, yeah, that works great.
I need
Because
to stock. I'm gonna have to get some.
because whenever the first when I had the bulldog and she had that big incision on her neck, and then she decided she wanted to be alpha dog, and the pit bull mastiff that weighs 105, he was like, no, I'm alpha dog and I've lived here forever. Well, they went at it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it busted her incision open, which I'm kind of glad it did, because when it did, she had this big old glob of clotty stuff that came out, and that really needed to come out.
Yeah.
So it really needed to be out. But then she's got this big open hole, and so I just took the stapler and put about 17 staples in her and did that.
It's the best way to do it. I mean, really.
I was up there and I pushed all that nasty stuff out of the, because it's not going to heal real well with all that in there.
Yeah.
So I pushed all that out and then closed it up and suture shut. And I was like, now you stay in your corner and you stay in your corner and leave each other alone.
Yep.
Because it took about a month before they decided they were going to share alpha status. Took about a month.
We lived in South Carolina, and there were 11 people in this house and 5 dogs.
Oh, wow.
And one of my dogs, she was really gentle. I mean, really, really gentle. And she was a pushover. You could pick on her all you want, and she'd just take it. She didn't like this dog, and he was a boxer. And that was the first time I ever saw her get angry and go after a dog. And they had their fight, and I had to sew them both up because they both tore into each other.
Yep. Stapling is much easier than sewing them. It is good to check.
Go ahead.
And I was like, oh, this is a nice stapler. That's when I went back and bought more.
Yeah, I was like, we can handle this. We don't need a vet.
The vet probably would have croaked if he knew that whole incision, because it was pretty long. It was about this long.
Yeah.
I mean, it was about 6-7 inches long. Because literally, like I said, it was a 2-pound, 3-pound tumor he took off her neck. So it was like pretty much all around her neck.
Yeah.
So she really didn't need that big clot sitting on her breathing, so because bulldogs breathe so bad anyway. And of course, she was one of those that her nose was sitting up between her eyes.
4 of those.
I mean, she literally looked like she had hit the wall doing about 100 miles an hour.
They're so cute, though, but they do have sinus issues because of that.
I mean, literally.
You made my bigger. I have my camera off. I'm being bad. I'm being a bad girl.
Let me see if I can get that smaller again.
Oh, you don't have to. I can move my cameras around to where.
Okay. But literally, she looked like she hit a wall doing 400 miles an hour. And her whole nose was smashed up between her eyes. I mean, it was set right here. Just
we had a Chihuahua, and they said it was purebred, but her face was smashed in. She looked like a pug mix.
Yeah, that sounds more pug. So she wasn't purebred.
And we would have to literally sit there, and we got one of those nose squishy thingies for babies, and we'd have to clear out her sinuses all the time. And yeah.
Oh, and this thing drooled and she ate. I mean, she was a mess. She was a hot mess. And she was so ugly, she was cute. I mean, I got to say that. She was so ugly, she was cute. But yeah. I mean, like her legs were like 4 inches long and she weighed 50 pounds. She looked like a little hippo. Little hippo.
I would have named her something like Hippo.
Well, I was going to call her Stinky because she smelled so bad when I first got her. So when I was at the vet and they said, what's her name? And I was like, Stinky. Because, I mean, she stunk so bad from that infection in her neck. But I was like,
Yeah.
no, I can't do that to her. I said, name her lady. I was like, name her lady. Because, oh, she smelled horrid.
And I was driving down a highway, and I saw the guy in front of me was swerving all over the road. But I saw him reach beside him and throw something out of the window.
Oh, no.
It was a puppy. So
Oh,
I
my
round up the
God.
puppy, I make sure she's okay, and I chase after this guy and I call the cops.
Yeah.
Because back then I didn't care. I didn't have any,
That is
anything to
awful.
where I would not really protect myself, but I didn't care.
Don't care.
I mean, that is awful. Pick up a puppy and throw it out the window. That's all. I've seen one jump out the window,
Yeah,
but to pick one up and throw it out the window, yeah,
she was a
that's.
purebred golden retriever. Why?
Oh, I would have been so pissed.
But she was okay, and I kept her, of
Yeah, I
course.
would have kept her, and I definitely would have turned him in.
Oh yeah, I chased him down that highway until the police, got behind me because we were speeding. And of course, I pull off, and I'm like, "That's the guy that threw her out the window," and they went after him.
I mean, that is awful. I've only called the police on someone on the interstate one time, and it was this little old lady. And this is what she did. I swear to God, one time I thought I was going to be dead. I thought I was going to be the cream in the Oreo cookie, really. But okay, you have your fast lane and you have your slow lane because we only got 2 lanes. Okay, and we're in the faster lane because we're passing this big truck that had like a yacht behind it that it was hauling.
Yeah,
So, you can't get over. She stops dead. She stops dead in the fast lane because she wants to get over in one of those little things to go across the road to go to the other side.
yeah.
So she stopped dead. So like I'm slamming on the brakes, trying not to run into the back of her. And then I look up and there's a semi coming up my rear end.
Mm.
Literally a semi. And I did this. I just said, Lord, if he hits me, I don't want to live because I knew it would be bad. I really just sat there and said, Lord, if he hits me, I don't want to live, and
Yeah.
covered my eyes. And then I start hearing air brakes off in the ditch beside me. He literally went off the interstate and took that lip. And I don't know how he didn't flip because you know how it has that usually 2-3 inch lip. If you hit it just right, it'll flip you.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know how he didn't flip, but he got off of the interstate onto the middle of the median and was slamming on his air brakes trying to stop before the creek. And he stopped about 2 feet from the creek.
Good driver. I used
And
to
that's what I was thinking. Oh my God, thank God that wasn't a new driver. Because if it had been a new driver, I would have been toast.
Yeah, I used to drive semi, and people cutting you off, and
I mean, literally, I knew that if it had been a brand new driver or a non-experienced driver, I would have been toast, literally
yeah,
toast, because there's no way an inexperienced driver could have done that. And even being an experienced driver, he probably had to go to the first truck stop and change his drawers.
and get that seat out of his crack because I bet you he sucked that thing all the way in.
Yep. Because I actually went to the truck stop and I followed him to the truck stop and I gave him a hug and thanked him because I knew he was the only reason I was alive.
Yeah,
Because if he had hit me doing 70, because we were doing 70 miles an hour, if he'd hit me doing 70 miles an hour with me stuck behind this little old lady, I would have been an accordion smush.
yeah.
I was so mad at her that when she saw all this, after the truck goes and she hears it going down into the ditch, she takes off like a little scalded cat, hunting for the first exit. Well, I go chasing her, and I'm like on the phone, and I'm calling the police and giving her tag and telling them, she's getting off the interstate. She's going here. I mean, that's the first time I have ever done that. Because after I got over being terrified that I wasn't dead,
You were mad.
then I was mad.
Yes.
Then I was really mad, and then I followed the truck driver to the truck stop and went and gave him a hug and thanked him for not killing me, as he went in and cleaned himself up probably, because I imagine if I was a truck driver and did all that, because how he didn't flip that truck when he hit that lip, I really don't know. I really don't know because I sat there and watched one day. I was going home, minding my own business, going home, and there's this car in front of me. It hit that lip.
Mm.
And when it hit that lip, it literally started doing 360s in the air. And it went all the way down across the median, up to the other side, going the other way, and then stopped sideways in the interstate.
Oh my gosh.
And so I pull over because I'm expecting a dead person. I really am. But being a
Yeah.
nurse, I have to stop and can't
Yes.
go. So I pull over and I get over there and I climbing through all the glass and we're all like trying to find this lady. And she had so much shit in her car. We couldn't. I was like, I know someone was driving this car. She had one of those cars that had airbags that came out the sides and everything.
Yeah.
And when we finally got to her, she had a sprained ankle.
Oh my goodness.
That was it. I bet I had more blood on me from climbing through the glass
Then she did?
than she did. And I was like, what kind of car is this? Because I really need this car. Because I just watched it go sideways over a couple times and then go front and back a couple of times before you stopped. I want to know what kind of car this is because you're hardly hurt. And there's airbags everywhere.
My eldest son, he was 21 at the time. He decided to go up and over the pass to get to Big Town. And it was a Chevy Blazer. And he fell asleep. And then he hit the rumble strip. He
Yes,
panicked.
she did.
He panicked and threw that wheel. And of course, woo! Totaled the car. He came out with a scratch right here. And I was like, okay. It's
I mean, they had to
car.
call the fire department out. She had to be cut out.
I know, right, Tijuana?
I mean, she literally they had to, take the jaws of life and rip this car apart to get her out of there. I mean, it was unreal. I mean, I have stopped a couple of times on interstate coming home from work, and it really sucks because I always get stuck doing head traction.
Yeah.
They find out you're a nurse, you get put on head traction while they're doing their paramedic crap.
Yeah.
And one guy, he had gotten ejected out of a windshield, but we found a baby seat. And so we're freaking out thinking there's a baby somewhere. So we're looking all over for a baby before he finally comes to enough to tell us there was no baby in the car. But we're all looking around for a baby because we don't know if he got launched out of the car. Maybe the baby got launched out of the car. We don't know.
Yeah.
So we're looking for babies. And so I'm holding head traction. And it was such a traumatic wreck that they literally held up a sheet and stripped that man buck naked in the middle of the median. They just pulled out their scissors and just went.
Wow.
I mean, they stripped him butt naked in the median, just held the sheet up because, after being ejected through the windshield and everything, they were like, we don't know what we're dealing with here and we need to see. So they was like, first time I ever seen that. I'm just like, oh, that's a new one.
Ooh, that sounds bad, Tijuana.
Wow, Tijuana. Scott was lucky. Scott was very lucky.
Very lucky. Up at the mine, we have curvy roads, and it was getting kind of cold out. And all of a sudden, I get a call from one of the miners. I was still working out there at the time. And they're like, there's been a crash on the main road. You need to come down. Because security, you're the first one that, investigates. So I go humming down there. He flipped the car 6 times.
Oh, my God.
Drunk as a flipping skunk.
Well, that right there will save you because if you're drunk, you're going to survive anything.
Yeah.
Because usually when you're drunk, you stay loose. And when you're awake and you see stuff and you tense up, that is going to jack you up more than I try. If I see a wreck coming, I try my best to try to stay loose and keep my stuff loose because I know that you get less injuries if you stay loose. But that's really hard to do.
Yeah.
When you see stuff flying at you, that's hard to do, but it's better for you.
He was drunk. His passenger had gotten thrown out of the truck all the way over onto the hill on the other side.
Oh, my God.
So we got him back over, and I'm EMT. So, of course, they're like, you need to do this and this and this. And I'm like, I know what I'm doing. Thank you. But the thing that scared me is after I was done holding his head, because that's where they put me. Of course.
Yeah, they always put you on head traction. No one likes head traction.
Yeah, and I'm like, I had blood all over my brand new sweatshirt from them and, stuff like that. I didn't have any gloves on because it was
and we never think of that. You're supposed to have gloves, but your first instinct
is to help.
It's to help.
And
to go for the person.
I had blood everywhere. I didn't care. And then, after I get done with that, I start looking at the car. There's a car seat in the back. And there's little bikes and there's little shoes in the middle of the road. I'm like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
because you don't know if they got crushed under the car or
Yeah.
thrown away from the car. I mean, I searched all over while someone else was doing something else. I was looking everywhere for
The
someone
fire
little.
department shows up and the ambulance show up. So I kind of back off from that. And I start looking around. I'm looking for this baby. And the fire department comes up. Of course, I know everybody on the fire department. It's a small town and I used to work on there. And they're like, what you looking for? And I'm like, look in that car. And they looked in the car and they're like, oh my gosh. So we're all like panning out and looking, and there's
Mm-hmm.
snow on the ground. And we're like, we need to find this child.
Because you never know.
And then he
And then if there
finally,
is one and you didn't look, you would feel horrendous for the rest of your life.
yes,
I mean, for the rest of your life, whether you could have done anything or not. I mean, the guilt feelings are real, guys. The guilt feelings, whether you were supposed to have them or not,
yeah, because it's
they're
not your
real.
fault, but
I mean, I know with my mom that there was probably nothing I could have done any different. I mean, I yanked her out of the truck. I started CPR.
yep,
I did everything I could, couldn't get her back. But the guilt I felt, and I'm just now getting over it. And it's been 3 years, over 3.5 years. And I am just now getting over it. The guilt was unbelievable because
yes.
it was like, well, what if I'd done this? Or what if I'd done that? Or what if
Maybe
I
I
had
should
done
have
this?
done this. Maybe I should have done that. Yeah.
I mean,
I felt
it's
that way
real. And I
too.
know that there's nothing I could have done. In fact, like they told me, they said, we actually worked on her for 45 minutes because you did such good CPR, because you gave us something to work with.
Yeah,
So, but I felt so bad and so guilty for so long. It
I
was
bet
just
you did.
awful. It was awful. And of course, I worked there. So I had to walk by where I'd done CPR on my mom every day I went to work.
Yeah, and that doesn't
That was
help.
awful.
Yeah, that does not help. But he finally came to enough to tell us there were no kids in the car.
Yeah, that makes it better. That was like that one guy, he finally told us there was no babies in the car. We're like, oh, thank God.
I
You
just
know,
relaxed, and then I went up to the office and I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, I'm done for the night. I need somebody to come in for this shift.
I don't even like going on cruises. I went on one cruise, and we're in like the big auditorium. It was a ventriculist, the guy who does the puppets
Yeah.
show. And, really, and I look over, and this guy is doing CPR on his wife sitting in the chair. I mean, she's up in the chair and he's trying to do CPR on her in the chair. So I was like, yeah, man, I got to go to work. And so I go over there and I was like, that's not going to work. We need to get her on the ground. We need to get her flat, and I yelled out, someone go find, the steward or whoever they are, little people that are running around, and tell them we need,
Yeah.
the emergency response team and a defibrillator and a stretcher now,
Yeah.
so I'm sending them off to go get the medical people. And I'm over here doing CPR on a cruise boat. Do you
Yeah.
expect that?
See,
No.
I'm afraid of cruises. I'm afraid of them. It's the deep water and the having to depend on the captain to get you there safe. And what if there's a big wave that knocks you over? And I can't do cruises, and I want to do one.
It's the control issue. Yeah, and I'm at that point now because, I mean, after everything that happened to me, I'm working with that through the therapist.
Mhm.
I got a really cool therapist, but he said, I can understand you having control issues. He said, you wake up in the worst nightmare of your life. Because when I worked in ICU, and I would look at these people that had everything attached to them and stuck in them, and say, God, I don't ever want to wake up in that situation.
Yep.
And when I woke up, I was naked. Okay. If you wake up in ICU and you're naked with just a sheet,
Mm-hmm.
that is a bad sign.
Yeah, that's the way they had me with my gallbladder, and I had
Yeah.
the tube
When
down
you
the
wake up
throat
and you have no gown and all you have is a sheet, that is a bad sign, because that means you are so bad off that they want immediate access to all parts of you and all of your lines and all of
Yeah.
your wires and all of your this and that's and this and that's. I know, because that's how I kept my patient. If they were that bad, I kept them naked with a sheet, because that
Yep.
way, if I needed to, I had instant access to like their IV lines and, everything. And
Yep.
so when I wake up, my first thought when I woke up and I looked down and I was naked and I realized that I was on a ventilator. I had an NG tube. I had a chest tube. I had this tube. I had that tube. I had the whole gamut. And it was like, OF. That
Yep.
was my first thought. And then I went back out. And then I was out for like another 3 days.
Yep.
I woke up long enough to look down and go, OF. And then I went back down.
I think the worst thing about that whole thing, when I knew there was something very wrong, I knew it. Because, yeah, I was sitting there naked and I had the vent tube and stuff. It was right when COVID hit. So my husband couldn't come up. Nobody could come up. So I was there alone. And
Oh, that's even worse.
I was scared. And yeah, it just.
I mean, my son stayed, because like when I finally got rid of the ventilator tube and they took away all the drugs, okay, well, then they had me on so much drugs that I hallucinated for 3 days. And I hallucinated these, and I hate bugs. I hate bugs.
Oh, yeah.
And those bugs that were in the mummy, those big beetly bugs,
Yeah.
they started at the clock in the middle of the room. And they came out of the clock and they covered the wall. And then it got to where they covered the floor. And then they were up on my sheets.
Oh, no.
Crawling around on my sheets. And I remember I was freaking out. And I was telling my son, I was like, are there bugs? And he was like, are there mugs? And I'm like, no, bugs. And he said, pugs? And I'm like, no, bugs. And then he's like, bugs. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, no, there's no bugs. And so I was like, okay, you sit here and hold my hand and I'm going to close my eyes. Because the minute I opened my eyes, it would start all over again at the clock and then cover the room and be on my sheets. And that went on for 3 damn days.
Oh my gosh, I would have flipped.
And being a nurse, I know you don't tell your nurse that shit.
No.
You do not tell your nurse that shit. Because number one, they're going to label you as crazy.
They're going to have a psycho or a psycho.
And you're going to be going through all kinds of crap. And there ain't really a whole lot they can give you because literally they gave you way too many drugs.
Yep.
And I know because my daughter, the lawyer told my brother to have my daughter take pictures of the whiteboard and the pumps every day.
Yeah.
And so when I came to, she showed me, she goes, this is what they had you on. And I saw it and I was like, you know what? It's a miracle I'm still here because that should have killed me.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, literally, I was like, I don't know how I woke up because with what they were giving me, I shouldn't have woke up for a month, maybe 2. And the one doctor who jumped in his truck and came up there, and he came up, like my daughter said, he came up for like 5 days, actually went back to work and told them that he thought they were trying to kill me. Because he looked at the pumps to see what, I mean, it was like, I was like, no wonder I was seeing crap for days.
No kidding.
I mean, they put me on the floor and I got rid of the bugs. But then for some reason, like when my kids went home, I guess something happened at the front entrance and they announced it overhead. And so when I went to sleep, I hallucinated that my kids had been kidnapped and they were being held. And I had to do those, those little apps where you paint the pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. I had to do so many pictures during the night to get them out. So I sat there and painted them pictures all night long and did about 40 of them. And then when the nurse came in the morning, I asked her, I said, I did 40 pictures. Is that enough to get my kids released? And she looks at me and she's like, do you know where you're at?
Oh, no.
I was like, in the hospital. And she's just looking at me real strange. But it was because I was stuck in that hallucination all night. And so I was sitting there doing those paintings all night long.
That would be horrible. Oh, my gosh.
And I've been thinking my kids are being held hostage and I can only get them released after I do all these paintings. I was just like, oh, my God.
Oh, my God. That is horrible.
It is. It was like, man. When I showed some of my friends when I went back to work, number one, they were told that I would never work again by that one doctor that did the surgery.
Yeah.
He told my doctor. And so when I walked into work, my doctor called him up and said, she's here. She's back. And she's functioning. I mean, it was kind of comical in a way.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, I was like.
But, doctors have told me I'd be in a wheelchair by the time I'm 30 because of the way my bones are. I have very weak bones. And they're like, you're going to be paralyzed by the time you're 30. Well, I beat that one, didn't I?
Yeah. It's all in your stubbornness. If you
I'm
roll over
sure.
and give up, chances are not good. Like
Yeah.
when my dad, he was coming back from Pennsylvania, my biological father. We weren't close, but I mean, I went to the hospital to check on him. But he actually went to sleep like 10 miles from town, 10 miles from his house. He fell asleep, went off the road, and went into the truck rest area, hit a semi about at the bed berth, knocked the axle out of the semi.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah,
pretty hard.
and literally put a hole through his left right abdomen. Just put a hole completely through. I mean, just poof through.
I
And
never
they
had to
said
learn.
his ribs and his diaphragm on the right were like crunched up rice.
Ooh,
They said it was just fractured so bad they just kind of patted it back into general shape, but they couldn't really do anything with it because it was
yeah,
just shattered into nothingness.
yeah,
And so, and they actually had him on one of them beds that would flip you like a pancake, put you this
yeah.
way, put you this way, put you,
Traction beds or whatever they're
put you,
called.
flip you around. And they had him on one of them, and he was in the hospital for months. And my mom was like, "Do you think he'll survive?" I said, "Mom, that man is so mean and so cantankerous. He will live because those are the ones that live.
Yep.
The ones that are all nicey, 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 and they, have the meek, mild personality." I said, "Most of the time, they don't make it through stuff like that."
Yeah.
I said, "But he is so mean and ornery and cantankerous. He will make it." And he will make their life hell in there for a few months when he finally gets to where he can talk and get around, but he's not out of the hospital. I said,
Yeah.
he's going to be hell.
Yep. My
Because I
grandmother
mean, it
was,
is true. But if you don't, I mean, because I was a handful. I mean, I admit, I sit there and I finally told him, I said, "You get me out of here. You sign my papers. Let me go home because y'all going to kill me."
yep.
I said, "Y'all making me worse than I am. Just get me out of here."
Yeah, I looked at him after the surgeries and stuff, and I'm like, it's time for me to go home. And they're like, your lung is still collapsed. And I'm like, it's collapsed here. It'll be collapsed at home. It'll get better.
Yep.
And they're like, but we really recommend. And I'm like, no, I'm going home now. Thank you.
My last surgery, 7-inch incision down your abdomen, open it in, 4-hour surgery. I went home the next day at noon.
Yeah. I
I
just,
mean, literally, they were like, "Man, we don't see people like you like that." I woke up from surgery. I had to pee because, they said my blood pressure went low and they had to give me all these fluids.
mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I literally had my son. I said, "Help me walk in the bathroom." And nurse comes in and says, "Where's your mom?" And he says, "In the bathroom." She's like, "How did she get there?" He goes, "She walked." It's like, they were
Yep.
amazed. And then when they came in, I said, "I need something for pain." They said, "Well, we got this." I said, "No, I want a pill." And so I made them give me just a pill, right off the bat. And I went home the next day at noon. It was like, "Yeah, I am not staying in here because y'all just make people sicker."
Yeah, they had me on bed restriction. And I was like, no, if I got to pee, I'm going to get up and go pee.
Oh, yeah, they did that to me too. When they found
Oh.
out that what he did, when he left me sitting there all night long because they didn't want to work Friday night,
Yeah.
I have this massive clot sitting on my femoral nerve. And so it literally compressed it, irritated it. And when I finally, was up and went to walk, my left leg would just give out because that leg had no nerve. The nerve had been damaged and it would just give out. I'd fall over. So they
Yeah.
put me on bed restriction because I couldn't stand up and walk straight. I had to walk with a walker for months. And so it was just like, and I kept telling them, I said, "I can't. I just can't. I can't use my right hand and my arm and my left leg." And so they called a neurologist in and he was like, "Oh, yeah, if they let that clot, that big of a clot sitting on that thing for 18 hours?" He's like, "Yeah." He said, "That's the problem." He said, "Hopefully we'll know in 6 weeks whether or not it'll go away or not."
If it was permanent or not.
Yep. He said, "You'll
Yeah.
know in 6 weeks." He said, "Because if it's not in 6 weeks, you'll start getting your function back. If not, if you don't, then you need to come back in. We'll need to do an MRI of your spine to make sure you didn't have a spinal stroke. But more likely it's nerve damage." I was just like,
Right.
"Really?" That is just like
Great.
unreal.
That's great.
And then with my right hand, I went to grab a coffee cup. And when I put my arm out straight, I had electrical jolts that went down these two fingers and this thumb, just like electricity.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I picked up the coffee cup, I was like letting go of it immediately and I found that the only way I didn't have the electrical jolts was to have my hand at a 90-degree angle, and found out when they were doing the A lines, they were letting new people do them and kind of practice on me,
Yeah.
and they clipped my radial nerve.
Oh no.
And so I had that with the neuropathy to where this hand just, all in this part has damage from that radial nerve damage. And I was just like, yeah, and you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You're just happy, and then you just find ways to work around it. Like a band is saying, mind over matter. You just
Yep.
find ways to work around it.
And we do that daily anyway.
Yep.
Because sometimes my hands are so numb I can't even pick up anything, and I'm like, okay, let's try this.
Yep. It's like pick it up anyway, hang on to it tight, make it go there.
And part of the problem with doing these models and stuff, I can't tell how hard I'm pinching because the nerve damage.
I can't see how you're doing them little bitty things anyway. I would get so frustrated. They would be like hanging off the wall because that's where I would throw them. I'm serious. They would be like hanging off the wall.
Some of them
That's
are really
like
frustrating.
whenever because I finally got federal. I got early disability, and I'm on Social Security disability. Oh, good God, I can't even see the thing.
Yeah, that's a bead that I'm working with.
Good God. But I mean, I got early disability, so I'm actually in SSDI or whatever it is. And so when I finally got it, my long-term disability company says, well, we're going to try to rehabilitate you so you can work. And I was like, so I went without working for a year and a half and no real good income, just getting that short-term, long-term disability, which is 40% of your income.
Yeah.
I said, so I went from a year and a half of that crap to you want me to get a job and basically maybe lose my disability? I said, no. I was like, y'all can go away.
I went for disability and stuff like that. And I've been working since I was 16, full time. So I didn't think there was a problem or anything. But they're like, you didn't make enough money. We can't do that. And I was like,
yeah, they
excuse
go
me?
off of they go as far back as 35 years to get your amount.
Yeah.
But to make sure you have your quotient to where you're eligible.
Yeah.
But then they go off your last 5 years of income for your income. Well, I was really lucky because my last 5 years of income was in the cath lab. And when you're working 60 to 90 hours a week, every other week, and your base pay is $40 an hour, so you're getting $60 an hour when you're in time and a half, which is most of the time you're there.
Yeah.
Because you're working for a crazy Indian doctor that thinks you're supposed to work all night.
Yep.
So, I mean, it killed my marriage, it killed my sanity, but it made my Social Security really good.
Nice.
Because I was making over $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
And so I had that 5 years of that much, and that's what they based my Social Security disability on. So at least it gave me good disability. But God, it like to kill me.
Yeah. They were like, well, the disability, you have fibromyalgia, you can still work. And I was like, really?
Yeah, see, mine, I didn't even try on the fibromyalgia. I mean, it probably got added in there because of the medical records.
Yeah.
But mine was because half my abdominal wall has no muscle and it's just all mesh. And so I can't pick up over 5 pounds. I can't push over 5 pounds. I can't pull over 5 pounds. I am very limited on what I can do.
Fibromyalgia. I also have a mass behind my eye that they can't work on.
Yeah, see that you might try now and just get your doctors to document the hell out of it.
And I
like
have
my surgeon,
disintegrated disc disease where I can.
My surgeon, they went to her and said, "Can she come back to work light duty?" And she wrote down she can do nothing more strenuous than get dressed. And that's in my medical notes.
Yeah.
And so, and you have to send everything for like the last year when you're applying. It was awful. It was like, it took me and my daughter 4 hours to fill all that application out. And then they want all your medical records from every doctor for the past year.
Yep.
And luckily, all my medical doctors by then were saying, yeah, she cannot work. She cannot function. She cannot do this. She cannot do that. And then it threw me into the PTSD and the anxiety and everything else because of all of it. So it was all in there, because I went to my doctor and I'm bawling and he's like, what's wrong? And I was like, I killed my mom, and I'm bawling and squalling. And he was like, oh my God, okay, this is bad. Because,
I,
all this happened around the same time. She died. And then what happened to me happened 6 weeks later.
yeah.
So it was like all thrown on top of each other.
I'm glad to
So,
see you're doing good.
so it was really bad there for a while.
Yeah.
And really bad. And so it was like all of that. And so when I sent all that to the Social Security Department, they actually contacted me instead. I was surprised because I thought I would have to appeal it and do all this stuff, because they never do your first run usually.
Yeah.
Well, I got it on the first run. And they sent me a letter and it said, you actually applied in November, but after reviewing your records, we have come to the primary decision that you should have been disabled back in February. So we're bumping it back to February.
Nice.
So that 8 months that I worked and felt like hell because I was having to wear Spanx panties and a Spanx pullover along with an abdominal belt to try to hold all this stuff in.
Yeah.
And then taking care of all these COVID patients. It was like awful.
My
So,
God. I don't know.
but they were like, yeah, we've, because they said, we've reviewed your chart and decided that the first surgery you should have been deemed unworkable. So I was like, really? Wow. Okay.
Well, you got so lucky.
Because I was really expecting to have to. I mean, I actually my brother had a lawyer that he talked to kind of on retainer, no money passed, but it was like when she, contacts you, we'll be paying you kind of thing for Social Security. Because we really thought, it'll be denied and I'll have to get a lawyer and, and do all this fighting and all this other
I
crap.
had all my doctors on board except for one.
Yeah, you have to have them all.
And he told them there is no problem with her except she's fat and lazy.
And that's probably what did you in. Because,
Yep.
see, all of my doctors, every one of them were on board.
I hated that doctor.
Every one of them. I mean,
Every
they
time
had
I
wrote
talked to him about every
big
little thing.
things about, like my FMLA from my one doctor cracked me up. He literally put me on FMLA for a year. Because I went to him in February and said, well, I'm having surgery in November. I can't get surgery till November. And he said, okay, you're off until November. And this is like in February.
Wow.
And, well, actually it was November. No, it was September. And he was like, so he put it for a year out. And so my work contacted me and said, yeah, we're going to have to let you go. You need to apply for your long-term disability because you can't have FMLA for a year. And I was like, oh, okay.
He was the type of doctor. Everything was because I was fat. You're in
At
pain?
least my doctor
It's
wasn't that
because
way.
you're fat.
Because that's not a reason.
Yeah. And I was like, excuse me.
Usually when things are wrong with you is why you gain weight, because you lose your functionality to stay active to keep the weight down.
Yep.
I mean, it's not that you're fat and lazy. It's just that you have so many issues. It's hard to get up and move around and do, work out. And like me, I cannot exercise. I can't do core exercises because if I do, first time I did a sit up or try to sit up, it would blow out the mesh. Not going there.
Yeah,
It's like,
you're fat. You just need to lose weight. And
I mean, when this happened to me, I weighed 160 pounds. So,
I had already lost all that weight because I used to weigh 378 pounds. And at the time I started seeing my doctor, I weighed 138 pounds.
And he called 138 fat?
Yeah, you're obese. And I was like, what am I supposed to weigh? And he's like, you're supposed to weigh like 120 based on your height. And I'm like, man, I would look like bones.
I would look like sick. I hit 160 and I started looking sickly.
I
mean, literally, when I hit 160, I started looking like deathly ill. I looked bad.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah.
Where I look good and I have the right muscle and, the right everything, 150. That's where I look good.
Mm-hmm.
And I could go up to 160 and still look good. So I was like, what are you talking about, dude? You're
That's
just fat.
insane. I know. No, no. No, 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 no. Yeah, that's because for me, 160 is like the lowest I can go. I look good between 100 and even 165. I was looking a little sickly.
Yeah.
It was more like 170 where I
But
look
you're
good.
tall too, right?
I'm only 5'5". Well, I'm 5'4" now because I've lost some height.
I'm 5'1".
But it's like in here, I would look so gaunt and so. I mean, I just look sickly,
I would look
sickly,
like
sickly.
bones if I went down
Yeah,
there.
I look bad,
I
and
would
that
look
was at
like I'm
165.
anorexic. And then I'd be accused of being anorexic, and I need to go through it.
So yeah, I don't want to get below like 170 is my goal. So I'm only like I only need to lose like 23 pounds.
Mine's 160, and I need to lose 20 pounds.
So
'Cause
see, we're close. Mine's about 23.
I got big again when I got pregnant with the boy. I went back up to 220.
Well, yeah, every time I got pregnant, my daughter, they thought I had twins
And then
because I
I'd
got
go
so
back
big.
down to 180, and that seems to be where I'm stuck. But yeah, I'm almost there, and I don't have any problems. Somebody says I'm fat, and I'm like, well, nope, I'm not.
I like my fat. I'm perfectly, I mean, I'm fine the way I am.
I am
I think I'm
fluffy.
fine. So I'd be fine.
I'm fluffy. That's what I tell them. Yeah, I
That's it.
might
I'm
be a little
fluffy.
overweight, but I'm happy with it. So
And then, of course, as you get older, you're not only fluffy, but you're squishy. You're like the Pillsbury Doughboy, and your skin kind of does this. Like you push it, and it just kind of goes whoop, and it's just like you can go in there and be like the marshmallow person.
how did you lose weight while you were pregnant, woman?
Were you throwing up all the time? Did you
You're
have
not
that
supposed to lose weight.
hyperemesis? That's the only way I can think of losing weight while I'm pregnant. I was just like, yeah, no.
Man, I look at a donut and I gain weight from it. So
Well, then, of course, we were on 12-hour shifts. Remember, I'm saying 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts. So I would sit there and, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then go home and be so dead tired. I would promptly go to bed, get back up, and do it again. My doctor was like, I can't yell at you for gaining weight because if all you're doing is
aw,
eating
thank you,
and
Elaine.
then working, sitting at a desk, and then you go home and go to bed, he said, you're going to gain weight. He said, there's nothing that you can do.
Yeah, some of our shifts, even, I mean, it was just security, but we'd work 12 to 20 hours a day
Wow.
because there's no real regulation on it. And there were times like there was one year we had the Christmas holiday and they used to take 3 weeks off. And it would just be security out there. And we only had 2 people to cover.
Well, technically, in this state, there is a regulation on it, but you have to go to the labor board and you have to really fight it. And fighting hospital administration don't work real well, especially when your doctors aren't on board. So
Yeah.
you don't get anywhere. I
Yeah.
mean, you really don't.
That
So
man
they
has
would
some
work
really
you 12
good,
hours with no lunch break. It just it's crazy.
that
So
man has some really good lawyers that I can't afford. So,
that's it.
and we'd be on double coverage. That's where you have 2 people on at once. So one of us would go out and do a patrol, which takes 2 hours. They would come back, sleep for 2 hours, and then the other person would go out and do a patrol, come back, sleep 2 hours. And that's the way we did it with 2-hour naps.
Wow.
Yeah, that was rough.
I think the most I did was I worked 32 hours out of 36. Thought I was going to be dead. In fact, I ended up that last night when we was walking out to the car, I literally fell out in the parking lot. And I was having arm pain, arm numbness. I was getting short of breath. My girlfriend was like, yeah, you're having a damn heart attack. She goes, something's wrong with your heart. I'm like, no, I'm fine. I fall out. And so, and then she's like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm okay. So then she starts laughing. She laughed so hard, she peed her pants and had to drive home in her car with wet britches because she peed her pants because she laughed so hard. Well, I went home and I just fell asleep because I was exhausted. So I woke up the next day and I actually overslept. And so I never overslept. So I get into work and the doctor's just sitting at the back of the room and he's just sitting there doing this because she told on me. Because he was like, come here. Come here.
No.
And so I go and he was like, I want someone to take your blood pressure. We're going to check your blood pressure. Well, it was sky high because I've worked 32 out of 36 hours.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I'm pushing people that are like, because they used us as transport and everything. So we would literally run, get the patient, transport them down, put them on the thing, do the case, put them back on the thing, run them back up to their room, go get another one, and all like 32 hours of that.
Yeah.
And so we were like just toast. And so it was like super high. So they actually put me in a storage room. They put a stretcher in the storage room, stuck me in the storage room, and had someone come check on me every couple hours. And then he come in there and he's like, well, and he goes, what's your family history? And I told him my mom had 2 bypasses, two triple bypasses in her history. And first one was like when she was 42. And he was like, how old are you? And I was like, oh, I'm 58 or 59 at the time. And he was like, He said, here's your choices. You can do a stress test, which if you got big girls, I'm telling you now, if you're given that option, if you have big girls, it's a waste of money.
They can't really tell, can they?
Well, when you have big girls, for some reason, it throws out false positives because of the girlies. And so I told him, I said, well, that one's a 50-50. I said, he goes, your other choice is I can put you on the table today. He said, I can promise you it'll be today. I don't know what time, but I can promise you it'll be today. And so I told him, I said, that one's the 100%. You'll see what I got. You'll see if I got a blockage. If I do, you can stint it. I trusted this doctor. Love that doctor. He looked like, God, there's a doctor on TV that he looked like, but love that doctor. Hot little thing. He was gorgeous. He was gorgeous. He was gorgeous. But so I was like, okay. And so he sent me and he said, go up to the 3rd floor, and we'll get you settled in a bed and you'll hang out until I call until we're ready for you. They got an IV started and all. They put me on the table. And of course, it was so funny because my coworker, one of them's playing with my boobs, going boobies, 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 playing with my boobs as she's putting the electrodes on my boobs. I was just like, God, this is so weird. Because these are people I work with. Okay, putting electrodes on my boobs, playing with my boobs, talking about how I had big boobies. And so they're shooting. And of course, I'm out. I'm like, hey, I'm good. And so first thing I wake up, they sit there and they say, you don't have any blockage anywhere. So, because I had one when I was 42 once because I was working in the ER and the stress, I was just flipping out. Yeah. And I had chest pain, so they did one. He was like, when that guy told you had 20% blockage, he said, you have no blockage. He goes, you have no blockage, so you're good. He said, but you do have what we call a myocardial bridge. And he goes, what that is your artery that's supposed to be sitting outside, because your arteries for your heart sit on the outside of your heart. Mm-hmm. And not the inside of your heart, they're on the outside. But one of mine goes down underneath the heart muscle. So every time the heart would squeeze, it was squeezing that artery.
Oh, no.
Which was making it feel like I was having a heart attack.
Yeah.
Because it's being compressed. He said, but there's nothing we can do for it. Unless you want to go have your chest cracked and they'll go dig that out and put it on top. He said, or I'll just give you medicine to drop your blood pressure and drop your heart rate, so that it don't squeeze as hard and it's fast and everything.
Yeah.
He goes, and that way it'll take care of it. Because otherwise I do get the arm numbness and all that other crap. Because it was like, and then another doctor said, I want to see your pictures. And looked at my picture. He said, no, you don't have one. He said, you have a 2. You have McDonald's arches. So I actually have where it goes down, comes up, goes down, comes up. So I have a double bridge. Oh. You can't stent them because if you put a stent in there and always that squeezing, it'll squeeze the stent. Mm-hmm. So you can't put a stent. So you're stuck with these things for life. It's like, it just is. And I was like, okay. And my little Chinese doctor said, well, Cindy, how did you not know you had these? And I looked at him and said, Dr. Wong, I've never worked this damn hard in my life. It's like, he was like, how else? I mean, I said, I have never worked as hard as I work in this place in my entire life. And I said, I have done a lot of stuff. But it was like unreal. But at least I found out about my little McDonald's arches. And I take an atenolol, which is not for my heart. So that's really fun to explain to new doctors, family doctors.
Yeah.
Because they see you taking this medication and are like, oh, you have a heart problem. I said, no, I don't have a heart problem. I have no heart problem. I said, I have a bridge. And they're like, what's a bridge?
How
And
do
so
you
you
know?
have to, they don't know. So I have to go Google it. I have to pull it up in I have it was a nursing app
Yeah.
that had like every medical condition you could want, every med you could want, everything. So I kept that on my phone. And so I would pull it up and say, okay, this is what it is. This is why I take that. I don't have a heart problem. So I have to go through with every new doctor because they see the med, they think, oh, heart problem. I'm like, no, no heart problem.
Lately, I've been having they're like chest pains, and then I'll get really bad hiccups afterwards.
Ow.
And I told my doctor about it, and he's like, women show different signs for strokes. And I was like, no, no way. You know what I mean? It's just chest pains. I have anxiety. I get chest pains. I said, so what? And he's like, the hiccups afterwards. He's like, are
Wow.
they rough? And I'm like, yeah, they're pretty rough. And he's like,
I would keep aspirin on board at your
yeah,
house.
he's like, take an aspirin when that
Hmm.
happens. And if it happens again, you come right to the hospital because you might be. And I'm like, I don't need to hear this. Thank you.
I had one TIA and I was driving when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, the transient stroke where it's
Mm-hmm.
like a little mini stroke, but it lasts for like maybe 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But in that 3 minutes, I am driving down this road that I knew I was supposed to know. I've never been so scared. It's a scary feeling. And I'm driving down this road and I'm like, I don't know where I'm at. I don't recognize anything, but
I've
I
done
know
that.
I should.
I've done that.
And I mean, it's just a really scary feeling because you're like, I should know. I should know. And then the minute it flipped where, my brain's working again, I remembered that there's a stop sign and then the road in front of it, there is no road. It goes straight down into a creek. And it had no guardrail. It had no nothing. It was just if you went straight, you went down in the creek.
Yeah.
And then the road was way over here offshoot to the left. And so I'm like, oh my God, this is where that road there's no road. And so I literally turned my wheel as hard as I'm sitting here thinking this really out really quick, because I hit the stop sign. But when I hit it, I was so freaked out about not knowing where I was. I kind of blew through the stop sign because it was in bushes and you
Yeah.
don't see it unless you know where you're at. So then I'm sitting there and it come to, and I'm like, oh shit, that's a stop sign. There's no road here. Oh crap. What do I do? And I was thinking about stopping and I thought, no, I don't have enough stopping power. I'm not going to stop. And so then I'm like, okay, I'm going to Dukes of Hazzard this.
Oh, no.
Needless to say, I totaled my car. I'm like, I'm going to Dukes of Hazzard this. So I literally turned my wheel as far as I could to the left and stomped on the gas
Oh, no.
to where it ramped me kind of catty corner over that creek. And I made it all the way over the creek except for the back right tire.
Oh, no.
Literally. I mean, I made it all the way over the creek except for the back right tire was hanging off. And when I did, I hit that concrete wall on the edge of the creek,
Mm-hmm.
which ripped out my oil pan.
No.
And of course, when I hit that, then my airbags went off. My sunroof ejected. It went somewhere. I don't know where the hell it went. I'm sitting there like freaking out because there's all this. It was the powder from the airbag, but I'm sitting there thinking it's smoke. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to die. So I'm like bailing out of the car. This poor guy that was sitting there at the stop sign and saw this, he was like, oh my God, are you okay? I mean, the cop, when he got there, he was like, I don't even want to know. He said, because you people just go head over heels and go down and land and flip their car and land in the creek. He says, I don't even want to know how you manage this one. He said, this is quite impressive, actually. I asked the tow guy, I was like, can it be saved? I said, can it be fixed? And he looked at me and just laughed. He just laughed, flat out laughed. And he was like, ma'am, your car is bleeding out all over the ground. Your oil pan is in the creek. Your airbags are all over in your car and your sunroof is missing. I don't think so.
Oh, no. I think the worst one for me was I was going over the pass to the big town. And it's a pretty dangerous pass. I got stuck up there and an avalanche hit me. And I went towards the edge. And they don't have guardrails or anything like that on most of it.
It's crazy. Why don't you have guardrails? At least you know it's there.
I know. That pass is dangerous. It's the second most dangerous pass in Colorado.
Wow.
But I was going over it, and I remember crossing the cattle guards at the bottom, and I remember hitting the cattle guards on the other side. I don't remember anything else.
Wow.
I don't remember driving it. I don't remember turning all the curves because some are hairpin up. I don't remember any of it.
See, I remember not remembering where I was at, not recognizing where I was at. I mean, I could because I could remember being freaked out because
I
I couldn't remember. I couldn't recognize anything. But
I
then when I did recognize something, it was like too late. You're screwed, and
yeah.
it was either go head over and just do like where you go over, hit, and then flip,
Mm-hmm.
or try my little Dukes of Hazard thing. So I did. I went for the Dukes of Hazard.
Yeah, I had to pull off the side of the road and sit there for a while because I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, it was quite impressive. Needless to say, that car was toast. If that car was no more.
When I got caught in that avalanche, it was near the top, and there's this turn, and it starts out with the guardrail, and then the guardrail ends.
Oh,
And I was at the part where it ended, and the avalanche came down and pushed me towards the cliff.
oh my God, yeah,
And I
that
was
would be.
flipping out. I hit my head so hard, and it knocked me silly enough. I wasn't worried about my head. I looked at the window to make sure I didn't break it.
Yeah,
Then I went, am I okay?
I
was
ended up with yes, airbags will give you third-degree burns. I had third-degree burns halfway down this arc from the airbag hitting my arm.
See,
I mean, it was burnt bad.
I worry about airbags because I'm so short. I have to sit so close,
See, that's me. I'm 5'3.5", 5'4", so I sit pretty close.
So I'm worried
And
that airbag is going to come out and just take my head off, and my son will be playing in the backseat with my mouth. You know what I mean?
it will. I mean, it hit my face so hard I thought my nose was broke.
Yeah.
And then it literally gave me a third-degree burn on my arm.
Yeah, I hit that side window so hard it gave me a concussion. I don't know how I didn't break it. I was
That's
stuck up there
amazing.
5 hours because they closed the road behind me.
Mm,
They didn't even check to see if anybody was on the road. They just closed it.
that's not good.
And
Because you should at least check and make sure it's empty before you close it.
and finally, these oil riggers went by the closed thing.
Uh-huh.
They have a thing that comes down. They went around it, and they got up to the top of the hill, and they found me.
Wow.
So yeah,
That's scary. Because avalanches scare me anyway, because you can get buried and then you just don't get found.
yeah. This one came down over my hood. I had a Jeep Liberty. Came down over my hood, and it pushed. And I was like, oh crap.
Now, up in Maine, I was going to school, and sometimes I would take the back road. And I was going down the hill, and I hit black ice.
Oh
Because the
no.
road looked clear, but I mean, it was just like there was no stopping, there was no turning. I mean, you couldn't turn, you could move your wheel, and you just kept going straight.
You can
And
drive on ice,
luckily,
you just can't steer or turn.
you can't steer, you can't turn, and you can't stop. You can't do shit. You just along for the ride.
Yep.
And I was going down where it went. You could go right or you could go left. Well, luckily the night before, otherwise I would have hit the ice embankment because you know how you live up there. You know they plow the road. It turns into solid ice on the side of the road. And it gets about 3 feet tall.
Yep.
Well, the night before, someone come down that road and did that, and they hit that concrete embankment. And so they trashed their car because they hit solid ice and busted it all to pieces.
Yeah.
So when I hit it, I just kind of blew right through it and landed in these people's yard. And then the car sunk, and the snow is about halfway up the car window. And I'm like, okay, there's no way I can open this door and get out. So I kind of roll it, knock that snow out of the way, and crawl out the window.
Yeah.
And it took us like a half a day. These people were really good. They pull out shovels, and I called my husband, and he worked for safety then. He had quit flying and was working for safety.
Yeah.
So he comes with his video camera because he's gonna film this for safety purposes. Yes, he is gonna film this for safety purposes. And so we're all shuffling the back of this car. So when the wrecker gets there, he can find the back of this car and haul it out. So we're all shoveling for like a good 3-4 hours. Well, then we watched this wrecker come down the hill and he hits the black ice.
Oh no.
And he barely got stopped in with time. I was like, oh my God, he's just going to go right on down. It was just like, holy shit. But they had thrown some salt and stuff right at the base of where the road was.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he hit that, it kind of stopped him. And I mean, I was just like, oh crap, this wrecker's gonna take out my car. But it was like, and my husband, it was so funny. He comes out there with his video camera. He's videotaping. You don't do this when you're driving on ice. I was like, I'm gonna kill you.
Oh my God.
And he was showing that as a base tape. To the newcomers, you don't do this when you're driving on ice. And it was like, well, hell, I didn't mean to do that. It just kind of did it on its own.
Yeah, ours likes to hide. Like the road will be nice and clear, and then
it just looks the same.
Yeah, and then you're on black ice, and you're like, let off the gas.
And just go wherever it sends you.
Let's go. And then you finally slow down enough, and you're like, okay, I'm good.
I mean, it was just like, go wherever it sends you. And since I never got out of the black ice all the way down there, it was just continuous down a hill.
Yep.
It was just like, oh God.
I
hate black ice. I don't like ice, but I really hate black ice because you can't see it.
Yes.
And it's just there all of a sudden.
I got a Chevy Traverse, which is all-wheel drive, and it's really good in snow.
But probably really crappy in ice.
Ice or slush, it hydroplanes really easily. That's what you have to watch out for. And lately we've been getting that ice sheet underneath the snow that's melted and turned into slush. And I'm like, well, this is going to be fun.
It's going to be a fun trip. Yeah, I remember those days. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
But
I got so good, especially whenever I had the middle handle emergency brake. I could actually, because I remember one guy in front of me, all of a sudden he's on the bridge and he's just doing 360s in the bridge. And I'm sitting there thinking, shit, I'm going to hit this dude because he ain't going forward and I'm not going to have enough time to stop. And so I literally pulled the emergency brake and I turned my car sideways and stopped it sideways. Yeah. And people were like, how did you learn? I said, man, I have had to drive on this stuff for school for so much that I have found all kinds of way to make this car do all kinds of neat things.
Yep. I learned how to drive up in Alaska in the middle of winter. So, I can...
I mean, it's like if you pull that emergency brake, you can make your car go sideways and it'll stop it because the wheels get more resistance being sideways.
I do, Alana. I do have weight in the back because, yes. And
yeah, you always keep weight back there. Lots of it.
And with the car I have, you can actually put it in low and it turns into a manual. So you control shifting and everything. And that
that's cool. Because I found automatics in bad snow or even bad ice are much better control than automatics.
Yeah.
I mean, much, because number one, you don't need to hit your brakes.
Yeah, you can control.
You can shift down and it, yeah.
And it's really nice because you pull it in low and it has the gears up there and you just pin through them.
Whereas if you're in automatic, it's just like, oh, well, okay, it don't want to do it that well. So,
especially on that pass, we put it in low and we take it down to 1 and we just kind of cruise down until we can pop it into the second. And, it just makes it easier.
I do remember those fun rides. Because my school was 50 miles from my house each way. And they don't close for bad weather. They don't close for nothing. I mean, you could have a dang blizzard and they don't close.
Yep, that's the way Alaska was.
I mean, that would, and Caribou would take care of the road so far down.
Yep.
And Fort Kent would take care of the road so far down. But there was like a 15-mile stretch in the middle there that no one took care of it.
Oh, yeah.
And so you just drove in tire tracks.
Yeah,
and who was in the tire tracks first, you played chicken. And to see who was willing enough to get out of them.
The way the road works and where the road is, there's actually 3 counties that are supposed to be taking care of the roads. And they all fight over who takes care of the pass because it's not mine and it's not mine and it's definitely not mine. So half the time it doesn't get taken care of.
That's kind of like the road in front of my house. Now my dad has it made because we found the law that says the state has to maintain the road to a cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
And since he actually bought a cemetery and didn't know it, I mean, he actually owns the land the cemetery is on. He just didn't know it until he was clearing the land for his house and
Mm-hmm.
started finding all these headstones.
Oh no.
That's how he found out he bought a cemetery.
Oh no.
And so, but because of that, the cemetery stops right at the edge of his driveway because our road used to be red clay.
Yes, it is to one.
And so, yes.
In your
And so,
room.
literally, I mean, red clay and it's wet, it would be just awful.
I don't
Awful.
miss the red clay. I don't miss it.
Yeah. So, my brother found that law and he took it to the state or to the city and said, look, you guys are responsible for this road up to this place, to the end of this right here, because this is a cemetery. He said, I've researched it. I found it on a map. He said, it is cemetery. You're responsible for that road from the main road to that cemetery.
See, that's awesome.
So they had to come out and start putting down gravel and shale and all that stuff on that part up to his driveway. So up to his driveway is always done. And then when they finally put the oil, because you know that big boom they had out here in the South with the methane wells or whatever kind of wells where they were putting wells everywhere.
Yeah, we had
and getting the gas. Well, there's a gas well right up above my road, my house on the road. So because of the gas pipe and pump, and they have to get to their site, they have to maintain that little strip. So that's how I get mine done.
Nice.
Yes, because otherwise we'd be on nothing but clay.
Hey, Nixie.
Is Nix in? Hi, Nix.
Nix is in. We have the.
I understand that just woke up.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I'm awake yet. We have the powdered sand here. It's not sand. It's finer than sand.
Wow, I've seen that before.
Oh, that stuff is horrible. It's worse than ice. It's worse than snow. I think it's almost worse than the clay, truthfully, because you sink down in it. It's like quicksand.
Yeah, once you get on that stuff, and especially if it's wet, you just keep going.
Yeah, it's
just keep on going. Yeah, it is worse than because you just sink.
Yeah, I don't like it, and we have it all around us too, because we're high plain desert, of course.
Yeah, that would be bad. But I'm just glad I finally got gravel road. It still sucks because I have dust everywhere. I can clean, I can dust, and in a couple of days, I just have standing dust, and it looks like I haven't touched it.
Yes, we get that here.
So it's like, I just deal with it.
Our poor town, we've been getting so much snow. They're running out of places because there's empty lots that they put the snow in, the extra snow. They're full.
Oh, wow.
They have nowhere to put the snow right now, and we just keep getting more and more snow, and they're like...
Up in Maine, the houses were set up to where they were like shaped like a U. It'd be about 15 houses, but there'd be like 5 or 6 going down each side. Yeah. And then across the end, there'd be so many. So you had this big U shape. And what they would do with the snow is they would shove that snow up in that U shape. And it'd be a big area. And they would shove that snow up in that U shape to where it'd get about 30 feet tall.
Yeah.
And so that stuff stayed there till like end of June.
Yeah, ours is going to have trouble melting because they've not only packed it into the empty lots, they piled it way up.
Yeah, because ours was like 30 feet tall. And so the kids had sleigh ride area got to the middle of June because it was tall forever.
They're running out of places. It's and we're expecting another snowstorm here in a day or two.
Wow. Yeah, our temperatures were down like below 0.
Yep.
And then it went up to 50.
Oh, that would
Then we've had 70.
Oh my gosh.
And when 70 hit, we ended up with bad thunderstorms. I actually had a couple tornadoes come through.
Mm.
And now it's back down to 50, and then it's going to go to 40. I mean, it's like riding a roller coaster. The weather roller coaster.
See, we got up to 20 today, and everybody thought it was a heat wave. They're like,
Well,
it's
I'm
so
telling you,
warm
hitting
outside.
70 something in the middle of winter.
Oh, that would be awesome. I would love
But then the
that.
next day it's going to be in the 50s. It was not, yeah, it hit with a bang. I mean, all of my animals were like trying to climb in my lap because the storm scared them so bad.
Oh yeah.
I was like, all right, you can sit next to me, but no one's climbing on me.
They say technically we can get tornadoes here, but because we're surrounded by mountains, it's very unlikely.
Very unlikely because, like us, we can get tornadoes and actually, like right over the creek, because I have a stream that goes down by my land, then it goes down by my dad's land, then it goes into a creek, a
Yeah.
big creek. And then on the other side of the creek, so there's a ridge behind my house. And so what they usually do is they'll come, because we've had a couple that have come and scared the crap out of us, but they'll hit that ridge, which makes them bounce up,
Yep.
and they'll land just on the other side of the creek. So it's like they'll come across, they'll hit that ridge, and they bounce over my house, my dad's house, and land on that creek, on the other side of the creek.
Oh, you're like,
And then they'll keep going. And I mean, they're taking out houses. A couple of them houses have had to be rebuilt because
oh
it
yeah.
took out the houses. I mean, it's like, it's crazy, but I'm glad I have that ridge. Because the
Yeah.
other thing, my ex-husband was like, well, we could go down in that ditch down there, down in the culvert. Well, that's where all the snakes hang out. And I'm sorry, thunder, tornado or not, I am not hanging out with a bunch of snakes.
See, I can handle snakes too. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
we're
no. I mean, and they're cottonmouths and stuff like
yeah,
that, and they're bad snakes. They're not good snakes. They're bad snakes.
we're in
And
a
so I'm
storm.
not, and I know they're there because my ex-husband used to go down there and play target practice with them to kind of clear some of them out. So,
We get that, Tawana. We get that here.
wow.
I mean, in the summer, it'll be about 103, 104 degrees. And then at night, it'll get down to the 40s and 30s and snow.
Yeah, I live about 5 miles from the bottom beginning part of the Ozarks in Arkansas.
We're at
So,
7,895 feet or something like that above sea level. So we're up there. And where we live right now, we're up in the mountains. So we have the top of the mountains all around us.
yeah, so you kind of down a little valley, you should be protected.
Yeah. So they say it's very rare, but it can happen. And I'm like,
Yeah, like here, we could technically get hit depending on if it came the other way. But as long as it comes from the east to west, no, west to east. If it comes west to east, we're okay because it hits that ridge.
yeah.
But if it came up from the south or came up from the east, then we wouldn't be okay
Yeah.
because then there's no ridge and they could get us. And I haven't paid the $4,000 to have someone come dig a hole and put a little building in my ground. But I'm telling you right now, I'm not getting down that culvert with all them snakes. Ain't happening.
I'd probably find a cave. We have lots of caves around here.
Yeah, I'd go for a cave, man, because I know them snakes are in there because of the simple fact that he would go down there and say, "Look what I got today," and bring 4 or 5 big old snakes up, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, okay, no, I'm not going down there."
I could tell you a funny story about snakes. You know, I work at a coal mine, or I used to work at a coal mine.
Yeah.
Security. I was setting up in the office. The change house is underneath the office area where they have all the showers and where they can change out their mine clothes and stuff like that. Coal miners, I hear screaming, and we're not talking about normal screaming. We're talking about almost high pitch.
We're talking girls screaming.
Yes. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on down there? So I go downstairs and I yell into the change room. They're all guys. And I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, there's a snake in here. And I'm like, you're flipping coal miners. Take care of it. And they're like, no, you got to come in here. And I'm like, cover up, because I don't need to see all that. And I know some of them just got out of the shower. So I walked in there, and no, some of them did not cover up. I saw way more than I needed to see that day. And I'm like, what? And they're like, there's a rattlesnake. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I walk around the corner, I grab a shovel. And I go over there and I find the snake and I pop its head off and make sure it's disconnected. And I hold up the snake and I'm like, is this problem? And they start screaming again. And I'm like,
It
it's
doesn't even have a head.
dead. And I go running, or I walk out of there and I'm like, they're cold. What? So I take and I strip the snake and I take the meat out because meat, I mean, hello. And I take the rattle off. I'm going to save that. And I'm going to save the skin.
Well, at least they had the right kind of snake.
Yeah. So I'm like, all I can do is give them crap after that. Because coal miners, for goodness sake, I'm a girl. I should be afraid of snakes.
Yeah, my big dog got bit by a rattler right in his face. And I called the vet because I didn't know if you need to take him in or not. And you know what he told me to do? Give him Benadryl.
Yeah, Benadryl works great.
He said, give him Benadryl. And he said, if it starts to look infected, bring him in. I'll give him some antibiotics, but give him Benadryl. He said, snakes can handle, or dogs can handle snake venom.
Yeah.
Even the poisonous snake venom, unless they get multiple bites. But he said, even that, he said, but just give them Benadryl. So I did.
I'd be reluctant on it because we have the diamond heads here and the bad rattlesnakes that can kill you in minutes.
To me, they're all bad. They're all bad. They got a rattler, they're bad. Bad. But then I have a dog that thinks he needs to run up and, hi, Nana Crafty Jim. Hi, Don Marie. I have a dog that thinks he needs to run up and stick his face and bark at these snakes and antagonize these snakes. And I'm like, you stupid fool.
That's one of my worries in our backyard because we have 3 sheds in the back in our garage. And they're not on the ground. There's a gap underneath them. And then we get the desert grass out here. And I'm worried that he's going to go back there and find himself a snake and try to play with it.
Yep.
Now, if it's
my dad's little dog did that and got bit in his paw in between his toes.
Yeah.
And we brought him over here and cleaned him up and called the vet. And he told us, give him Benadryl. So we gave him some Benadryl and doctored him up. Of course, if you're a person, they tell you to go to ER and take snake venom. And I'm like, well, how come a dog can take Benadryl and I have to take snake venom? Antidote. It's like, all right, that don't make no sense.
So the rule of the house is if we see a snake, we come get mommy. Because mommy will take care of the snake.
And you have Benadryl on hand, so in case the doggy gets it, doggy's taken care of.
I have Benadryl on hand. I'm really allergic to bees, but mine is different from most. If I get stung by a bee, I get a blue line.
Oh, wow.
Wherever it is, and it'll go to a blood vessel, and it'll go up. And if it reaches my heart, I pass away. So it's more like blood poisoning than...
Yeah, sounds more like blood poisoning. Wow.
Yeah. And
mine is if I get stung, I just start breaking out in immediate whelps everywhere, and then my throat starts closing up.
Yeah,
so my kids are always like, you got epi? And I'm like, yeah, but I try to outrun them suckers because I've only had epi once, and it's god-awful. I was at the hospital, and we had to change scrubs into hospital scrubs.
Yeah.
And I put on my scrubs, and evidently there was a spider in there that bit me, and I was allergic to it. And I started breaking out in all these whelps, and then my throat started closing up. So they sent me to the ER, and they gave me the Benadryl, and they gave me the dexamethasone. They gave me, the epi shot. When they gave me the epi shot, okay, your heart feels like it's running 200 and something miles an hour. I mean, it's like on overdrive. Yeah. And then literally you start shaking so bad. You're just like, and you can't stop.
Yep.
Until the Benadryl kicks in, and then you're like, ugh. I was just like, oh my God. So now you mentioned me having to get my epi shot from a bee. I can outrun a bee. I mean, it's like, but this little fat girl runs so fast because I don't want one of them again. And the thought of having to give myself one is really bad.
I tell people, if you see me running, you better start running because there's something chasing me.
This fat girl starts running. It's bad. It's bad. The only time I ran when I was working, and technically, we weren't supposed to use bags, the ambu bag, because of COVID. We weren't supposed to give you breaths anymore.
Yeah.
So how that was supposed to work, I don't know. Just pump on chest, but don't give them no air. That don't work.
Yeah.
So I walk in, and this guy who's been begging me to save his life all day has turned purple. Purple. I mean, and my eyes probably got like this big, and I took off hauling ass. And people were like, Cindy's running. We need to go find out what's going on, because I was running for an ambu bag and yelling at the doctor that I needed a BiPAP like now.
Yeah.
To write an order for a BiPAP like now, and it was like, get in there. And it was like, start giving this guy some because he had turned purple. That was when I got my COVID vaccines. They jacked me up, but I was like, okay, that really jacks you up.
Yeah.
I was like this. And this was Delta. None of the rest of them had been this bad, but Delta was horrible. And I was like this. Okay, the vaccine I don't trust because it's too new. It hadn't been really tested. I'm really leery of it. No one knows the side effects of it now because it hadn't been out long enough for them to really show up.
Mm-hmm.
And then over here, I'm watching these people who are 40 and 50, and they're dying on me 2 and 3 a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, I'll get the vaccine. Because I was just like that terrified.
I got the vaccine because they started this thing around here that if you didn't get it, they'd come to your house, and if you had a child, they would immediately take the child out of your house.
Wow. Well, since I had got the vaccine, I have got arthritis in this knuckle, but it's finally going down 2 years later.
Yeah.
I mean, because it was huge. This knuckle here, this here used to be up to here.
Ooh.
And red, and you couldn't touch it. It's finally going down. And this knuckle, I couldn't bend my finger, and it was super enlarged. And when I talked to the doctor about it, he said he thought that the COVID indicators things that they always talk about had gotten in my joints from the vaccine. And then from the second vaccine, I went to get up the next day, and I had no equilibrium. I would just fall over.
See,
literally.
I didn't have any weird side effects. But
Fall
I
over.
didn't take any of the
And found out that was like a 3% side effect.
Really?
And it lasted for 3 days. I could not stand up and try to walk because if I did, I just fell over, fell to the left, just poof, bomb. I stayed in bed. They gave me pay. I was off work with pay because it was an adverse reaction from that.
Yeah.
But since then, I've gotten migraines. My migraines are 10 times worse.
I've always had migraines, but
I mean, I've had them, but I used to have like maybe 1 or 2 a month, where now it's like 3 or 4 a week.
Because of that mask behind my eye, I get them.
Yeah, so from that, I probably got the migraine. And then the other thing they're finding has come up is POTS, which is post-orthostatic hypertension syndrome. And what it is when you go from sitting to standing, you get really lightheaded. And if you don't bend over and lean on something, you are going to pass out.
I get that all the time now.
Well, since the second vaccine, I have it all the time.
I didn't get any of the boosters. It's like if those 2 don't cover me, then I'm screwed anyway.
I'm not getting any booster because I told them, I said, this is what the 2 vaccines did to me.
Yeah.
I'm not getting anything else. I'm not taking
those. And the only reason I took them was because nobody's going to take my son away from me.
I mean, literally, if I stand up and try to walk across the room, I will pass out. I have to stop, bend over, let my blood pressure get equal, and go on. Because what it does is the receptors because if you had any of the EMT, any of that stuff, you know about the receptors in your neck.
Yeah.
That kind of level out your blood pressure when you stand up.
Mm-hmm.
It does something to them to where your heart cannot make up the difference when you stand up.
Really?
And so your baroreceptors aren't functioning anymore.
That's why I get dizzy when I stand up.
But it wipes out your baroreceptors. And they're just now finding this out. I just got a thing on it a couple weeks ago, and I was like, that's where that came from. But they're finding that it did something with the baroreceptors in your heart to where they talk to each other and compensate until your body gets the equilibrium set up.
Yeah.
And so you don't have that word anymore. So you have to stop, bend over, kind of hang on to something.
Yeah.
Give it a few minutes.
I'm like,
yeah.
Okay.
I've actually had where my knees start buckling.
Yeah.
I'll be hanging on and my knees are buckling. And I have not had that until I had that second vaccine.
I wonder if that's why that started happening then. And
they said that it starts about a year after you've had the vaccine is when that starts showing up. So they're just now finding out about it.
Hmm.
So
That
I've
just
seen 2
started.
research papers on it about where they're finding that this is an adverse reaction from the vaccine.
Hmm.
So I was like, wonderful. Because I will. I mean, I'll be walking along and I'm down.
Yeah, I have to hold on, and then even then, my knees are going. Nope, sit back.
Yep, you can feel your knees just like going to jello. And then you got to kind of bring yourself back up. And it's like, wow. And it didn't start. It started about 2, 3 months ago. And then like about a week after it started, 2 weeks after it started, I saw that one article, one research paper. And
Yeah,
then I've seen another one. And they're saying that POTS is linked to the vaccine.
I wonder now because that just started happening, and I'm like, what is going on with my body?
And they're connecting all of this stuff that's coming out to the initial mRNA vaccines, which was the first batch. In fact, I think England has recommended that they not give those anymore
Huh. I got
because of some guy called it all the yellow box problems that are coming from it.
it makes you wonder, doesn't it? What
Yep.
exactly did we do to ourselves?
And I'm thinking, what did I put in my body? They have found out that it changes stuff in your liver.
Mm-hmm.
It's done some really crazy things.
Yeah.
I quit going in and researching it because I was like, oh God, yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to because it'll just make me panic, and I don't need that
I
right.
was like, and that's what I was afraid of because I'd had enough chemistry and I'd had enough, A and P, and
Yep.
because I took all sciences. And so I knew enough to know that you're jacking with genetics and you're jacking with this, you're
Yep.
jacking with that. You're not going to have a good outcome. And we
Yeah.
haven't had the time to see any of the results and the effects from it because they don't come out for years.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, back when our parents were, and they gave them that anti-throw up pill for the pregnant women, that
Yeah.
Desmo,
Yeah.
and they didn't find out, God, until I was in my 20s, that was what's caused a lot of the problems with kids,
Yeah.
was that pill. So, I mean, if it takes that long, you're not going to know right away in 2 weeks that, oh, this isn't a problem.
I got all my EMT qualifications. I am a certified EMT, but I was also studying to become a medic and what is it called? Medical assistant and stuff like
Yep.
that. And I was real close to getting everything done before funding.
Well, I got my EMT, but I got my EMT because of my daughter, because all the crap she got into and did. So I
I got
actually
my
took
EMT because of him.
EMT to take care of her, not to go to work. And my poor instructor, he was so mad. He's like, "You're the one person I know that could take the national boards and actually pass them."
Ooh, that's not good, Tawana.
Yeah, that's me. I had such a bad reaction to the second one. It's like every time they ask me if I want a booster, I tell them, "No, nope, 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 nope."
Yeah, I was like, I took the 2 shots. If that doesn't cover me, then I'm screwed anyway. So, and I have a bad immune system. I don't really have an immune system.
I figure I've got fibromyalgia, I've got Hashimoto's. Lord knows what this brought up. So it's like, yeah, I don't even need to test it.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
have
nope.
fibromyalgia. I have an immune deficiency that I've had chickenpox 4 times. I mean, come
Oh
on.
my God. My son got it twice.
And they
And it
told me
seems
I
like
could
each
keep on
time
getting
gets
it.
worse.
They
I don't know
told
if yours did, but his did. His first one, it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
His second one, it was bad. They were down his throat. They were between
Yep.
his toes. It was bad.
Yeah. And it gets worse every single time. And they're like, you'll always get it. If you're around somebody with chickenpox, you're going to get it. And I'm like,
And I would actually suggest getting the shingles vaccine.
yeah.
When I think when you hit 50 is when you're eligible age-wise to get it.
I'm
But I
planning
would
on getting it.
suggest it because I think the way my India doctor, and he was a genius man, brilliant man. But the way he explained it, he was like, when you're younger, you get chicken pox.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, and then it goes dormant after a while, and it sits in your spinal column, but you always have it.
Yeah.
He goes, but it'll sit in your spinal column and it's dormant. He goes, and when you hit 50, then it comes back out, but it comes out as shingles.
Shingles, yes. I'm planning on getting this shingle shot.
Yeah, the vaccine has done nasty things to me.
It
But I
seems
did go get my shingle shot because I was like, I've seen people with shingles and I don't ever want that.
I don't want it. No, thank you. Chicken pox are bad enough.
Yep. I mean,
And
yeah. I was like, no, no,
yeah, I
no.
seem to have been getting sick a lot since the, you know, vaccine.
I get sick more and I get sick longer.
Yeah, like this cold I've had for
Like the
what,
cold
2
flu
months
thing we
now?
had. I mean, I still got it kind of in my up in here, and every once in a while I can feel that kind of wheezy feeling in my chest,
Yep.
but it has hung on forever, and I'm usually
Yeah,
not that way.
yeah, that's this cold. I've had it for like 2 months now, and it's coming back. My throat's starting to get sore again, and I'm like, oh, just go away. Just go away.
And that thing was bad enough that I actually tested for the V. I mean, I was like, yeah, this thing is bad enough and it's got enough of the same symptoms that I actually tested myself because I didn't wasn't sure.
Yeah, I tested myself. I was like, I can't. I can't.
And I mean,
Yeah.
I was I was down for the count for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
In the third week, I was a little better, but I didn't even do videos or anything for about what 3-4 weeks there because I couldn't talk hardly. I mean, it was just
Yeah.
I was awful.
Well, you've seen I've been like off of Nix's thing, and I've been kind of just really bad, and it feels like I get better and then it comes back and it drags me back down in it.
Kind of comes in waves.
Oh, like I know it's coming back because my throat's starting to act up again. I'm starting to cough again.
Oh no.
And no matter what vitamins I take, no matter what I do, I've, been looking
Now,
up
one
stuff.
thing I always take, and it is hard to find in a store now. It is hard to find in a store because if you go looking for it, it is hard to find, and that's zinc.
I have zinc. I've been taking zinc.
Make sure you take a zinc because zinc it breaks the replication code in
Yeah.
viruses, so it keeps them from replicating. That's like that coldies, those cough lozenges for
Yeah.
colds.
Yeah.
That was why those shortened your cold because they were actually stopping it from replicating, and so it would kill it out. So I
Yeah,
always take zinc.
I've been taking that too because I'm trying. I am so trying to get rid of this.
Yeah, I
And
take
this has
zinc
been
and vitamin D every day. That's the two things I take.
well, before I took the jabby, I was back to where I wouldn't get a cold but once or twice a year. And that
Yep.
is excellent for me. I have never been like that because my immune system, somebody has a cold, I'm going to get it. And then I took the shot and now I'm sick all the time again. My hands turned red. See?
Oh wow, they did.
Yep, they do that. And they feel like they're burning. And
Do you have Raynaud's?
do I have what?
It's called Raynaud's syndrome.
I don't know.
You might want to check with that because that's what it does.
Yeah.
Raynaud's, it'll turn your hands beet red
Yeah, you see them.
and they'll feel like burning. And usually, if you're exposed to cold, so if it's getting cold in your house, it's usually when a change in temperature
Yeah.
sets it off. And a lot of times, if they've been frostbitten, it'll cause it. But it's called Raynaud's.
Yeah, I've been frostbitten on my hands badly.
So you may have Raynaud's in your, and it's really, I mean, yep, they'll turn beet red.
Yeah, you see how they just do this, and
Mm-hmm.
it feels like they're burning off, and I'm like,
Yep. Sounds like you have Raynaud's. I've actually had patients that would wear gloves all the time so that their hands wouldn't get exposed to change in temperature.
yeah,
That's, yeah, really bad. Really bad. Me, it was really funny because I used to turn beet red. I'd be standing there at work and I would feel it start in my waist and it would start tingling, tingling, tingling. And then I would just get really hot. And then, I mean, my skin, my face would turn beet red.
yeah, mine turns red right here.
I mean, my whole body would look like a big red tomato. And so I walked up to this doctor and said, why do I do this? And he was like, well, how much estrogen are you on? And I said, none. And he goes, that's why you do it.
Yeah, I'm not. They've told me that I've been going through the menopause for since I was 16, in fact. But because of my body, there's something wrong. And the last couple of years, they've been telling me that I hit it hard. And that I probably need estrogen and all this, but they never.
I won't take estrogen because of the fact that it has so many adverse reactions to taking estrogen.
Yeah.
The breast cancer and all that. And so I'm like, yeah, I can deal. And so I went and I started researching all the ingredients in all those over-the-counter estrogen supplements.
Yeah.
And the main ingredient in all of them was magnesium.
Really? I take magnesium all the time.
And I found if I took magnesium, my hot flashes pretty much almost went away. Because, I mean, they would be bad.
Yeah.
I felt like I was Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
First time I saw a Ghost Rider, I went, that's menopause right there. When his head exploded in the flames.
Yeah.
I was like, yep, that's a hot flash. That's a hot flash right there. And so, but with the magnesium, I didn't get any. I mean, I would get warm, but I never got the raging feeling like your head had flames shooting out of it, which I had. I'd be at work. This is your nurse at work. She runs to the freezer and opens the freezer and sticks her head in it. Literally.
Wow.
Because I mean, it would feel. It was like you felt like your head was on fire. And so I would literally run to the freezer and go stick my head in the freezer. And people look at you, and I'm like, hey, your day is coming.
It's going to happen. Get ready.
Your day is coming. That's like my daughter. She's starting to have like premenopausal stuff. And she's like, well, my doctor says my levels are perfect. And I'm like, mm-hmm. I said, you don't believe a doctor. They full of crap. I said, you're having this, and this, and I said, that's premenopausal, and it will get worse.
It's all good, Don Mary. We understand. Just
no problem. I'm glad you're here listening. Yeah. But yeah, I was like, yeah, wait until you wake up and you're floating in your bed because you have sweat so much that you got to get up and change the sheets in the middle of the night.
I hate the hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold.
Yeah, or you got to have that. You got the blanket up to your chin, but you got your legs sticking out.
Yep, that's what I do.
It's like, that looks so stupid, but you got to have a leg sticking out, but you got the blankets up to your eyeballs. It's like, really, that's like such a conflict.
Yep.
And then I was in a waterbed. So when I got those hot flash night sweats, I would wake up and I would be in a puddle of water. Literally. It's a miracle I didn't drown because I would be in a puddle of water. It was like, this is ridiculous. You have to get up, change your sheets, throw towels down, change your clothes. And that'd be 2-3 times a night.
Yeah.
And it was like, you always go to the doctor and they're like, you got hot flashes?
Yeah, I go swimming.
I kept trying to get my shingle shots for years. I'm 62, so I've been trying for years. And insurance was like, well, we won't cover that. And it was like $400 a shot. And I was like, well, I ain't paying that. First thing, I get in the VA system, I sit down in the chair and she says, you want your shingle vaccine? I was like, yes, today.
Please, now.
I was like, yes, today. And pneumonia, throw pneumonia in there while you're at it. I've been trying to get that one.
For it next year. I'm going to be 49 this year, so next year.
But I was like, yeah, throw vaccine, pneumonia vaccine in there at the same time. So I got pneumonia and shingles all at the same time.
I never took the pneumonia one or the flu. I don't take the flu shot either.
Well, this year I took a flu shot, but evidently the flu that's out there is not the one it is because you never know. It's like a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Because you never know which one it's going to cover, and they don't really know. It's like a crapshoot. And so evidently the flu A, which is what the little kids are carrying around right now, is not what's covered. Because my grandson brought his happy little butt out here, and he had the flu A. And what did Nana have 3 days later? Nana was sicker than dirt for 3 weeks. And then my daughter, when they went home, called me up and said, school, he popped another fever, so school made me take him to the doctor, and he popped positive for flu A. And I said, well, now I know what I got.
I think that's one of the advantages homeschooling him. We don't have to worry about some of the things.
Oh, yeah.
RSV going through the schools really bad here.
Because I'm telling you, what you catch from kids as an adult will make you 10 times sicker than anything we catch on our own.
Yes.
I'm telling you. Because every time one of these little kids that I babysit all the time come out here, if they're sick, I get it. I am down for the count. I mean, I am like toast and want to die.
Yeah.
And it's like, really? I said, you guys are sick for 3 days. You pop up, you're running around, and Nana's down for weeks. I mean, it's like, I went to the doctor one time because the kid grabbed me in the eye. I think he was like a year old, and he grabbed my eye. Well, he had pink eye. He grabbed my eye. And it gave me two kinds of pink eye. It gave me bacterial pink eye and viral pink eye, which one of them causes you to build up these like sand crystals under your eyelid.
Yes.
And so the doctor actually flipped my eyelid upside down and literally scraped all those crystals off. My eyeball hurt so bad. I was wishing I had some of those lidocaine drops they have in the ER,
Mm-hmm.
Ponocaine, because my eye, it hurt so bad. So I had regular pink eye, viral pink eye, eyeballs done been scraped. I'm like thinking I'm dying. Now you got me on Tamiflu. My doctor's looking at me from across the room and he's against the wall like this. And I'm like, what's the deal? And he said, oh no, you super contagious. I got you set up with an eye doctor. You go there. I was like, wow.
When we lived in Belgium, I had pink eye like every other week.
Oh,
And
I
both,
don't mind the one that you can sit there and just write out, because viral you can just write out.
yeah, it just makes your eye crusty and you.
Yeah, you can just write that one out. But the other one, you got to have the eye drops and yeah. Oh, and
Yeah.
that little critter gave me both of them. I was like dying.
And they didn't know how I kept getting it. That was the mystery. How did I keep getting it? Because it was every other week. And we were there
Did you
for
have
3
it
years.
like on a towel or maybe your pillowcase or your sheets or
I don't know.
comforter? Because I mean, after I've had it, I sit there and I wash everything. After what the stuff I've gone through with these little critters,
Yeah.
they leave the house. I wash every blanket that they've touched, snotted on, drug around. I mean, all of them get
You
washed.
gotta do that now, though. I mean, seriously.
I mean, literally, it's like you leave first thing, everything goes in the washer.
That he's got his dad's immune system, and I am so thankful for that. Because he hardly never gets sick.
Well, that's good.
And he'll never be able to fake sick with me. Because when he
I
gets
like when
sick,
they used to like try to, put stuff in the thermometer in hot water and
yeah.
I'm running a fever. Or my son, he's really bad lactose intolerant. And so he would eat cheese before the school bus came.
Oh.
Well, of course, what does that do? He'd be in the crapper. He'd miss the school bus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after a little bit, I figured out what he was doing. And so I literally, this is what I did. Okay. Think of Medea. Okay. We had this car. It was an old LTD that smoked like nobody's business. It would take a quart of oil to go to the school and back.
Yeah.
I mean, it smoked bad. Okay. And the only thing it didn't have was the backfire, like Uncle Buck,
Yeah.
car that backfired. Okay. That's the only thing it was missing. And so I literally took the school bus and I got tired of it. And so I literally had a house coat on, house slippers, my hair like looking like holy hell, all just fresh out of bed in that crappy car. And they were like, no, Mom, park way back here. Park way back here.
Oh,
And I was like, no, we're parking right up here. And we parked right at the front of the school. And then I walked their happy asses to the front desk to sign them in.
That's
And,
awesome.
they never missed the school bus after that. They
I
would
will-
run across the field to catch that school bus, but they would not miss it because they didn't want me taking them in that bad car, wearing my house coat, slippers, my hair looking like crazy. It was one of the Medea moves, and it worked.
I will be right back. My dog really needs to go outside, apparently.
Okay, but yeah, that Medea move worked like jam.
I bet it did.
One of the best Medea movies to watch is Witness Protection. You need to find Witness Protection. It is so funny watching because it's just, you just got to watch it. I don't want to ruin it for you by telling you about it, but you need to watch it. Look, see if you can find it, but it's called Witness Protection. You will laugh your head off. It is hilarious. And it's kind of moves like that to keep your kids under control. I mean, one of them was, this kid's in the back seat of her car and he's like, I'm going to rob you. And she's like, she knows who he is. And she says, you going to do what? And then she starts just like slinging him all over the back seat, just taking her car and just slinging them everywhere, bouncing them off the walls, and he's just like, oh no, okay, we're good. I'm not going to do anything. Let me out. So yeah, you need to watch Witness Protection. It is hilarious. I love all his movies. He's got good movies. He has got excellent movies. So who do I still got in here? A bunch of people who's not going to get any more jabs. I see that. And then we're going to do the new group for herbal recipes, which I've been eat because definitely need to cook those up. And I'm going to go for a search for some guava leaves. Need to find some guava leaves.
All right. I have to let her back in here in a minute. Hopefully she can bring herself back in today.
Now mine are wanting in because I knew that the male people don't like to have the dogs out front, so I had to put them out back. And I dropped that one video, but I did about 4 or 5 more. And so I was doing videos all afternoon, all the way
Wow.
up until 5 o'clock. And then I got to sit there and get them put together and make some thumbnails for them. But yeah, I
I
mean,
need to make videos. That's one thing
it's
I need.
oh God, lots of videos, lots and lots. Let me show you. Let me show you my table. Let me see if I can get this where you can see my table. No. All those. All right, where is it? Let me stand up. Enough. Okay, there's that. There's that. Okay.
That table?
That table.
Wow.
That's all canvases. I mean, they are piled about 2.5 feet tall.
Wow.
I mean, literally, it's 2.5 feet tall. And it's like stacked up there like Tetris. If you was to walk up there and touch it, it'd all probably come falling down. Because some of these are in those round booty things. Okay, let me see. Oh, I bet this one didn't. No, it doesn't come through here. So let me send off real quick this.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry. She wanted to go out and lay in the snow, apparently.
Okay, let me get in here. Okay,
Yeah, RFD is really bad.
Yeah, especially with kids. Oh,
Yeah.
and I really haven't heard with adults, but I bet it would be really rough on an adult.
I bet it would.
I bet it would be like mega bad on an adult.
Well, that's one thing I don't want to try out and tell you how it feels. So let's not.
But yeah, I actually found canvases that I've been looking for.
Nice.
I found canvases that are a no to show on YouTube, but they were bought long before I knew anything about licensing. I found tons of this double-sided adhesive, like beyond.
I'm really leery about doing those.
What, the double-sided adhesive? You got to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
And like I was saying when I first started today's live, what you do is you don't lay them flat till you're ready to do them. Don't open them. Just leave them curled up. Leave them as they are. And then when you get ready, kind of undo whatever tape or rubber band or whatever they have on it and just let it sit.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're ready, you put it out flat. But as you're putting it out flat, you kind of grab that top layer of the cover.
Mm-hmm.
And you have it as low as you can to your canvas and slowly peel it back real slow and have it level with it. That way it's not pulling it up.
Mm-hmm.
And just slide it over, and then you'll have to put release papers on the whole thing.
Ugh.
But that way it keeps it from getting those bubbles everywhere.
Yeah.
Because as you're pulling it up, that's what causes the bubbles.
Rivering, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, all the thing. Well, the big bubbles in the rivers, and then you're having to take your knives and slice them and get the air out of them, and then flatten them. Because if you don't, then your picture's going to be like this. Yeah, that's awful. I hate them.
They just sound like a pain in the butt that I'm not willing.
But the only way I've found not to get as much damage is to just don't like people were always pulling off their covers to show you the picture.
Yeah,
don't do that. Whenever I get ready to do that canvas, I'll do a little video and do it then and show you the picture. But I'm
Yeah.
not taking the covers off till then, because then all those canvases they had really hard times with, they ended up with rivers. Because you've noticed everyone talk about, oh, I got all this damage on my, and that's because they kept pulling them sheets off.
Yeah, and that's what stopped me from getting them is because people were like, this double adhesive, I have all these rivers, look at all this damage, blah, blah, blah. It looks like crap. And I was like, okay, no.
Because you'll notice if you'll sit there and just lay it out and just pull that cover off at the same time and just have the cover be, just right, pretty much folded over on top of your canvas and just slide it back to where it pulls it.
Yeah.
It doesn't pull up, so it doesn't pull that adhesive up off of the, your canvas, because it's just laying on your canvas.
Yeah.
So it doesn't cause that.
It's
And
like
if you just lay it
double-sided
flat
tape.
across, it'll stay flat, and then it'll be perfect. Because it's whenever you lay it flat and it starts doing that where it's rolling,
Yeah.
and you'll see it kind of bubble up and roll everywhere it's doing that, it's pulling that glue up at the same time with it. And
Yeah.
so all those places have those big rivers.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, I just, everyone was like, we want to see the, nope, sorry.
Oh, you have to wait.
Just have to wait. I'll get to them. I've done 3 or 4 of them. I did that fall winter tree. That was a double-sided adhesive. I did that winter landscape.
And that's the only problem you had with them?
Yeah. And those, I pull them off that way and put release paper, so I didn't even have that problem with them. I had a little bit of popping with the winter landscape, but it was a hurricane.
Yeah.
And it's known for that, so it wasn't that bad. I just rolled it out, and it's pretty much okay now. Plus, I was using T-mod drills in there, so none of my drills were exactly the same. So that may have been part of it, because different drill sizes. And then I did that blue dragon that I finished, and it was a double-sided adhesive. So that was 3 canvases I've done in like the last 2.5 weeks.
And when they're done, do you have problems with popping or like?
So once they're done, I've had a couple in the past that were really bad, and I had to seal them. And so, but once you're done, like that double-sided adhesive, once you can get it down on it, it's pretty stout.
Ugh, you're lucky, Sandy.
Yep, Sandy, that is definitely the thing to do for your hubby, because in the hospital, the only other thing they might give him would be steroids. Other than that, it's always a vitamin D, zinc, and vitamin C. Because in the morning, everybody that had COVID, that's what they got. Vitamin D, vitamin C, a zinc, and a steroid, through the IV.
Huh. See, Sandy knows.
And that's what I put my son on when he tested positive. It was like, you go get this, and you go get this, and you go get this.
We've been really lucky, knock on wood. But we also think that we had COVID before it was a thing, like right before it was a thing.
Yeah, they're thinking that it was actually out in here before they really announced that it was out in here.
Yeah.
And then I know I caught it with the first round, not the second round, but the regular initial one. And that's because for some reason they stuck a COVID positive person in our Jerry Psych unit. So all these old people, it was like 15 of them, caught it.
That's horrible.
Literally 15 of them caught it. And they're not in their right mind, because if you're in Jerry Psych, you're not all there.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was eating lunch, and I was one of the ones that it has to do with my chin structure and, these high cheekbones, that a mask really didn't fit on me airtight.
Yep.
And so I had to wear the big hood with the battery pack and the whole 9 yards, where you look like someone coming in from the moon or, Outbreak or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Really fun. And so I was at lunch, so my hood's off, my gown is off, because you de-gown, when you go into a clean area. And I'm in there eating lunch, and I hear my patient just screaming and hollering. And I was like, what in the world? And so I thought, well, I'll go to the door and see just stick my ear out there and see what he's saying. Well, I stick my ear out there, and then I look, and this man has escaped his room. He's in a diaper, no clothes, and he's like walking along the wall down the hallway yelling, "Ma." And I'm just scared death he's going to fall and break a hip or something.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was my first thought. So I take off running after him, didn't even think, didn't even think until I sat there and thought, what is hitting my legs? And I looked down and it was my hood. So my hood protection is on the floor bouncing along and I have no gown on. And I'm like right in his face saying, you need to get back into bed. Let's get you back into bed. So I was like, oh, well, okay. And then by that weekend, I don't run temps. I don't care how sick I am. When I had the flu, I ran like 99.4. And I was like, yeah, that's a fever for me. So I
Yeah.
tracked it for 2 years and I'm always 97.3. So 99 is a fever, but according to health people, it's not.
Yes.
So it really is for me, but not according to them. So, and because I wasn't, having that, but I had this horrendous headache. I mean, the worst headache. I mean, it was worse than a migraine. It was bad. And I tried everything. I tried migraine medicines. I was taking Motrin, Tylenol, Advil. I mean, you name it, I was taking it. I was taking the sumatriptan. I mean, I was trying everything. And I had no appetite. I was just drinking coffee, thinking it would help my head, literally. So I didn't eat. I lost 12 pounds. I had a horrendous headache. I had no energy. It was all I could do just to put one foot in front of the other. And that lasted for about 2 weeks. And so further along, and of course, I'm working, but I was working back at the COVID people. So I was like, well, if I got it, I ain't going to give it to nobody because they already got it. And so I was talking to the hospital nurse and telling her, and she says, you know what? She goes, I bet you had COVID. She goes, did they test you? And I said, no, because that's back when they wouldn't test you unless you had a high fever and a bad cough and a this and a this and a this.
Yeah.
I said, I didn't fall into those things. I fell into extreme fatigue, exhaustion, horrendous headache, no appetite. I lost weight. I mean, so she goes, oh, yeah, I bet you had it. And I said, well, I bet I do, because I was up close and personal and my hood was on the floor. It was because my nursing instinct kicked in over, like, think about your health.
Yeah.
It was like, go get the man before he falls.
Yep.
It was like, oh, well, kind of
was,
like with the blood all over you, you just go do. And then after that, you're like, ugh.
It was before they even announced that there was a COVID thing going around. And me and my husband were so sick for it was over a month.
Yeah, I mean, I felt horrid. It took about a month before I felt normal. But at least the horrendous headache, because that headache for about 2 weeks, that headache was, oh, awful, awful, god awful.
Yeah,
I mean, it makes a migraine look good.
And my normal temperature is 96.8. That's my normal temperature.
Yeah, mine's 97.2 to 97.4. And I know that because they made us take our temp every day we went to work.
Mm-hmm.
When we walked in the door and you had to chart it. And so mine was always 97.2 to 97.4. It never got higher. So if I'm running 99, I'm running a temp. I'm running a pretty good temp.
Yep.
And so, yeah. But then trying to tell people in the health field that you're running a temp at 99, they just look at you and tell you that, no, you're not. No, you're not.
You're fine. Yeah.
And
I've dealt with that too because, my temperature has always been low. I mean, they wanted to put me on, what is it called? The breathing machine for when you're sleeping.
Yeah, my doctor's trying to pull that on me, and he's got me set up with a sleep doctor, a sleep behavior doctor. I got an appointment with the sleep behavior doctor on Monday. It's going to be interesting. But I'm going to tell him I sleep on my stomach, kind of on my stomach on my side. Mm-hmm. That is not going to work. That's not going to work for me because it's just not going to work. Number one, I'll sit there and I'll twist and turn and get my stuff all turned up and like a sausage burrito in my covers sometimes to where I have to pull them all out. So I could just see that getting strangulated by that stupid thing. And I think he clicked the wrong button because he was supposed to have been ordering me the light box. And I think he hit the wrong button, but I'll go because maybe there's something else he can tell me to help with sleep. I don't think going to bed at the same time is going to work because I never go to bed at the same time.
I try to tell them that when I'm sleeping, my heart rate naturally drops. My dad's does the same thing. It's a genetic.
Yeah, it should. They usually, most people will drop a good 10, 20 points when they're asleep.
Yeah,
That's normal.
mine drops considerably to where I
I
breathe.
mean, as a nurse, unless you got lower than 49,
Yeah,
I didn't really bother you
yeah, and
because
mine's
that's kind of
not
normal.
quite that low, but it's pretty low. And they're like, "Well, you're stopping breathing when you're sleeping," and I'm like, "No, I've been doing this my whole life."
Well, how do they know you're stopping breathing? Because, I mean, stopping breathing, they've got to be tracking your rib cage to see about your breathing.
Yeah,
So if they're not tracking your rib cage, because they sent my ex, that was so funny. They sent him this thing and he had to put it together. He looked like he was going to the moon. I was like, I'm sleeping on the couch tonight because he had all these electrodes all around his face, all around his chest. He had harnesses and wires. And I mean, he looked like he was going somewhere.
yeah,
And he come out and he was like, look what I got to wear. And I got to sleep. I was like, I don't know how you're going to go to sleep because I wouldn't be able to go to sleep wearing that get up.
yeah,
And so that's how they really track if you stop sleeping, because they'll be able to track that one that's around your rib cage to see if your ribs are going up and down from the breathing motion.
They had me
So,
in a sleep. What is it called?
a sleep study.
A sleep study for over a month because of the way I breathe. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I just naturally do it. I don't know how or why. My dad does it. In fact, it saved his life a couple times in Vietnam. But yeah, it just naturally, that's a good
Yeah.
one. And
But yeah, it's like, and for snoring, I found an app, and I don't even know. I'll have to look and see what it. But it's like it's called Sleep Meter or something like that. It was like $20 or so for the year, and when you go to bed, you tell it what time to wake you up,
mm-hmm.
and then you put that you're going to sleep, and it will track how long it takes you to go to sleep, and then it will track if you talk in your sleep. It will track if you snore in your sleep. I mean, it literally. You got to put the phone. You got to have your phone on a charger, and you have to have it like 2 feet from your head.
See, my
So on your
bed
bedside table.
tracks. I have a sleep by number, and it tracks how much you toss and turn, and how much you have restless sleep and regular sleep, and how many times you get out of bed in the middle of the night and stuff like
Yep.
that.
But this one will literally tell me, and it's usually when I'm in my deepest sleep that I snore. But I don't snore all night. I only snore during that selected period when I'm in a deep, deep sleep. So it's not like I snore all night.
Yeah.
And it's not, but it's just getting to sleep.
Yeah, mine's getting to sleep because my brain goes hyperactive on me, and
It's like I lay down and it's like I start thinking, well, I can do this and I can do this and I can do
Yep.
this and I can do this. And I want to do that. I want to do that. And I want to do that. And I can't shut it off.
And I need to do this, and I should get up and look at this because I'm not sure if this happens.
If that was done. And so your brain just, you're like, and then you're like wide awake.
Yep.
I'll be sleepy on the couch. I'll go lay down in bed. My eyes pop open.
Yep.
It's like, what the hell? It's like I was sleepy on the couch, but now I'm wide awake. My therapist was like, well, just sleep on the couch. And I was like, okay. So sometimes I'll just sleep on the couch because then I get sleep.
Yeah. If I really need sleep, I'll just fall asleep on the couch because I fall asleep easier. I think it's the angle that has me at, because it's a recliner, but it doesn't go all the way back.
Right.
So
I think a lot of mine got really bad after the bug incident because I was laying flat for that 3 days with all these bugs. So every time I lay flat, my brain goes there.
Of course.
And so
yeah,
it's like I'm wide awake and I'm ready to get back up because I don't want to be in there flat because the bugs might come back. And so he was like, well, we're trying like having me go to sleep on a couple of pillows and have them like up to where when I actually try to go to sleep, I'm elevated and not flat. And we're trying that.
I have to sleep kind of elevated anyway because I have GERD.
Oh, yeah. I love Protonics because GERD. And it was really weird. When I went keto, when I went hardcore keto, I lost all my GERD.
Really?
All of it. I mean, it was to the point the doctor was like, I think I could take you off of this. And I was like, no, I'm scared. Leave that one alone. I mean, literally, because it was always so bad. But it was like, it went away. It literally went away. The only thing I had during the keto incident was I would get the really bad leg cramps.
Oh yeah, I get those.
And then, I mean, it would feel like someone shoved a steel rod up my calf. And
Yeah.
of course, they kept saying, in the little groups I was in, oh, drink pickle juice. And I was thinking, that's crap. And you know what? Pickle juice is the bomb.
Is it really?
Yes.
I've never tried.
One sip of pickle juice, and that cramp instantly lets go.
I get leg cramps so bad it'll actually make me cry because they hurt so bad. And everybody's like, you need more potassium or eat bananas, but they make them worse.
But yeah, pickle juice.
So I don't know what's up with that because bananas, it's supposed to get rid of leg cramps, but no, it makes it worse.
Yeah. I mean, get some pickle juice.
I definitely have pickle juice. I have pickles too. That sounds good. Actually.
And I think it's actually partially the vinegar in it, so you could probably just get vinegar and have like salad dressing.
I have that too, I believe. I even have apple cider vinegar, but I love to bake and cook and stuff, so you're frozen.
But yeah,
there you are.
One little sip of pickle juice, and that cramp is gone.
I know, right?
I mean, I literally almost crawled. It hurt so bad to walk. I almost crawled to the refrigerator when I finally gave in and tried that. And I took one swig of pickle juice, and it was like, wow, oh, okay. So now I keep pickle juice. It's like I just there's no pickles in it. It's just pickle juice.
I'm going to have to try that because they get pretty bad.
Yeah, because them bad ones, I mean, they're not like regular Charlie horses. They feel like someone rammed a steel rod up there, and it's like, oh, my God.
Yep. And you can't
And
move.
for some reason, keto makes that worse. Those leg cramps are 10 times worse when you're on keto.
Really?
And I don't know why.
Ugh.
I don't know why, but they were bad. They were the worst part of it.
I've never tried any special diet or anything. In fact, when they took out my gallbladder, they didn't even tell me I needed to eat different.
They didn't tell me either, and I never really have until I was keto. And when I was keto, I was actually higher fat because I was eating 90 grams of fat a day.
Wow.
I literally would eat 14 to 16 grams of carbs. I would eat 30 grams of protein, and the rest was fat, like 90 grams of fat.
Really?
I would put butter and MCT oil in my coffee in the morning. And then it was like, cream. I put heavy cream in my coffee. I put, it'd be like sour cream. I mean, full fat stuff, just no carbs. And I lost 75 pounds.
Really?
Yeah. My boss would sit there and watch that because I would take a perfectly good 2 pieces of pizza, scrape all the top off, put it on a plate. And I had some nutritional yeast, which gave you some B12 and a couple other things. And I'd sprinkle some of that on there. And then I would get the butter, the garlic butter that, Papa John's would give you, and pour that all over the top of that. So the cheese and all the pepperoni and all that. And then the Papa John's butter on top of that. And that's what I would have for lunch and throw the crust away. And he said, I see it. He said, you are like shrinking daily. He said, I don't understand it because you're eating that, but you're shrinking daily. He said, I don't get it.
That's what's confusing to me because that's a high fat.
Well, what it was is when you get that low on carbs, your body does not burn sugar anymore. And it doesn't, because you take the sugar away and you cut the carbs out, your body will not burn carbs or sugar anymore. It literally converts to where it burns fat. And so you feed it enough fat for what you got to have, and it will literally start burning the fat off of you for what the rest of it needs. So like if you need, 3,000 calories or 2,000 calories that day, and you've only ate 1,000 calories worth of stuff, including all your fat, then that other 1,000 calories is going to come straight from your fat stores because your body is going to take that fat stores and start using that for fuel because that's what it burns.
But my fat protects my six-pack and my arm muscles, and, it keeps me safe and warm.
It keeps you cuddly.
Flipping cold out.
But yeah, I lost over 70 pounds doing that. And my boss would be like, I don't get it because I see you eating all that. He goes, and I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't. I can't.
My cholesterol numbers were wonderful. It was like my doctor was like, I want to know just how much MCT oil, because that's coconut oil
Yeah.
and it's fractionated. So I would buy the 9 and 11 fractionated because the 9 goes straight to your liver for energy and fuel,
Yeah.
and the 11 goes straight to your brain for energy and fuel for your brain. So I was taking the double one so it would split it and send it to both places because that's all I had in the morning.
Yeah.
And so he was like, okay, he said, I know coconut oil will drive your good cholesterol up. He said, but your good cholesterol numbers are so off the chain. I want to know how much you're taking. Because my good
Really?
cholesterol was like 95. And the higher your good cholesterol is,
Yeah.
it negates whatever your bad cholesterol is.
Huh.
So even if your total cholesterol is like 250, but most of it's from the good cholesterol, then your cholesterol level is not high.
Huh.
Because the higher your good cholesterol, the less that bad cholesterol is attacking you.
Yeah.
And so even if you got a high total cholesterol, but it's high because your good's high, then you're okay.
Hmm.
And so, I mean, it was like, but to maintain that diet, I'll tell you, is very expensive.
Oh yeah. Most diets are.
And very expensive because you're eating all, cheese, real butter, MCT oil, which is not cheap, especially to buy the fractionated one. It's not cheap. And then for your protein, you're getting chicken and steak
I can
and
do it.
bacon. And bacon. You can eat all the bacon you want. All the bacon you want.
I have
That
this.
was why I went on that diet. I was like, so you're telling me I can have cream cheese, sour cream, heavy cream, real butter, and bacon? And it's a diet? I was like, I'm down for this diet.
The
But it
thing
is
that would kill
expensive.
my husband though is he loves his pasta.
Yeah, so you could have no pasta, no breads, no
I barely eat
biscuits,
breads, but
no
pasta.
muffins, none of that.
He
And so
loves his pasta.
it's hard for that because it's hard to go on that one because you take so much away, and you can't mix them. You can't say I want to have the high fat of this diet and still get my carbs, because then your body's, the minute you do that, it flips back over to burning carbs,
Yeah.
and the fat just turns to fat then.
Oh, that's so off.
So then you have to go moderate fat, moderate everything,
Yeah.
which is where I'm at now. I just try to stay below 1,000 calories and just stay moderate everything.
What I did to lose all that weight, and it took a while to do it, but I would take a bite of whatever I could eat anything. But I would take a bite and I would put my fork down and chew it completely and swallow it. And I
Yep.
noticed that my portion sizes were getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, but I
It
still
gave your
felt fine.
belly time to catch up to your belly and brain to sync about, oh, I've eaten this much, and yeah, it's telling me I'm full.
Yep. And that's
Because
how
it
I did it.
usually takes a good 20 minutes, and no one eats that slow anymore.
No, they don't.
Everybody wants to just scarf it all down. It takes a good 20 minutes for your brain to say, oh, I'm full, and your belly to say, yeah, I feel full. Because otherwise, you scarf it all down, your brain's going, oh, I want more, and your belly's saying, I don't feel quite full. And then an hour later, you feel like you're dead because you've ate so much you want to die.
Yes.
You know?
But I would just do that, and portion sizes went down, and I was losing the weight. I wasn't exercising because, Lord forbid, I get off the couch. But
Yeah, I don't go far. I mean, I don't go far. I really
everything
don't
I
go far.
need is in this little house. So
Yeah.
my biggest
I
walk
mean,
is to the
I
kitchen.
can't mow because of what was all this. I can't mow because can't do the riding mower because it's too much of and
Yep.
it's on a hill, so it's too much. So I
Yep.
can't mow. So I have to depend on my brother, my son, or my dad to feel sorry for me and at least mow it once or twice a
I
summer.
can't shovel snow.
Can't shovel snow. Can't pick up anything heavy. I mean, it was like the restrictions it put me on were just off the chain.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I had surgery in November, and when she let me start driving? March. I wasn't allowed to drive from November till March. Because according to her, she said, you don't realize how much abdominal muscles you use just changing your feet from the pedal to the steering wheel. And
Yeah,
she goes, and I don't want nothing. She goes, for until March, you are to do nothing. And I would say, but I got 4 dogs. I got a vacuum. She goes, hair's not going to kill you.
yeah,
And I would be like, but laundry. And she said, you can take your laundry to your washer 1 handful at a time. You know how long that takes? A
forever.
long time.
Yes.
Forever. She goes, and it would be like, I'd say, but this, she goes, and that's not going to kill you, but your guts falling out will. So no, you cannot do it. And I was like, okay. So I have 4 dogs, and I mean, once a month, my kids would come up and vacuum.
Mo,
But
you had it
think
right.
about that. I was like, I feel like I'm in a fur, and she was like, not going to kill you. Just step over it. I was just like, okay.
When I got my breast reduction, they like you can't do anything because you're weak enough as is with the fibromyalgia and everything that's going on with your body. They kept me that way for almost a half of a year.
That's what this abdominal surgery. And then she informed me that for the rest of my life, I have to wear Spanx. I hate Spanx. I literally hate Spanx.
I was like,
Beyond,
it was my boobs, not my belly. Come on.
I mean, I literally always went commando. After I found out I had fibromyalgia and my underwear hit that spot, made it worse, I didn't wear any. Doctor told me, he said, just don't wear underwear. I said, fine, okay. Then I threw them all away and I didn't wear any.
Yep.
And so I hadn't worn any until now. I have to wear Spanx underwear that come almost up to my boobs and down halfway down my thighs all the time, 24/7.
Wow.
I have to sleep in them. The only time I'm out of them is when I'm in the bathtub.
That's when you take a very long time in the bathtub just to.
And so someone who hated stuff tight around her to the point she threw her underwear away, it's torture.
No more after those.
And it's expensive. Do you know these little things cost $60 a piece?
Ouch.
A piece. I was just like, oh my God.
Sabian Lee, I know you can hear me.
I mean, but $60. 60 bucks a piece.
No more.
And then she sits there and informed me, she goes, yeah, you're in those for the rest of your life and probably 24 hours a day.
Oh no. That would kind of not be nice.
Yeah, it's not good. Okay, let's see.
Welcome back, Sandy.
Let me ask again. Oh, no, not there.
What is going on? What is going on? Okay.
But yeah, it's so, that was bad.
I
Bad.
don't know if I could do that.
And then of course, after you've had your bath and then you're trying to get in Spanx while you're slightly wet.
That's like
That is. Oh,
me. I can never wear a regular bra again. I have to wear sports bras. Now, all the cute little sports bras that you can zip up the front, they don't fit me because I'm still quite big, even after the reduction.
yep.
So
I mean,
after a shower, trying to get on the sports bras.
yep. Did you ever watch Junior?
I think so.
Junior's channel?
Yeah.
The funniest one I ever saw is he sat there and he was talking about, he was fixing to do his show.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about he had to buy that I think they call them breastplates or something like that. To where it comes up to about here and it goes all the way down and it gives them the cleavage and the boobs and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And he was demonstrating it. I died laughing because I can relate. But he was talking about how he had bought it a size too small, evidently. And he was trying to get in it, and he had one arm in it, one arm out. His head was stuck, and he was having to call his partner to
Oh no.
come get him loose because he was stuck like that. You know, he couldn't get in, he couldn't get any further, he couldn't get out. He was just like this and
Oh
stuck.
no.
I mean, I was just like, oh my Lord. You know, because I could just imagine that because I know what it's like getting in these dadgum things. It's like an exercise.
It is.
It's like exercise.
It is. And, you know, it's just horrible. It's hell getting older. Are you going to lay there? Okay.
Yeah, getting older sucks.
It does. Grow up, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
No, I don't know why they said it'd be fun. I don't know why they said it'd be golden years. Yeah, no. Ain't nothing golden about it. Nothing golden about it.
See,
And
this,
I'm not even lucky because, you know, I got to basically retire at 62 and get my full retirement because of the disability.
yeah.
But do I get to really enjoy it?
No.
No,
No. That's
because
the kicker.
I mean, it's like I can't do anything. It's like, other than carry a camera around and talk stupid stuff,
Hey, that's the fun stuff.
you know. So that's what I do. I carry a camera around. Like the day I took my kids, you know, and that one week where I think it was last year, and I think it was either Diamond Nana. Yeah, I think it was Diamond Nana. And she was like, "Do this 7-day challenge with me, where you do a video every day."
Oh my gosh.
And so I was like, okay. And so I did a lot with the kids. Like I had them paint rocks, and we went down to the creek and walked down the creek, and I had 3 little kids. That was interesting.
Yeah.
And we found a crawdad. And then, of course, 3 kids found a way to like lay down in the creek, you know, get
Of
totally
course.
wet. And then we was walking up the hill because I went up to check my fence line, make sure nothing was down on the fence line.
Mhm.
And we walked up the hill, and the 6-year-old come running down going, "Nana, Nana, Nana, we saw a deer, and it was a female." I love that one. It was like, how did you know it was a female? But he did, "Nana, Nana, Nana, I saw a deer, and it was a female." And I just cracked up laughing because Lord help him, that was funny.
That's cute. That's very cute. Here's my spirit animal right here. He hardly ever leaves my side. And when I'm feeling really bad, he's there.
Yep.
He can tell when I'm going to be in a mood too, because he'll come from nowhere and just love. You're going to get cat hair everywhere.
I have to say, and the one I'm on is called Fetzima. Sounds like something for your skin.
Yeah.
But it's called Fetzima, and it works wonderfully. It keeps you totally pretty much level. I very seldom get very angry. I mean, it's got to be really bad to get me very angry. And I don't get manic very often, except for the fact that I had gone a year and a half without hardly being able to buy anything. And so I had some money, and Black Friday hit, and I was like, woohoo, money. And oh, yeah, okay, I'm going to get this and this and this and this and this.
That was me this Christmas. I was like, we finally have money for Christmas. Guess what we're getting? And I went over my budget. My husband was a bit mad at me, but afterwards he was like, I'm sorry.
You know, so
it's been a while.
I mean, it's all pretty much paid off now because I put a couple of the orders on Sezzle.
Hey, what did you do? Stop it. Okay, are you there?
Oh, I'm still here.
Okay. My cat hit a button, and I'm like, stop.
I got someone texting me. Someone wants to meet me tomorrow for coffee.
Ooh.
And he's been really working at it for like 3 weeks. He's like, when are we going to meet? 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 And I was like, okay, we'll meet for coffee.
He got that belly. Look at that thing.
And so he was like, I think we're really going to hit it off. What are we going to do then? And I was like, I don't know. We'll figure it out whenever time gets here.
That's awesome. You should go meet him for coffee.
So we were supposed to meet at 11, but he's so excited about meeting, he moved it up to 8.
Really?
Yeah. He was like, instead of lunch, can we meet for breakfast?
Aw. That way you can spend the whole day together.
That's what he's wanting, because He's going, I just have this feeling. And what's really weird is he says, you look really familiar. And I told him he looks really familiar, but I can't place where I know him from. So we're pretty sure we have met somewhere.
You know, the hilarious thing about me and my husband, we worked for the same company. Back when I was Big Carrie, they called me Big Carrie because I was big. We knew each other all that time. And then when they moved me up here to do security up here, we were talking on the computer and we didn't even know it.
Wow.
And he was planning on coming up here and visiting
Well,
me, but
he
I
met
just
me through the Facebook dating app.
really.
Yes. That is how he found me. And then for 2, 3 weeks, he was like, I really want to meet you. When can we meet? And no, we just talk a little here and there. And then finally said, well, okay, we'll meet for coffee. Because when I first meet you, I want it to be at a public place.
Yeah, safety.
And he was like, okay, I understand that. And so we're meeting at the Waffle House. But we were supposed to meet at 11 for lunch. But he's like, no, I really want to meet you. So how about 8? And we'll have
Aw.
breakfast.
Yeah, we've known each other all these years, and then finally, one of his brother, we were doing something over at the house, and his brother was like, hey, you remember Big Carrie? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, she's not big no more. And we met, and we hit it off, and we've been together ever since.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I can remember because if I let my hair down, I think you've seen my hair, and actually it's smaller than it's ever been. But my hair, when I had my hair down, it would be like out to here.
Yeah.
I have super thick hair. I mean,
always
as an old lady, I have thick hair, and my hairdresser hates it.
I have the
So
thin, really fine hair.
no, I've got it contained right now, but I got a ponytail that's. See if I can get it to where you can see it. Oh, here we go. I'll just pull it up. But I got a ponytail that's that thick. And then I got all the hair that you see at the bottom. So I got a lot of hair. And I literally, instead of calling me by my name or even hey nurse, I would be big hair.
Big
I had
hair.
a doctor that would go, hey, big hair, come here.
Oh my gosh.
I was big hair. That was my nickname by that doctor. Big hair.
Yeah, I've been Big Carrie and there for a while. It was Mouse because I'm so quiet.
I got over being quiet because when I worked in the cath lab, the way they worked it was I'm in the room, way across the room, and I have got to project my voice enough to where you can hear it through the recording thing up there by the monitor where you can talk in and out.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to hear it well enough to where the person who is doing all the documentation for this case is in another room on a computer. So like when you're giving medicine or you're doing anything, you have to say it out loud and project your voice enough to where they understand what you've given, how much you've given, and what's going on.
Wow. I can
So
be
that they
loud
can
when I want to
document it.
be, but I'm really quiet usually.
So, and when I first started, I talked so low. They were like, we can't hear you. What did you say? You need to learn to project your voice.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can project my voice. And I'm not yelling. It's just I talk louder to where you can hear it and understand it. But yeah, that was so funny because it was like, we can't hear you. And so I got tired of hearing the we can't hear you. And so I started projecting.
I consider myself a loud person, so I don't know where the mouse thing came from. But apparently when I meet new people, I'm like really just
I'm kind of shy. I'm like really quiet at first.
Yeah, I watch and I'm quiet. And
yeah.
Because I'm actually shy in real life, and people can't believe it because on here I'm like really outgoing and loud, and I say what's on my mind, but in real life I'm shy.
I've got, believe it or not, after you die and you come back, it does something to you. Because since then, if it goes in my little bitty brain, it comes out the mouth. There is
I've
no filter in between.
I've always been like that. I have no filter. I've never
Well,
had.
I used to at least think, oh, I can't say that. Or, oh, I can't say that. I don't have that anymore. It's like if it hits the brain, it automatically comes out the mouth. And I don't care who you are. I mean, that's where, even if you were a doctor, if something hit my brain and you weren't doing it, I told you.
Yep.
Just flat out, that's not right. You need to check that, And people are like, we can't believe you just told that doctor that wasn't right. I said, well, it wasn't. I said, and I don't know what happened. I said, I do not know what happened because I wasn't this way, but I am now.
My husband laughs because I'll say something and then I'll cover my mouth and he's like, "You're
And be
just
like,
as
did
surprised
I
as
really
I am
say
that
that?
came out."
Yep, you'd be like, oh my God.
I just did not say that.
My favorite doctor we would be talking about doing our eyebrows, like I've had microblading and I've had, powdering and stuff like that.
Yep.
And a couple of the other girls, and they'd ask questions. And this doctor come by and he's going, how do you like my eyebrows? See my eyebrows? And he'd be flashing his eyelashes, going, should I get new eyelashes to go with my new eyebrows? And we just crack up. Love that doctor. Loved him to pieces.
That'd be awesome.
I mean, I did. I loved him to pieces. And he was receptive to you if you said, hey, I don't think that's right. I think the dosage is off, or, something.
Yeah.
And you would give him your input. He would actually listen to you. And 90% of the time, he actually look it up and do what you suggested.
Yeah.
So he was receptive to a nurse telling him something, where you have some doctors where a nurse is not going to tell them anything. It's not going to happen. And they were just really obnoxious.
See, if I see something that's not right or, is wrong, I guess that's not right, huh? I will tell somebody, and that's just the way I am. I'm honest, and people can't handle it because I
No,
don't
they can't
have
handle
that
it. I mean,
filter.
I was that way to a point before, but now I'm really that way.
Yep.
I mean, to like the extreme, like they didn't like me doing charge, because if I was doing charge and they tried to do something stupid, I would tell them, no, I'm not doing that. That's stupid. I'm not doing that. That's putting my nurses at risk. It's putting me at risk, putting my patients at risk.
Yep.
And I wouldn't do it. Where they would want me to pull people from my floor, send them over somewhere else, and have like 2 nurses left for the whole floor. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that, especially since they're brand new nurses. That's not safe.
What is wrong with you?
And so, I would stand up to them for my nurses.
Yeah.
And for the patients. And they really didn't like that. So that's where they put these brand new, fresh out of school nurses in charge, which is stupid. Because one, they don't have the guts to say that's not safe.
Yeah, or we can't do that.
Or we can't do that because that's not good for the patients. They don't have the backbone. And then literally, I walk in the break room and the charge nurse is laying on the break room floor in fetal position, bawling.
Oh my gosh.
And I literally grabbed my phone. I called our manager and I said, you need to get in here now. I said, you are going to burn these baby nurses out. They will be gone. I said, you cannot do this. You need to come in now. If they're going to do this, then you need to come in and be a nurse, because you need to come now.
The only time
and people were like, we can't believe you did that. I'm like, well, when someone's on the break room in fetal position crying,
yeah,
they've hit their limit, and you're going to lose nurses.
Yeah. The only time my mouth actually benefited me was when I worked in a factory, because we were making the gas lines for Hondas, and I'd be like, we're not sending this out. This is not safe. And they're like, no, we're sending it out. And this was my boss telling me this. And I'm like, oh no, we're not sending this out. And I would go higher up. Well, they made me quality inspector because of it.
Yep. Yeah, and I've gone up the chain. I mean, like I was working one night. It was kind of funny, because it was me and a brand new nurse. I mean, she'd been a nurse for maybe 2 months. I was precepting her, brand new nurse, brand new. And I saw her back last summer at my daughter's my granddaughter's Girl Scout meeting, and she said,
Mhm.
"Do you remember me?" And I was like, "Yes." And she goes, "You know what? That night is still the worst night I've ever had as a nurse." Tells you
Night, Dawn
something.
Marie.
That tells you something. That was like 15 years ago, and she was like, "That was still the worst night I've ever had a nurse."
Mm.
But literally, what they did is we had
Night,
18
Sandy.
patients. Okay, we will see you on Saturday. Love you,
Okay.
Sandy. But we had 18 patients. They were all fresh back surgeries and neck surgeries. I mean, heavy duty surgeries.
Yeah, the bad
Um,
ones.
and so, and it's supposed to be 3 nurses. And it was me and her, and our manager was staying until our third nurse would get there at 11. And she was trying to get us caught up on back when we had to do a lot of stuff on paper. And so she's trying to get us caught up. And then they call us and say, "Oh, we're taking your nurse away because this doctor doesn't like his nurses to have more than 5 patients. So we're going to take that nurse and put it over on that floor. So those nurses don't have more than 5 patients." Well, guess how many that was going to leave us with? That was going to leave me and her with 9 patients apiece.
Which,
Her as a brand new nurse, me as the charge nurse carrying 9 patients.
yeah.
And so my manager actually walked up to me and she goes, "Do you really know how to do what you said you could do?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Can you step in the break room and do it?" And I was like, "Okay." I was kind of scared because I was like, "I'm gonna have a pink slip in the morning."
Well, yeah.
I really expected one. I really did. But I went to the union because we were a unionized hospital,
Yeah.
and I went to the union. And when you went to the union, you also had to call the hospital administrator. You had to call the medical director of the hospital. You had to call one of the doctors on your floor to let them know what the situation you were calling in about. And so, I called those 3 people, explained the situation, that it was me and a brand new grad with 18 brand new surgical patients. And they were like flipping out. And next thing you know, our little supervisor comes trotting around the corner going, "I have no idea what you did, but you did something because no one is sleeping tonight. They are all up. They're like a bunch of hornets in a mad, it's like someone beat their nest. And what do you need? Because I am here for most of the night."
Wow.
And so it was like, I really expected a pink slip over that. But I mean, really, people got the no-nos on them because of doing that stunt.
Love you, Dawn Marie. See you Saturday, hon.
Have a good night, Dawn Marie. Have a wonderful night. But yeah, I mean, people don't do that very often because they're scared of what the repercussions are going to be, you know. And I was at that hospital for years and years and years and years. And then my manager left, and this young chick came in. Okay. And she had the master's degree, but she didn't have the rest of the qualifications. I had all the other qualifications. I didn't have a master's.
Yeah.
And I really didn't want her job. I really didn't. You
Yeah.
couldn't give me a manager job. I don't want a manager job. I want no part of a manager job
I want
because
to go
they're
do my
on
job and come
salary.
home.
They make them work umpteen crazy hours for the same pay. It's awful. Don't want a manager job. Don't want no part of it. So I didn't want her job.
Yeah.
But she was so scared that I was going to take her job that she would write me up 3 times a week for stupid stuff. Like, took 2 tries to start an IV. And I was like, for real? For real.
For real? What?
For real.
Excuse me?
And so I would have to go to the union.
Guys,
They would get it thrown out, but they never took away the number. So if they don't take the number away, it doesn't help
yeah.
because the number's still there. And so she would just keep doing stuff, crazy stuff like that. She accused me of threatening a patient that they had to get blood or they would die. And I was like, I didn't. I said, I had a witness. I was precepting someone. They were stuck by my side all night. That did not happen. The girl even wrote a 2-page, thing about it, and they wouldn't take it. That manager wouldn't take it. She didn't want to hear it. And so I had to go to the union and they got it thrown out, but that's 2 strikes. And she kept doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, and so till she got to 9, and when you get to 9, you get fired. No questions asked.
Yeah.
And so I got fired, but there's nothing in my record of why I got fired.
Hmm.
Nothing. Because when I tried to go back to work here in the town where I lived, that hospital bought this little hospital out,
Yeah.
and they were trying to hire me. They was like, well, they're saying you're a no rehire. And I was like, well, what for? And the girl said, she goes, you know what? I have looked in your chart and I cannot find any reason why you're a no rehire. There is nothing there. It's just you got nine strikes against you and no rehire. But it makes no sense because there's nothing there. And so basically the little chickie poo did that. But then like 3 weeks later, the doctors all fired her because she had gone through, and anyone with experience, she
Mm-hmm.
fired every nurse on that floor that had experience.
Mm.
And so the doctors were kind of having fits because now they have nurses that really don't know anything
Mm-hmm.
on this, big time surgical floor. And so they got mad and they fired her. So my mom's doctor, he was like, I don't understand it. He said, and he used to call her really bad names, really bad names. He was like, that bee got her fired. And now she's fired, but she can't come back. I want her to come back. And I was like,
Oh my
it's like
gosh.
people are so petty,
They are.
because she was so scared that I wanted her job, that she did all that. And you couldn't have paid me to take that job
And
because
I
I
just like
wanted
the jobs where I
no
can
part of it.
go to work and come home. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't want to take this job home. I did enough of that just because I literally made it to a level 4 nurse, which is almost impossible.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, I had to get certifications. I was certified in pain management and a couple other things. Added a whole crap load more alphabet to my name. I had to do all these projects and community projects and floor projects, and it was awful. But I made it to a level 4 nurse, and I think there was 2 in the hospital, and I was going to be the second one. So, and when I did that, she was so scared that I was going to take her job that she got rid of me.
That's ridiculous.
And I was like, I don't want your job. Like my daughter, when she became manager to Waffle House, I told her, I was like, you don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want nothing that says manager attached to it.
Nope.
After she was there for about a year, she understood why. She was like, I never get any sleep. They call me for everything. I'm expected to be here at 6, leave at 2, come back at 7 to close out the drawer to make sure night shift isn't stealing anything. Come back at 6, be on the phone all night long. She goes, and I got to cover it. It's awful. And I was like, yeah, I tried telling you.
Yeah.
And she goes, and I don't get any more pay for any of it. And
No,
I was
you
like,
don't.
nope. I was like, yep,
Especially when you calculate if you calculate how much you're actually there compared
yep.
to how much they're paying you and stuff. No.
And then when she had her baby and she was having to get to daycare and back and forth and all, and she was on her way to the daycare, and the guy who was above her said, oh, no, I need you to go back and take over this. And she's like, I can't. I got to get to the daycare because they charge extra by the minute for however long you're late.
Yeah.
And she goes, I got to get to the daycare. And he was like, no. And she goes, well, okay, if you won't let that, she goes, here's your other option. I quit as of now. And that's what she did. She didn't even turn in a 2-week notice. She was just like, I quit as of now.
Yep.
I got to go to the daycare.
Yep. My kid's more important than this job. I'm sorry.
I mean, I was like, yeah, I get you. I totally understand. Because I did that up in Maine. I worked at a place where we made these little parts for cars, the little like resistors. And whenever I do, what do they call it? Line work, where you got to get a certain quota. I get my set routine, and I get so good at it, I can just whoop, 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 whoop. Just like in nursing, I could sit there and write it on paper and follow that paper, and be where I can sit and chart and do my stuff, because I just do what I got to do, and then I sit and chart. Do what I got to do and sit and chart. And so I had my set way, and they were always trying to get me to go do other people's stuff because I was sitting, and I was like, no, I did my stuff. I got to chart. Tell them to do their stuff. It's you just get it into, a little routine and stay with your routine.
That's what I like about factory work is
and with the factory work, it was like, do this, this, and this, and do this, this, and this. And I got so good at it, I could make quota. I could make rate. So then they decided that everyone else doing that job only had to run one machine and get rate. I had to run 2 and run right. And I threw a hissy fit. And I went and called my husband and said, "Can I quit?" And he says, "Well, I don't know. Do you need to?" And I was like, "Kind of." And so, I mean, I threw such a big stink fit. Everyone knew why I was fixing to quit. So they were really pissed because they didn't think that was fair either. So by the time it was all said and done, the entire line walked out. When I quit and walked out, every other worker of that machine, those machines, walked out. The entire line walked out.
Wow.
Because they didn't think that was right, that I would have to run 2 whole machines
Yeah.
to their 1. They were like, that is not right. And so it was like, I mean, I was just a hissy fit. Everyone knew I was quitting. And when I walked out the door, everyone else walked out with me.
Yep.
It was like, and they were like, "Oh, you'll need this job. You'll be back next week." And I was like, "No, I won't."
All
It was
right
like,
now,
nope.
if I needed to, I would go get a job. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to have my husband work more than one job. And,
That was like when I worked in cath lab. I went back to work. I mean, after all this, and I was trying to work, my boss decided, since I had the qualifications to be standing beside the doctor for hours and hours and hours, which there's no way I could have dealt with that.
yeah.
Standing in, heavy lead and all that. And so I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. I didn't want to scrub. I took the certification. When I took it, I was told I didn't need the scrub. I wouldn't have to scrub because you just need nurses. I said, if I wanted to be a scrub tech, I'd go to school for scrub tech. I don't want to be a scrub tech. I'm a nurse. And he was like, nope. And it was one of the scrub techs that was pushing it. He was like, you get that extra money for the certification. I told him, I said, go take the damn test and you'll get it too. Simple as that. It was a god awful test. I said, but I'm not scrubbing. I said, can you nurse? And he said, no. I said, well, then why should I have to do your job? I mean, basically, it was like he wanted me to do his job, but he couldn't do my job. So I was supposed to do 3 while he said 2 and played Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, not doing it. And so him and my boss were really buddy. And I was looked at my boss and I was like, I said, hold on a minute. And I went in the other room and I went to Indeed and I put out 11 applications. Within about 15 minutes, one called and said, yeah, we really want you to come for an interview. So the next day I said, I need a lunch. I said, I need these 2 hours off because I got an appointment. My appointment was my interview. Okay. So I went to the interview. I already had a resignation paper typed up. I walked in after the interview. I put that on his desk, turned it in to HR, turned in my 2-week notice, and I was gone. I was just like, yep, I'm not working my job, his job, and the other job while he only runs 2 and then plays Call of Duty.
Yeah.
I was like, not doing it. I said, I'll do my 2 jobs. He can do his 2 jobs and we're cool. So it was like, yeah, don't want to, not gonna. Yeah. He was like, you're goddamn going to do it. And I just sat there and looked at him and I went, we'll see. And I walked out and went and started putting applications in.
Or bet, as they like to say, bet.
Yep. One place wanted me and they wanted me really bad, but they were like, did you used to be so-and-so? And I was like, yeah. And they said, oh, we really want you. We really want you. I found out the reason they really wanted me was half the people that worked in their ER and on their floors, I had trained to be nurses. So they were like, yeah, we really want you. We really want you. But I was like, yeah, I really don't want to be a floor nurse, drug over to the ER, and then back to the floor and back to the ER and then have everyone running to me because I was the one that trained them. So I was like, yeah, I think I'll pass on that one.
Yeah.
Like, I think I'll pass. And I mean, they still contact me. That hospital still contacts me. And I was like, no.
No.
Because now I've been told I had to give up my nursing license in July.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that I cannot do CPR anymore. And you can't be a nurse and not do CPR. I'm sorry. Yeah. You can't have someone fall out in front of you and say, sorry, I'll go get someone else. Doesn't work that way. I mean, and I had to have ACLS, pediatric ACLS, CPR, and a couple other things. And a lot of them I can't maintain because the minute I said doing chest compression to my doctor, her eyes about bugged out of her head. I swear to God, they went, wing. She went, no. She goes, that is not an option, not going to happen. No, not no. And so CPR is out, and so you can't really be a nurse and not have CPR. And now to get your license re-upped, you have to have so many working hours.
Oh,
You have to have so many working hours that you have worked in a hospital or a clinic or something, but you have to have so many working hours plus so much education. And so I was like, yeah, I haven't worked in a year and a half, so I really don't have the working hours. So I really can't re-up my license.
Sabian, what are you doing?
I'm deciding.
Okay.
So
You.
yeah, it was like that was a rough month. That was a rough month because I had been a nurse for 30 years.
Yeah.
And that was like my identity. I'm a
On the
nurse.
stove.
And then all of a sudden I don't have a nursing license anymore. And it was like, what am I?
You're retired. That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
that's it. I'm retired. Took me a
You're
couple months to
retired.
get that in my little brain and come to terms with it because it was really kind of rough because you work so hard to get your nursing license.
Yeah.
And then to lose it that way and due to someone else's screw up.
That's I've worked at that mine for 23 years. Doing security, the making what is it called? Making programs to run all the belts and the monitors and stuff. I've
Mm-hmm.
done it all there. And this last time they pulled me into operations instead of doing security because I have a lot of experience and they knew I could do it. Well, the mine fan went off. Somebody was behind one of the barriers, and I kept telling them to get him out because once the mine fan goes off, the CO goes up in those areas.
Oh, yeah.
It's very, very, very bad. And I kept telling him, and I kept telling him, and I kept telling him. Well, the morning shift came in with all the managers, and they looked at me and they told me I didn't do my job. And I should have gotten him out. And I'm like, short of going down there myself and pulling him out, what was I supposed to do?
Yeah, because you can only tell them, and it's not your fault they don't listen.
I couldn't leave operations, go do anything because, I had people underground that I was trying to get out because our mine fan, if it's off longer than 15 minutes, everybody has to evacuate.
Yep.
And you have to turn off all power underground, and, it's a thing. And it had been 20 minutes. And I was like, get him out, get him out, get him out. But they tried to scapegoat on me because one of their managers or bosses didn't go get him out. And I was like, whatever.
That's
I
bad.
left that morning, and I was talking to my dad that afternoon because he's my boss, He owned the company or owns the company. And he's like, well, they don't even know if they want you back. And I'm like, let me make this easy for them. And I knew they were listening. I said, you would have to kiss my feet and lick my balls for me to come back and work for you. I have been nothing but loyal to you, and you repay me like this. You can go suck it.
Yep. I agree.
He's like, I could use you again. And I'm like, I'm not going back. I will not be treated like that. Just because I'm a woman, you thought you could scapegoat on me?
Mm-hmm.
No.
And they do. They do.
Especially at a coal mine because you're like, there's no women there.
And these foreign doctors do it to the female nurses all the time. All the time. I remember one night, and he had the other nurse that was working with me. She is fairly new. And he was like, okay, this patient stroked. I literally looked in their eyes and said, patient has stroked. We need to call the ER. We need to call, the team in here. She stroked. He's looking at me, telling me, don't know what I'm talking about. He's yelling at her, telling her, you gave her too much sedation. And she's like, I did not, but I'll give a reversal. I did not. And I'm telling him, no, she stroked because he's been over here giving her stuff to thin out her blood to get the clot broken up. Well, she ended up having a brain stroke, bleeding out in the brain. And so we're sitting there telling him that something bad has happened, but he's not believing us and just thinks it's the drugs. And chewing her out, making her think she did this to this patient.
Yeah.
When I'm telling them, no, we need to call the ER and get the team over here because she needs to be intubated, and sent up to the unit.
Yeah.
And I mean, we went through that. I bet about 15 minutes of arguing before he finally let me call the ER team over. They come in, the ER doc walks up, looks in her eyes and said, yes, she's stroked. Put her underneath the CAT scanner, which showed that her whole head was nothing but blood because she'd had a brain bleed. And I think she died the next day. But it's like, we're not going to listen to you because you're women.
Yeah. I get
Now,
that all
if
the
you'd been a
time.
man that is stupider than dirt and said something, because this doctor actually told me, he said, men have all the intelligence, women are just there.
Oh my God.
And so you could be
Yeah.
the dumbest, because we had a couple of really dumb people working there. And you could be the dumbest person, and the only thing you could do was sweep the floor and clean the room, but you are super intelligent because you are a man.
Yep.
I swear, not lying. I was just like,
Oh, I
it would
believe you.
make me so frustrated.
I put that up with that for 23 years because,
I mean, it's like, really? For
no
real?
matter what I did or what I proved or how good I was, it was never enough. And
Oh, for this idiot, I was this lady until I gave him a dog, my little white dog.
mm-hmm.
He wanted him, so I gave him to him. Then I became Cindy. Up until I gave him the dog, I was just this lady. He would tell everybody, come do something with this lady. For real, 2 years, I was this lady.
Oh.
For 2 damn years. And then he got the dog. He kept him for like 2 months, if that long, but his wife was terrified. He was a little bitty puppy, little bitty. I mean, he was little. She's terrified of him. So he goes, can you take him back? And I told me, I'll take him back and I'll keep him. I'll send you visitation pictures every now and then, And so then I became Cindy, and my girlfriend was like, you should have gave him a dog a lot sooner.
Yeah.
She goes, you might have had a name.
Everybody's like, why did you put up with it? Why did you put up with it? And I'm like, well, one, say my dad's company. Well, why didn't you report it? It's the big one I get. And I'm like, to save my dad's company.
Yep. And mine is because you can't go anywhere without it being a foreign doctor anymore. So no matter where you go, you get the same crap.
Yep.
So it's like, better the crap you know than the crap you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, seriously. Because I sit there, we had one doctor that everyone thought he was wonderful, wonderful. He was there for like the walkthrough, and he was wonderful. Well, then when they brought him on for temporary status, oh my God. Oh my God. The company, the hospital threw him out.
Really?
Because he was sitting there doing stuff to patients, and their arms were turning blue and black and crazy stuff. And he would ask for something, and you would tell him, we don't have that. And then he would start jumping up and down and screaming like a 2-year-old.
Oh my gosh.
Like a 2-year-old. I've been sitting there looking at this guy going, you know what? You look like a 2-year-old. Going, I want. And I'm like, you can want all you want, but if we don't have it, we don't have it. So what else would you like?
No kidding.
I mean, that's what I told him. I said, if we don't have it, we don't have it. So what else would you like? Quit standing there and having a tantrum.
Excuse me.
Because he was just flat out having a temper tantrum. And so, I mean, after he sat there and argued with a patient and told her she was stupid and an idiot, but you can't do that.
Get off my mouse.
I mean, even if it's true, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can think it, but you can't do it.
Yeah.
And then, you can't sit there and act like that to other bosses. Because he got to where he was acting that way to like the floor bosses and stuff like that. And they were all reporting them to, to the CO. And so finally the CO told him, we're terminating your temporary contract. You're bye. It was like, thank God, because this guy's like a crazy hot. You ever watch the 90 Day Fiance?
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll meet them online, and they'll go over to like these countries, and they had that one chick that would wear those low cut blouses, and they'd be in like a bar, and that guy'd be flipping out because people are looking at her boobs and shit. And, okay, well he'd be acting like him, and he was like dumping him down, having this little temper tantrum. That's how the doctor's acting. It was just like unreal.
I like that show, but I can always predict. He's in it for the money.
That's it. I mean, it's like, oh.
He wants to be on TV.
Now the one I felt bad for was that black guy that was the nail tech.
Yeah.
That was sending all that money over to that girl in the Czech Republic.
Yep.
And actually bought a couple of tickets and flew over there and she wouldn't meet him. I
Yeah.
felt sorry for him.
I know. I was like, dude, why are you keep doing it?
I mean, I really felt bad for him because, I mean, I don't know how much money he sent to her, but it was a lot.
It was a lot of money. And she
It was
was
a
just
lot of money.
catfish.
And all she was doing was catfishing him. And
Mm-hmm.
people were telling him, but he was so over the moon about her that he didn't pay attention. I felt
Yep.
so bad for him.
Yep.
So stinking bad. It was like, oh, poor dude.
And then there's a couple of them I was like, well, you kind of deserve the way they were treating you.
hmm Then you had that one that the woman was really nasty and they're over in Cairo or something. One of the black guys. They were over, where were they at? Nairobi or something like that. And he'd be trying to call her, but he would try to go out with his friends. And she'd be like, you can't go out with your friends. You can only call me. I
Yeah.
mean, it was just like, I'm like, whoa, you're kind of vicious.
I've been with my husband for like 17 years now. Yeah. About 17, almost 18 years now. And he still don't tell me what to do and who to hang out with and who can be my friend and who cannot because,
I mean, you probably, if you watched it, it was that blonde chick that was the older chick, kind of on the heavy set side. And she would go over there and just really just rip him a new one every time she was over there and all his friends. And she'd tell him, you can't hang out with your friends. You can't do this. You can't do that. I was just like, whoa.
Whoa, slow it, dude. Slow it.
I was just like, I couldn't believe I actually watched those things. I was like, I fell in a hole here. I fell in a hole because
Yeah.
I'm watching this really stupid stuff. Because they'd be like, what are you watching? I'm like, oh, 90 Day Fiance. I don't even want to admit that because it's stupid. But, you kind of get
One that
into it.
really got on my nerves was that lady. I think she lived in New Jersey, and she was dating the guy from I think Sweden. He had his own
Oh,
gym.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I disliked her
And
so
then there was
much.
that one that went up, was dating that guy from Britain. And she would
Yeah,
always wear the skin tight leather stuff. And she had a twin sister.
yeah,
Oh, she drove me nuts.
yes. She's so
Absolutely.
fake. It's not even funny.
She was fake, 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 fake. I was just like, oh my God. And then he would call her on being fake. And then she'd be like, I'm not fake. Why are you hurting my feelings? Oh my God. Oh. And I was just like, oh, wow.
Yeah, she really got
Because he
on my
would
nerves.
kind of call her on it. So he kind of was catching her on it, but he was calling her on it. But I
I
was
have
just
to
like,
admit, sometimes when she was on, I would fast forward through her little deal
yeah. Because
because she would just hit that nerve, and I'm like, oh,
and that one with the Sweden guy, he just flat called her on it and left.
yeah,
He was just like, you, bye, God,
yeah.
bye. I was just like, I can't believe I watched them though. It's
I
just like,
know.
oh my God, I can't believe it.
You know which one I'm stuck on now? It's
But
Love is Blind is what it's called.
is it the boat?
No, they're in this. I guess it's apartments. I don't know exactly what it is, but they walk into these pods and they talk with these guys, and they decide to marry each other or not, unseen.
Oh, good God, no. It's taken 5 years for me to talk to really. It's like, this would be the second date I've had in 5 years. And it's a breakfast date.
Yeah, they have like so many days, and they'll
Yeah. So,
propose to each other, and in the end of 2 months, I think it is, they get
nah.
married or not. And I'm like, oh God,
Mm-mm, no. Mm-mm.
that brings up so much anxiety in
I'm
me.
chicken. My poor therapist, he's like, are you in a relationship? I went, I don't leave my house. He said, oh, well, are you trying to have one? I said, I don't leave my house. I said, I really don't leave my house. I come here, I see you, and then I go home.
I have
I
a
don't leave my
relationship
house.
with my couch.
I said, me, my 3 dogs, and my cat, and the people on YouTube. I said,
Yep.
I don't have one. I said, I really haven't really looked. Like I told him, I said, someone's going to have to come up behind me in the checkout counter, hit me cavewoman style in the head, and say, come with me. Let's go have a date. I said, because I don't go anywhere to meet anyone to have a date.
Yeah.
And so I said, literally, I said, they're going to have to come up behind me in the checkout stand at the store or see me walking in town and just walk up and say, hey, I really kind of like you. You would want to go out? I said, because otherwise it ain't happening.
No, that's like this little podunk town I live in. they're like, how long have you lived here? And I'm like, well, 20 some years. They're like, how come we don't know you then? And I'm like, because I mind my own business and I stay at home. You
Yep.
should too. And I walk away because screw you.
I mean, this guy actually lives like 15 minutes from me, or about 20 minutes from me. He lives about 15 miles from me. So, I mean, actually, that's kind of strange because most of the time, anyone who you meet in the state, they're all over like 100 miles. And I'm like, I am not driving no 100 miles to go see a dude. So, not happening. Not happening, not happening. No way, no heck. Did that when I was in my 30s and 40s. I'm not doing that no more. No,
I
not
never
happening.
I never really dated. Everybody I found just kind of found me somehow, and that was that.
Yep.
I
Well, I
don't.
found one guy, we were together for a long time. What broke us up with his schizophrenic 13-year-old daughter. When she moved in with us, it was like, yeah, I can't take no more. You need to take her to mama because I just can't. She would actually go out and dig in the dumpsters before school and then go to school and smell like a dumpster and tell them that we didn't have water. And that's why she smelled so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, water was in with my rent. I got water free. So I was like, yeah, that don't work. I said, and this comes back on me.
Yeah.
I said, you're living in my household. So CPS is not just going to come for you. They're going to come for me. I was like, this is not kosher.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't. I mean, it was like she'd get into fist fights, try to get in fist fights with me, and I'm not going to hit no 13-year-old. And she was 14, and that was really bad. So you're talking the hormones plus her schizophrenia. And I was like, yeah, I can't deal. Can't deal. So I really care for you. I love you, but I cannot deal with this.
I had we were boyfriend, girlfriend. We were supposed to be engaged, but he wasn't divorced from his wife, which I didn't know about.
Oh, that's not good.
He drew up fake divorce papers and showed them to me and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
That's getting good. That is impressive.
But
I've got to give the man kudos for that one because I haven't heard that one yet.
His supposedly ex sent the kids over here because they're from Ohio. She sent them over here to be with us. And the boy looked at me and he's like, you're not my mom. I don't have to listen to you. And he smacked me.
Yep.
I put his little butt in the corner. His dad was at work. And I called his dad and I'm like, I don't know who you think you are. I don't know who these kids think they are. This is my house. I will not be slapped by a child.
Yep.
You either clean this up or you guys can leave.
That's it. Well, like she wouldn't go to school. In this state, if you don't go to school, unless you're being homeschooled, your parents go to court.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. And I kept trying to explain. Evidently in Arizona, it's not that way. But here, it is that way. Your kids miss so much school, you in court. You are, you go into court, you're getting a heavy-duty fine. And since they were living in my household and I wasn't making her go to school, it would fall back on me.
Yes.
And so I would make her get up and go to school. Well, she really didn't like that at all. And so it was a battle every morning to get her to school. She was so bad at school that the school put her in, I don't even know what they call it, but it was like the school for all the really bad kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know the town had one of them, but I guess it's where all the really bad kids go. Like the really like level 8 kids. And they stuck her in that school. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, I can't deal no more. You got to take her back to mama. And then when they went back to Arizona, that's the last I ever heard. He never came back. He just had stayed there. So I was just like, okay, you're good. Stay there. I was just like, not doing it no more.
I had one that the girl was having problems in school. And I swear it was because of the parents, because they kept telling her, you better be pretty when you're older or you won't ever get married. You need the money from a rich man. You need to marry a rich man. So you need to be
crazy.
Yeah. So, they're like, well, will you homeschool her? Because I homeschooled my daughter too. And they're like, because she's not getting school. She could not read. She could not write.
Wow.
She was there and the school just kept passing her to every grade. She was in 8th grade. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, here we go.
That's sad. That is sad. But a lot of them do that just because they want the funding.
Yeah.
And if they flunk them, it accounts against their funding.
Yep.
So, yeah. I went through that with my son because he was a traumatic birth. He had to be pulled out with the salad tongs,
Mm-hmm.
and so he had a traumatic birth. Well, it ended up giving him dyslexia and something else. It was where he could not do math. He can get up to how many fingers he has.
Yeah.
And if he gets really creative, he'll pull out his toes. But
Yeah.
once he gets past fingers and toes, that's as far as it goes.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it. And so they were like, "Oh, there's something wrong. You got a dysfunctional family. You got this." And I'm like, "Look, all my other kids get A's. They don't have a problem." I said, "I've tried doing math in pudding. I've tried doing it in salt. I've tried all the little tricks you guys pull out. Tried everything. They just kept passing them and passing them and passing them." But he didn't have a clue. He finally, in 10th grade, his teacher was like, "I can teach anybody math." She goes, "I'll have him. He'll be doing great in a week. I can teach anybody." 2 weeks later, she called me up and said, "Can I have him tested?" And I was like, "Thank you, please. I've been trying to get him tested for years and they wouldn't do it because
Yeah.
they said it was a family problem or just dysfunctional family, or, all this other crap.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they didn't want to test him. Because there's a lot to testing a kid. It's not just, hey, do this. And so they tested him and he came back that his IQ was high, but his math level was second grade. He literally hit second grade and that's where he stalled out at. And he couldn't, but he ran out of fingers and toes.
Yeah.
And so when they were testing him, they also found out he was dyslexic. He cannot copy off the board. So whatever he sees on the board, he would put it down in like some kind of weird gobbledygook. And so he can't transcribe. So they made it to where all of his instructors, for what they were going to put on the board, they had to give him pre-printed notes. And his grades went magically up, because now he can just read it because he can't transcribe it. I don't know, it's just something about, the cord was wrapped around his neck and I was like dilated to 10 and he was stuck there for hours because I had that idiot China doctor. I hated that man. But idiot China doctor. And so he just stuck there. And so that when they tested him, he had second grade math. He was dyslexic and had one other thing where, he couldn't transcribe. And so they finally figured out he was far enough along that they were never going to be able to teach him really how to do math.
Mm-hmm.
So they put him in special ed and taught him a calculator. So they literally, that was what they taught him, was how to do math on a calculator. Because they were like, we're never going to be able to get him to do math by hand at 10th grade. They said, but we'll teach him calculator skills to where he'll be able to get by in life. I was like, good, but thank you for teaching him. Because, I've tried for years to get him tested and could not get anywhere. And they just kept passing him. I mean, he went from second grade to 10th grade with having D minuses because they wouldn't give him an F in math.
Yep.
Knowing that he's not got math.
Why? That feels weird. Why? He has no teeth and he's biting me.
Ouch. And he's got teeth, or is he the toothless?
He's the toothless cat. And
but he's still got pretty strong jaws.
It feels so wrong.
He's like, but mommy, it feels good.
Now he's holding on to my arm and sleeping on it. He does have claws. Yep.
Yep. I got mine declawed after she was like climbing my curtains. It was like I caught her at the top of the curtains and I was like, okay, I'm fixing that. And while you're in there, I'll fix the other part too. We're doing an all for one. So
because he has no teeth, I refuse to get him declawed.
So Hoochie got fixed and claws, the front claws came out. I left her with the back ones, which she does know how to use very well.
Excuse me. You're going to be mean. You're going to get down. Boop it.
Well, I think I'm going to get off of here because we've been on here for 6 hours and 12 minutes and I've got to vacuum my floor since, more than likely if we hit it off, we'll probably come out here and watch TV. So I at least need to vacuum my floor and do my kitchen. like unload the dishwasher and reload the dishwasher. And
Oh,
now
I
I
still
finally
need,
got all the stuff that was piled all over the kitchen onto the kitchen table. So,
I need to clean up from Christmas still. So what does that take?
well, I did get the Christmas tree is put away. So that is
Nope,
done.
that's not happening here.
Yeah, Christmas tree is put away. Um, all that's done. I do need the vacuum, of course, right around where I work with my
Yes.
diamond paintings because so yeah, I think so. I might actually have to go pay for it. So, take enough hours. But I got drills all over by my feet, all over. I
Yeah.
mean, it's
Yeah.
sparkly floor. So I need to at least like do a quick run through, get the fur up and the sparkly drills and clean up a couple tables, at least make it look like a manageable mess instead of like a chaotic mess, even though I like my chaotic mess because I know
I
what's
call it
there.
I call it my organized mess.
Yeah, because I know exactly what's there. And then when
I
I
know.
clean it up, I can't find anything.
Yep.
I mean, it's the stupidest thing, but the minute I clean it up, I can't find a stinking thing. But if I leave it a holy hell mess, no problem, Nix. We'll see you Saturday. But yeah, I've got, all kinds of stuff everywhere. And he's sitting here sending me texts saying, I really think we're going to hit it off. What are we going to do for the rest of the day? It's like, what?
Somewhere underneath that mess over there is my husband's desk. I've taken it over, and
Yeah, I've got my organized chaos. I know exactly. I got a venti tray, 2 submarines, and some little shrimp boats. They're over here. I got my rolly thing there. I got some drills hanging out there. I got all my T-mod drills over there. So I know exactly what's where.
yeah, I can tell
And
you
if I
what's
go to
on that
putting it
table.
away, I'll not find a thing. I mean, not really. I won't find a
Yeah,
thing.
I won't either. I'll sit
Now,
there and
my
I'll be like,
kitchen table, I really can't tell you because I got about 35, 40 of those DSA canvases piled up like Tetris to where if I touch it or Jenga, it's going to go poof.
that'd be a fun game to play if you're really bored, though.
Well, I did it on the stove. I put them all on the stove and I put the last one on and they all started sliding out from underneath. And I was like, no.
No.
It was like they were all falling and hitting the floor. And I was like, no, get back up there. And I'm like trying to stack them and make them stay. It was like, because they've been there for a couple of days, it's like,
Yeah.
oh my God. Because like I said, I've got 4 videos on here. Because
Thank
I
you.
think I had 3 and I did 4, 5, 6, 7. So I got 4 stash videos that I've got to come up with.
I got to make a video on candle making and get that posted because I need to do that.
I like candle making.
Yeah, I love it. It's so relaxing to me. And it's fun.
Oh, yes. So I mean, I don't know if anyone's been watching, but for the last 2 weeks, I've had a video up every day, except for
I
Christmas
have.
Eve and Christmas Day.
I have. I watch your stuffs.
I mean, literally, I have put a video up every day.
Yes, you have.
Every day. I mean, I did all those Black Fridays.
Which is
And then,
great because my YouTube is running out of recommendations for me. So see your name pop up there, and I'm like, oh, a video to watch.
I mean, I literally every day, they're a half hour to an hour every day.
Yeah.
And so I've done, by the time these 4 go up, it'll have been 7 stash videos, 10 Black Friday videos, and then a couple of those things that have come in videos. So it's been like, I feel like all I've been doing is videos, but I'm getting really good at making thumbnails and putting it together. And I've actually started figuring out how to work Filmora and Splice. And so I've changed up the header a little. I made it a little shorter and, changed the music up a little. So
I
I've
gotta
been,
look up what program I use for editing. I don't even know. Been so long since I made a video. DaVinci is what I
well,
use.
I'm actually getting to where I'm starting to play with like the audio in it.
Yeah.
And like change out some music or whatever. Like when I did that, the completion, the 31 completions for the year, where it had all the canvases I did for the year, and then I added the music. So that one was an interesting one because I learned how to make them fade in and fade out and add
See,
my
that's
own
awesome.
music. And it's like, okay, this is new. We'll give it a try.
I've barely messed with my editing software. Barely.
And the first video I ever made, I sat here for 4 hours and cried for about 3 of it, trying to make a 10-minute video.
Yeah.
Literally.
It gets so frustrating, doesn't it?
I was so frustrated and so I was in tears because I could not figure it out. And I had my daughter-in-law finally break down and do it because I just could not figure it out.
Yep.
And then KindMaster, I finally figured out KindMaster, and then they turned around and went from being $20 a year to $120 a year. And I was like,
Ouch.
yeah, no, not paying that. I'll go find others.
No kidding. I use DaVinci. That's all I've been using, but I haven't really played with it either, so I don't know how
Well,
good or bad it is.
Cindy Michelle told me about Splice. So I've been trying Splice because that one's got where it's got different music you can add in it. And then someone told me about UCut. So I've been using some UCut, and that's where you can type in the text up there and put stickers and pictures from your gallery and stuff and add them in. And so the only thing I haven't found is that little paid promotion sticker up there in the top corner that you're starting to see on a lot of people's, where
I
it'll
think
say
you can
paid
do that
production
through
or.
YouTube.
And I think I'm gonna have to go into YouTube and add that.
Yeah, I think you can do that through YouTube. They have a thing where, is this video a paid promotion or has a paid promotion in it? And you mark it, and then it'll show
And then
up.
they'll start putting that up there. I'm gonna have to do that since I got the 2 affiliate ships.
Yeah.
So I'll do that since I got those affiliate ships.
Yep.
And then, like I said, when I get out of here,
Yeah,
I will
next.
sit down and go online and actually get those affiliate codes and try to drop them into the description box
Okay.
so that they'll be in the description box.
Could also put it on your about page too.
I think it's on my about page, but most people don't go look at your about page.
Oh, that's true. That's like people don't read directions either. So there's that.
Okay, right under the photo section.
Yeah.
I will start adding that because I've been just writing paid promotion and putting the parentheses around it because I couldn't figure out how to find that. So I've been putting it at the end of the title because the 2 Dreamer designs, of course, I put the affiliate link underneath their description. And so I was like, yeah, I've definitely got to put that in here.
Yeah, that's what I thought next. The paid promotion is the YouTube setting for each video right under the photo section.
Well, I'll definitely start adding that because now I got affiliate ships, so I need to add them.
Yep.
But yeah. So if you ever need, Dreamer Designs, 15% off, and I think it's a unlimited code or unlimited link. And I think the art dot's the same. You can use it as many times as you want. And the art dot's got some really cool. It's got that 3-layer one that Cindy Michelle unboxed, where it's got like 160 and 240, 240, and 240. So
Really?
it holds 60, 60, and 60 or some shit, 80 and 80. It holds a lot of drills.
Nick says
It's like
those are not.
It's like 3 of these.
Huh.
And they're all layered together in one container.
Oh, that'd be nice.
So you could actually kit up 3 canvases, basically, unless you start getting some of these like I've got that are over 60 something, But a lot of some of them are only up to 45, 50, 58, So those would work.
Nick said those are not a paid promotion.
Oh, they're not?
Or considered a paid promotion. I can read.
Because everyone's been saying them on the things that, okay, paid promotion. Let me see over here.
Paid promotion is when a corporation pays you dollars for advertising their products.
Isn't that what the affiliate link is, though? Whenever you're
because you're not actually getting money for it, are you?
Well, no. If you use the link, I'll get money for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the Dreamer Designs one, because I have some that I don't get money from, like the GMFKE.
Yeah.
But the Dreamer Design, I'll get like 15%.
Really?
Of what the thing was in my account. And I actually go to this place called Reformation. And I think the art dot's the same. I think I get 15%. of
Really?
what the
So
sale
you
was.
actually do get money for it.
So I actually do get money for them if they're
Yeah.
used.
Okay.
No.
Well then.
Of course, not everyone's going to use them, but I will get money for them if they're used. So that's why I was using paid promotion on those.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they told me I would get cash in my PayPal.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
I had to link my PayPal to it so they could put the money in it.
No, I would love to have flipping affiliate ships like that. Most of the time, they want to give you their product or a discount on
Right.
their product.
These two, you actually get like either $15 or 15% of what the sale was. I'm not
But
sure.
I already know I would have to make a lot more videos before they would even, consider
Yeah.
having me as an affiliate. So,
That's what I was surprised. I guess I've been pumping out enough videos that I caught their attention.
well, yeah. Have you seen how many videos you put out?
Like I said, Art Dot actually commented.
Oh, well, that's good attention.
Yeah, I'm not having that kind of paid promotion. But I know you have to like either put it in your description or you have to say it in your thing that you are getting
An affiliate.
You're getting money for doing the affiliate ship. Because I know with Uniquely Yours, when I was doing theirs, if I wanted, I could have had them put it in my PayPal and get a percentage of money.
Yeah.
Instead of just getting points off. Because
Yeah.
they would do either way. But these two don't do the points off. The Art Dot and Dreamers Design, you put money in your account.
Hey, Crafting with Kay. Me either, Gwenda. I am a virgin as well.
Okay. Yeah, not just go down to the bottom of the go. You have to do it on a computer. Don't do it on phone. Couldn't find it on phone. Didn't get nowhere on phone. But you go to the very bottom of their page, like the very bottom of their page, and there's going to be it'll say, do you want to be a newsletter? Do you want this? Do you want that? And then it'll say, do you want to be? There's one that says affiliate ship. And click on it and it'll send you a form and you fill out the form and then submit the form. And then it was like 2 days and I heard back from them.
That's something that I will investigate when I'm making more videos, because right now I know I don't make enough videos or anything.
I feel like this month, that's all I've done. All I have done. It's like my house is a hot mess because all I've been doing is making videos.
See, I need to make videos. That way I can use that excuse. I'm making videos. That's why my house is a hot mess.
I mean, literally, until I got on here for the live, I was making videos from the minute I woke up.
You do good. Keep it up.
I mean, even dudes going, I haven't heard from you today. Are you mad? I'm like, no, I'm busy.
I mean, look at you. You have 304 subscribers.
Yeah, and just the other day, I only had 293. So I've almost gained 10 subscribers.
Yeah.
In like 3 days.
You're doing really good.
I mean, like every day I get like 3 new subscribers. And their names I don't even recognize. So they're finding me off the browse.
Yeah. Which once you go up so high on YouTube, they put you on the For You page as recommendations and stuff. So you'll get more and more traffic coming to you.
Yeah, and since I'm putting out so many videos and then more people are watching the videos.
Yep.
Like my watch hours right now are 1,100 for a 28-day period.
See, that's pretty good. That's really good, actually.
So I mean, they're getting watch hours.
Yeah.
So basically, if I had the 1,000 subscribers, I would probably be able to get the 4,000 watch hours.
Yeah, I think you would. Everybody's saying congratulations to you.
Thank you. And like I said, everybody, because I don't know if the same people are in here, I have the 300 subscription giveaway. If you're interested, when the live is over, don't put it in here. Put it in the comments and just put me or me, please. Either one will work. And I have that Diamond Dots Christmas tree as one of the giveaways. And then on that 12 mystery paintings, I had and I made them like a monthly. So if you watch that, you'll be able to see which one's for January. So every month I'm going to be doing a giveaway for a picture. or for a
Okay.
canvas.
Okay.
So if you're interested in those, just put me, please, and I'll make 2 wheels, one for the monthly and one for the 300 subscriber.
Ooh, remind me to do that, somebody.
So there will be 2 giveaways this month. And then I found the canvas for the 500 subscriber. And you ever seen those 4 ostriches?
I believe I have.
You know, where one's looking around the corner and one's doing this.
Yeah.
Well, I've already done those. And it's hanging in the hall and it's covering up this spot on my wall. And so I've got that one already. Well, I found another one today. And I was like, whoa, I didn't know I had this. And then I've also got the magnetic, thanks, Cindy, the magnetic frame for that size. Because when I bought it, it was 2 in there. So I'm going to make that the 500 subscriber. Well, it'll be the canvas and the magnetic frame.
Thank you, Nixie.
So that will work really well. So I've already got the giveaway for the 500, and I've got the one for the 300 and the monthly. Because when I went through that 12-box mystery paintings from Amazon, I just picked one for each month and said, that looks like a January pitter. That's for January. You know, something that looks summery. I said, that's for, this month. And, so it's like,
That's
I kind of
cool.
did like that. It looked hard. It's like for February and March. There's a couple of there was really pretty. Really pretty.
That's really cool.
I think December was gorgeous. It was this tree with a backdrop with like snow and ice, and it was, because I got that for a theme going on, like the winter landscape. I mean,
Yeah. This year I was supposed to make we were going to get small aquariums, and we were going to put a winter scene in it and then put the gel wax over it. Because
that'd be pretty.
When it cures clear, and put snowflakes in it, and just make a winter scene. And then the top part was going to be water that you could float your candles on.
So I turned my hurricane, no nothing hurricane winter landscape into where that thing is like blinged out. I put frost crystals in it. I put blue, like 820 crystals in it. I put raven in it. I put olivine in it. I put like 5 or 6. So, I mean, I really blinged that sucker way up. Way up.
Nice.
So, yeah. It got blinged.
Yeah, that sounds very awesome.
Yeah, it got blinged. It's really, really pretty. And the only bling I put in because I got the one, I think it's an Ann Stokes, but I didn't know it was Ann Stokes when I bought it. But it's really pretty. And it's the dragon and the princess. Well, for his eye, I put a quad cube in his eye.
And Stokes is my favorite, by the way.
I actually have bought a licensed version of that, but it's stuck over in the UK right now with all their postal strikes and all that going on. It got stuck in that. So I contacted Buddy Art and was like, yeah, I'm still waiting for my painting. I got the review notification, but I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I love
because theirs is already on a canvas. It's like on the canvas board and everything and wrapped and the whole 9 yards.
Huh.
So it's like once you're done drilling it, you just stick it on the wall.
See, that'd be nice.
Whereas this one, I'm going to have to put it on foam board and wrap it around and all that good stuff.
I would love that. Poster strikes here aren't fun. If waiting to post. I heard that they were pretty bad. Where did you go? You left me all alone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm figuring in about 3 months I'll probably get it. That's what I figure.
Maybe. I mean,
I really figure that I don't know how to get that out of there, but I figure that that was what I need. Oh, okay. There it is. Now, there.
How do you do stuff like that?
But I figure in about 3 months is when it's going to show it up, because I bet it's in that they're talking about that big massive warehouse that's just like packed full of shipping packages. I imagine it's in there. and I'll probably get it in 3 months.
Oh no.
It's like, yeah, because it has not come in, and I ordered from Cindy at Dainty Diamonds,
Yeah.
and it hasn't come in. She's like, oh my God, it probably got stuck in there.
Oh no.
So it's like, okay.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, it's about 2 days and you'll hear from them.
Good luck. I hope you get it. I'm gonna.
Unlike DAC, whenever I first started, I put in for an affiliateship with DAC. They just put down pending, and I've never heard from them since.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna make more videos and then I'll try something like that. But right now, I know I don't have enough stuff. I mean, I do lives every week, but sometimes I just want the videos and stuff like that. Man, he tore up my hands. He really nailed me.
That's crazy considering he has no teeth.
And he never gets that aggressive. That was weird. He's probably mad at me.
Yeah, and if the same days, if they ship out of China, whatnot, they are just now going into their Chinese New Year, and so they'll be shut down for about 3 weeks. So it may be a little bit.
Yes, they will.
Just remember, at the beginning of the year, China stops. China just quits. They're like, we're not interested in nothing no more. We're done. We're done. And so then your stuff will sit there, and then all of a sudden it'll show up.
There's a claw.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the claws are rough. Mine can get me with her back ones. Her back ones nail me and get me.
Another one. Of course, I'm going to swell from it because I'm allergic to cats.
Oh, my crumbles. I love the crumbles.
Do you love the crumbles?
I love the little scoop.
Yeah, that little scoop is cute. I'm going to have to get more of those because I'm going to.
I love that. I'm kind of glad it's in there. You know why? Because I used to have one because I do natural washing detergent.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a place in town. It's called Buff City Soaps.
Mm-hmm.
And they make soaps and bath bombs, but they also do laundry detergent.
Really?
Where you can go in there and you can have them scented with whatever scent. Of course, my scent that I love is called Narcissist. Wouldn't you know it?
What's in it?
I am serious. My daughter loves All Hail the Queen. I didn't care for All Hail the Queen, but I love Narcissist. I just love that scent. And everyone else does too, because I would wash my clothes in it and go to work, and everyone loved it. They would be like, what are you wearing? And I said, I'm not wearing anything. It's just my soap I use for my clothes. And so you're supposed to put 2 of those little scoops. Well, I lost my scoop. I don't know where it went.
No.
So
maybe I'll have to send you another scoop.
So I got the crumble. So when I'm done doing my crumbly thing, I can just take the scoop and use it for my soapy thing.
I can make that scent.
It is awesome.
I can make that scent. I have everything I need for it.
I mean, it's the name really, you're like, really? I feel bad saying I like the Narcissist smell, but what's in it smells so awesome.
Oh no.
It is have you ever smelled it?
No, I have not.
But you can look and see what they are and go, yeah, that would be a good combination. It is.
I put in the scent, and it's on one of the sites that I actually use for Fragrance Well. And they tell you what the base notes are, the middle notes, and the top notes.
What's in there? Because I really don't know. I just know it smells really good.
Base notes are patchouli, sandalwood, and Egyptian musk. Middle notes are cinnamon, and anise, rose, and orange blossom. And the top notes are peach, raspberry, and osmanthus.
Okay. Well, of course, the patchouli and the sandalwood, because I love anything with those 2 in it.
Yeah. So, ooh.
I mean, but yeah, I love that scent. And I was just like, I actually bought it as laundry soap. I bought it as a bath bar. That was before I started doing Atlanta, but as a bath bar. I bought some bath bars. I bought a shave bar, to shave your legs.
Mm-hmm.
I bought it as, believe it or not, you're going to love this, a beard. To like calm your beard, because my hair was just like so wiry and out of control.
Yeah.
I was using beard stuff on my
Mhm.
hair to try to, tone it down and get it slicked down. So I had some beard stuff. So I used it for that. I used it for a body lotion. I mean, I sat there and was like narcissisted up.
Yeah. It's used for candles and soaps and lotions and room stuff.
Smells awesome. And see, they actually make like the base of detergent powder, the
Yeah.
natural detergent powder, and then you can add whatever scent you want.
Yeah.
And so I always go for that scent. And I actually bought the 2 tennis balls. They're wool tennis balls. They charge you they call them wool tennis balls, but they just look like a brown or a gray tennis ball.
Mm-hmm.
And then they put the scent in it.
Hmm.
They'll take the scent and put it in the tennis balls, and then you throw the tennis balls in your dryer with your clothes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll look into that scent and see what I can do.
Yeah, it smells awesome. Love it. And actually, I mean, I washed clothes, like the clothes I put away the other day. I probably washed them like 3 weeks ago and got lazy, and they just kind of stayed on the dryer. And then when I was putting them away, I was like, wow, you can still smell it.
And mine kind of stays in the basket because I don't mind doing clothes. What I do mind is folding them and putting them
I
away.
have a problem. I don't even mind folding them. I'll fold them, well, sort of fold them, and then drape them across the top of the dryer so they don't get wrinkled.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's as far as I get. I don't get from the top of the dryer to the closet.
Yeah. The only ones that actually get folded and put away are my son's.
So it's like, got to get it from the top of the washer to the closet. It was like, this is awful. I got about 3 weeks worth of clothes on top of the dryer.
Yep. I think I still have some in the dryer from last time I did laundry.
I think I got blankets in there from the last time the kiddos were here. And I went through and did the master, because all 5 of them have to have their own blanket.
Of course.
They got to have their own blanket. So I had 5 blankets scattered all over. So it's like, they're interesting, especially when I have all 5 of them.
I bet.
I told my kids, I said, this is not fair. I only raised 3 of you. And 1 I adopted. So I really only had 2, and I adopted 1. But for some reason, I now have 5.
We have 4. And every time they come up or come to visit, they always bring their friends with us because somehow we adopted everybody. So
well, now my grandson brings his girlfriend.
I can have up to 12 boys in my house at one time.
Yeah. Yeah, now he brings his girlfriend. So when he comes up and his mom and dad are planning on going back home, if he's staying, he'll bring his girlfriend up here and they'll just take her back home. So now I got the 5 kids and a girlfriend.
Nice.
And then for some reason, one day my daughter decided that all her kids' cousins needed to come up here and stay too. So they came. I was like, really?
That's crazy. I thought I was crazy for all the boys, but they pretty much play video games and that's about it.
Well, I only have 1 granddaughter. All the rest are boys.
I have 1 daughter.
It's like my daughter had 1 girl. I so wanted the last one to be a girl because of the fact that we had so many boys. And I was like, I want a girl. Nope.
3 boys.
He's a boy.
3 boys, 1 girl, and then a whole bunch of boys that we adopted somehow.
Oh, yeah. Well, the one I adopted.
Hey, Helen.
Hi, Helen. The one I adopted, I really adopted. We went out. Her mom called and said, me and my husband going through a divorce. Can you come get her so she's not in the middle of another divorce? And so it was summertime. So we were like, sure, we'll go get her. We went and picked her up. We're on our way back home. And she says, how are we going to find Mom and Charlie whenever they move? And we're like, say what?
Say what?
Yeah, say what?
I have to agree with that. Say what? Because...
And then we're like, okay. And then it comes out, we start finding out that her stepdad had been abusing her. So I turned it in and they told Mom, you have to either give up stepdad or your daughter, one or the other. And she literally handed over rights to us to keep the daughter. And so we put in for adoption because, of course, since we had let the stepdad adopt her when she was little, because they were really bad about, they would call everything by the last name, the new married last name, down to the cat, the dog, a rat, whatever. So it was really alienating her in the household because she was the only one that had a different last name.
Mm-hmm.
So we was like, okay, we'll let you adopt her. That way everybody has the same last name and she'll feel part of the family. And so whenever this came down, we literally, my husband had to readopt his daughter.
Ugh.
Literally. So we, after we found out about the abuse and it came out that it was for real. And so they were like, yeah, she can't go back to that household. So we put in to adopt her. And we literally had to go through the adoption process, both of us, as though he was adopting someone off the street
Oh my goodness.
because of the fact that he had let them adopt her. So there was no records of him being her dad because they shred those records.
That's crazy.
Just like with her mom, she has found her real mom on Facebook and said, Mom, she's crazy as a bat. I said, well, I know that. But it was like, she has found her, but on paper, there is nowhere that she's her mom. Everything says I'm her mom, because once you legally adopt a child, everything gets shredded and changed to the new adoptee parent's name.
Now, did you have to go and get like the Social Security changed and stuff like that?
For her, yeah. I mean, we had to do all kinds. It was a nightmare. We had to go through the family visits and the 6-month waiting period and the this and the that and oh God, it was crazy.
Oh my gosh.
And that was for him to readopt his own child. I mean, because that was his child.
You couldn't have done a DNA test and gone through it that way?
Nope. Because of the fact that on paper, she wasn't his child anymore.
But that's just a piece of paper.
And so just like if you look at her birth certificate now, it'll say I'm her birth mother.
Nice.
And so she used to get up in my face and you're not my mom. And I said, well, I'm the only mom you'll ever have because I'm on your birth certificate. So sorry, you're stuck with me.
Funny.
And let me tell you, adopting, she was 8. I think she was 8. They're just hitting that age where they're getting confrontational.
Yep.
They're getting the hormonal. It was a god-awful rough ride.
I bet.
Really rough. Because, then she would get, you're not my mom. And I'm like, yeah, I'm the only mom you're ever going to have.
Mm-hmm.
You got to just deal with it. And then she got into when she hit puberty and the hormones kicked in. She wanted to have babies. She was hooked up with this acid head. Literally, for real. She would sneak out of the house. He would pick her up and they would go, I think we lived 10 miles out of town, and take her to his house. And we'd find out she's missing at 2 or 3 in the morning. And we'd have to load up and go to his house, beat on the door and say, yeah, give us our daughter back. Because she's shacked up with him at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. And this went on for months and months and months. And then he got her to where she ran away. And we actually had to put her on the national runaway list so that we wouldn't go to court for her not being in school because she's ran away.
Yeah.
It's like, and then my brother happened to see her and he was like, well, I can tell you where she is. Well, then we went through this thing and we found her and she wouldn't come back with us. So we had to call the cops and the cop asked her, who are those drugs? And she points at her dad and said, his. That didn't go over real well.
Oh, no.
It didn't go over real well at all. So we ended up, and this is what you call tough love. And she actually thanks us for it now. It was the hardest thing we ever did. But we actually put her in a correctional school for kids.
Yeah.
And they have to live there. They're court ordered there. So she was court ordered. She had to live there. They had total guardianship over her because we couldn't get her away from the acid head.
Mm-hmm.
She kept running away and we just could not. And we were like, the last time when she did that little stunt of saying the drugs were my husband's, he just looked at because she went to go get screened for 2 days at, one of those places, Pinnacle Point, where kids are having problems. And they said, oh, she doesn't have a problem because she was very manipulative. She learned how to lie from the household she lived in prior.
Mm-hmm.
And so my husband, they said, well, child abuse wasn't an issue because my husband said, put her in foster care because we have 2 other children younger than her that we need to think about. We can't be doing this. And so they said, oh, but child abuse wasn't an issue. We can't do that. And he looked at them and looked them straight in the face and said, you send her home and it can be arranged. That woman's eyes flew out of her head. And she was like, let me go make some phone calls. And so they literally said that if we would give over legal guardianship to them, so basically gave away most of our parental rights to them,
Yeah.
they would take her because it was almost like an orphanage, but
Yeah.
that they would take her. And they flat told her, you do something here, we have a facility downstate that has 8-foot tall wired fences. If you can't control yourself here, that is where we will put you. But you are here till you graduate, because we made it court ordered that it wasn't that she was there till she was 18, because she had ran away and lost a year of school.
Yeah.
So we were like, no, when you turn 18, you can't leave. You are there until you graduate. You must graduate high school before you can leave there. And I think it took them nine months to break her from that acid head. 9 months. And that was because she finally caught him cheating, that she broke up with him and didn't try to contact him. But I mean, this place was so strict. You had to earn the right to speak. You had to earn the right to read. I mean, you were given points for what you did correct.
Well, have a good night, Kay. Thank you.
Night, Kay. But I mean, you had to, like, you couldn't read a book unless you had earned enough points to where you could read a book. You couldn't wear nail polish unless, so it made you responsible for what you were doing instead of being going willy-nilly. And that evidently is what she needed. Because even after she turned 18 and after she graduated high school, she stayed there for the summer. And then they put her through a year of college till she dropped out. But they put her through a year of college. And so, I mean, we had to literally say, okay, tough love. It was like they said, hand your parents your shoelaces, parents, bye. And it was like until we had our meeting with the lady. And then when we put her in that facility, it was like 3 months of no contact, whatever. We were not allowed to have any contact with her for 3 months. And then after 3 months, we could set up visitation and have visitations to where we could take her and have her for a few hours, but she had to be back on time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was tough love. But now, and she told us, she said, if you had not done that for me, I don't know where I would be, because I was hooked up with him and I was doing acid and I was not on the right track. And that got me on the right track. And now she is a 9th grade science teacher.
Nice.
So tough love does work, but it's really hard to do. That was one of the hardest things we had ever done. But I mean, it kind of scared the other two straight, because they were like, whoa, we don't want to go there.
It turned redder.
Yep, they are. I bet you to nothing you have Raynaud's in them if you had frostbite.
Yeah. I had frostbite all over my hands and elbows.
And what's so funny is when I think she was 10, and they would walk home and they walked by this creek. And she took her science book. She hated science so bad. She took her science book and threw it in the creek and watched it float away. So I had to buy the school a new science book. And then what does she grow up and be? A science teacher. I was like, yeah, you need to tell your students that one, because, you hated that so bad. You threw your book in the water, watched it float away, and now you're a science teacher. And it was so funny because I just looked at her. She was saying something. I looked at her and she goes, I know, Mom, but we don't go there. We don't talk about when I was a kid. I was like, yeah. Her husband's looking at her like, what do I not know? And she's like, oh, no, just say I was really bad. I was really bad. And that's when your child knows that they were really bad.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, she was the rough one to raise. She was,
See, with me, it was my sister that was the rough one to raise. But when she passed away, all of a sudden I was the bad one and
yeah.
stuff. And I'm like, excuse me, I was the quiet one. I would literally see what she was doing
and say, I'm not going there.
because I saw the reactions of my parents and I didn't even try.
That was kind of the two younger ones from her. And my son and my daughter, they said, yeah, we saw what was going on with Christy and we didn't want to go there. Yep. So, yeah, no, he says, no, we know when to back off and we behave. We're not going there.
Yep. And that's
So we didn't
exactly what
have
I
none of
did.
that running away, the heavy drugs, out of control with the other two.
Yep.
Because they saw that my parents don't play, they'll just put you somewhere. Because, yeah, it was like we just knew that we couldn't get her away from him. I mean, it was so bad that we would be out on the streets looking for her because she's ran away. And then at 2 o'clock in the morning, the police are saying, we have down that your child's ran away. We found her. Come get her. And I was like, can you give me handcuffs to handcuff her to the bed? Because otherwise she's going to take off.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, sorry, you can't do that. And I was like, well, crap.
Yeah. It makes you feel truly helpless too, because there's
I mean,
really
because we could not keep her home. We
Yeah.
could not. We tried having it where one of the children was always with her. Well, one thought the other one was, the other one thought the other one was. Well, neither one was, and she took off again.
Yep.
So it was like constant all the time. And we just was like, and she, and then she popped off with that, well, I'm just going to kill myself if you won't let me get pregnant and get married to, at 16, 17 years old to this drug head. And I was like, you said the magic words. We're going for an evaluation to the hospital because that's an automatic 3-day stay.
Yep.
And then maybe we can get somewhere.
That is.
I was like, when you start threatening suicide over some idiot, that's an automatic 3-day stay to get evaluated. Just so you parents who have problems, that when they start spouting that stuff off, that's at least a 3-day reprieve.
Yeah. You might get some sleep in that time.
Yeah, 3-day reprieve. Of course, your kids, if they're like mine was, they're so good at it that they'll sit there and say, oh, your child's not got a problem. They're great. And you're just looking at them like, what planet are you from?
Was she medicated when you talked to her?
I mean, it was like, really real. But she was good. She was good. She could lie like nobody's business. She could have what you was lying about in her hand and lie to you where you're questioning, is she lying or is she not? And then you open her hands and she's got it. Because she would steal really expensive jewelry and take it to school and give it away.
Wow.
So she was my hard, she liked to kill me. And I actually paid to have that torture. It was like, yeah.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have it any other way either.
No, because now, we actually have a really great relationship. And like when she came through, we always see her. Like even when I started my new job, I told him, I said, I can be here for orientation every day. But that day I said, my daughter's coming through from Arizona, going to South Carolina, and I'm going to be there. I'm not going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, yeah, that was one thing when she comes, because she moved. It was really weird. They sold their house in Arizona, but we're still doing the closing on it. So they had bought a house in South Carolina, but they were still living there. And then like a year later, they moved to their house in South Carolina, and they're on some little island right off the beach.
Really?
Yeah. And then that hurricane came through, and I was like, just tell me you're safe when it's over. Because I was like, is your house still standing? So I don't know, but her husband gets her whatever she wants.
Aw.
I told her, I said, you married the right one. You glow now. I said, you actually glow. He's the one because he makes you glow. So happy for you. But he has taken her to Hawaii a couple times. They got married in Hawaii. He's always taken her to the beach and on cruises, and you got it. And then he bought her a house on the beach because she wanted to be on the beach. So yeah, I mean,
when Dad got stationed up in Alaska, I was so mad because he had the option of Hawaii or Alaska, and he chose Alaska. And
but you loved it up there.
I was so mad at him, but then I got to Alaska and I loved it.
And Hawaii would be hot and sticky and wet and humid all the time, and very expensive because everybody thinks it's a place to go. Nobody wants to go to Alaska except for us crazy people.
I'd go there again in a heartbeat.
I mean, my only cruise I really want to do, I've been on a Caribbean cruise, really don't want to worry about doing another one, but I would love to do an Alaskan cruise.
We did one from Seattle up to Anchorage.
That's the one I want to do.
When we went up there, and it was
go through Glacier Bay and all that. That's the one I want to do. I mean, people look at you and go, "You really want to do a cruise? So that's cold." And I'm like, "That's where I want to go. That's what I want to do. I don't want to do Caribbean. I don't want to, I've done the scuba diving thing. That was horrific. horrific because of the way it was done. Because we went right after, let me see, you have Rita, and then what did you have after Rita? That bad tropical storm.
Uh,
It came through right after Rita because we
Yeah.
went out right after Rita.
it was
And then
like
that tropical storm hit, and we were actually on a boat, had gone underwater. So, number one, our port of call, they canceled all of our stuff because they didn't think we were coming because Rita had tore it up so bad. So then they sit there and say, oh, well, you're here, so we'll put you on this one. So our 10, 12-foot dive with stingrays became a 1 mile offshore 50-foot dive.
mm,
So you go from 10 feet to 50 feet, mile offshore versus being in a little cove.
yeah.
So I was like, okay. And I'm really buoyant. I don't know if it's the girls. I don't know if it's because I'm fat and tubby or what, but you can't make me sink. I think they had to put about 80 pounds on me to make me sink.
Yeah.
Because I don't sink. I just float. They just kept saying, come here, stuff in my pockets, and come here, stuff some more stuff in my pockets, and come here, stuff some more stuff in my pockets. We did a lot of stuffing in the pockets to get me down.
Well, my husband always told me that if we were shipwrecked somewhere, he would just use me as a flotation device.
I said, you could use me as a life vest because, I don't sink. I just don't sink. And so here I've only had 3 hours training in a pool in 3 foot of water with a respirator, all that. And now you're taking me and dumping me off, putting 80 pounds of weight in my pockets, and you put me down. So I go down 50 feet. And then you tell me I have to come up really slow or it's going to do all these bad things. So I was terrified. So I had like the death grip with my teeth on that respirator.
Yeah.
It set off my TMJ so bad that my jaws and ears hurt for like 3 weeks.
Oh, no.
3 weeks. So, scuba diving, yes, I did like. And I would probably love it if I had real classes.
Yeah.
And, knew what I was doing instead of just 3 hours in a pool. Baby steps, little bitty baby
love
steps.
Swimming, but my problem is if I'm swimming, I can swim really well.
I can swim, and if nothing else, I just flip on my back and I float.
The
Float
second
forever.
I look up to the surface and I see the surface,
so that's not the problem. But whenever they sink you to the bottom with 80 pounds and then tell you have to come up real slow or you're going to do this and you're going to do that and all these bad things. And you're like, oh my God. And that's all going through your head as you're going up the thing. And it was like, yeah.
I'm afraid that I would be diving and I would see the surface and have to get up there immediately.
And thank God I had not seen that show where it showed those two scuba divers that came up and their boat was gone.
Yeah.
And they got ate by sharks. Remember that show?
Yep.
Okay. That came out like 3 weeks after I'd gone scuba diving. And I was like, whew, I am so glad I didn't see that before I went. Because I can believe that would have happened. That would have been me.
Have you
That
ever
would have
watched
been me.
the coast, like where people are swimming in Florida and the way the sharks swim around it?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that would have been me come up and all about boats because these guys aren't the best, they're not the most coordinated. And it's not like they have a little checkoff list saying, yeah, so-and-so's here, so-and-so's. It's like, they just kind of look around and say, yeah, it looks like everybody. And then they're gone.
Yeah.
But when we went down, it was blue skies. We came up and that tropical storm hit that was the one after Rita that kind of did some more damage.
That's great.
So we come up and you can't see the boat. You can't see the shore. And I was like, which way to go, right? Because, all you could see was white from all the rain.
Mm-hmm.
It was like insane. It was like, good God. And I found that when you're on a cruise and the water was really rough because of Rita.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really rough. Yeah, all the waves. And you could sit there and watch your water glass just do this, the water in it, because it was that bad. But I found that you could walk straight if you got drunk. So I was always drinking drinks because if you was tipsy, you seemed to walk straight. But when you were sober, you were like bouncing off the walls. Kind of weird.
To be on a cruise, I would have to literally be tipsy all the time because the panic of the ship sinking or something.
And they always have great drinks. They have great drinks. They do. They have great drinks. And they're frozen, fruity little umbrella, great drinks. Yep. So it was like hang around a pool, and then we went and did the scuba diving. We went and did the zip lining in Jamaica, which Jamaica kind of freaked me out because then people kind of weird. They're always coming up and they're grabbing your hair, going, "Want me to braid your hair? Want me to braid your hair?" And you're like, "No, no, no." And then when you get into the taxis to take you to the zip lining place, number one, you sit like this because they drive crazy. They drive
Yes,
worse than anywhere I have ever been in the U.S. It's scary as all dickens.
I've been through
The
a few
way they drive in
countries
Jamaica
yeah.
scare the bewaji out of you. And then they put you in this little like Jeep that's missing the side. So you're just kind of hanging on and you're bouncing and bouncing, waiting for the guy that's on the back to fly off. And then they put you in these little seat harness, where you sit in this little thing with your butt there. And they put a hard hat on you and some gloves on you. And that's pretty much it. And then the minute you drop your butt in that thing, you're gone. And I mean, these were going across canyons. I mean, you climb up in these trees and you take off, and it was fun. I mean, I did like that. And I'm scared of heights, but I just never looked down. I just always looked straight.
I would like to zip line. That would be fun.
And to me, that's real zip lining, not the ones you see a lot of places here where it's like getting this little parasol thing and just go across. That was like zip lining. That was like you get in the harness, you drop your weight in the harness, it takes off. And like if you're really scared, you can take your gloves and kind of pull down and it'll stop you. And then you walk your way across. A lot of people did that. Whereas if you go for it like I did, they have this mattress wrapped around a tree. And you bounce off the mattress.
That would be me. That would be me.
And I literally bounced off the mattress. It was like, yeah. But I loved it. That was great. So I could do that. So we did that, and we was going to do horseback riding, but that was canceled because Rita tore up their beach. When we got to Cozumel, they closed it because Rita tore up Cozumel. So they kind of ported us offshore and said that they loosened the slots and to go hang out in the casino. I think I won $400 in nickels. And let me tell you, that is a crap load of nickels.
That is a crap load of nickels. At least
that is a crap load, because it wasn't the paper, it was the coin. Ding, ding, ding. It was a crap load of nickels. It was like, I don't know how many buckets of nickels. But they were like, well, because we can't take you to your port, we're going to loosen the slots tonight. And I was like, hey, this is nice.
I'd probably gamble then.
Oh, I did. And I won $400 in nickels. So that was pretty good because I went in with maybe $50 and I came out with 400. So that was a win-win.
That is a win-win. When I do gamble, I have a habit of, like, if I'm playing slots, I'll put my money in, I'm going to spin, and I put the rest back. And then if I win any, I put that in the other pocket, and I'm not allowed to spend it.
That's my pocket method.
Yep.
I use this pocket to spend.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I win, I get so much. Once I've won so much, I'll go ahead and cash out. For once, it makes the machine think it's a new player, so it'll reset it.
Yeah.
But I'll cash out. Usually if I hit 40, I'll cash out. 40 or more. I'll cash out. Throw that in my right pocket and then sticking some more in there and then start over. And I usually come out at least even, if not with extra.
Yes. That's why I do it like that. That way I won't come out, behind.
Yeah, you come out at least, usually if you do it that way and you don't dip in your win pocket, you come out at least even.
Yep.
And then if the slots are really good to you, like I was down visiting my daughter when she was in Shreveport. She was at Barksdale, and we went to one of the boats, and I just walked along the quarter slots, and I was dropping a quarter in each one, and I was winning $90 off each quarter. And I was like, this is cool. I could do this all night. It was like, and I would just drop one quarter in each machine. And if it won, I would walk away and go to the next machine. And I did that and was like hitting $90 on each machine. I was like, that don't happen very often, but that's cool when it does.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, our state, we voted in a casino. We did vote in a casino. But can we have the casino? No.
Oh, no.
They put one down in the train. I call it the train wreck town because it's a rough town. It's a rough. You don't want to be in that town. That's why they put it there. It's like one of the roughest towns in the state. Pine Bluff. Yeah, don't go there. and that's where they put the Saracen. And then they're supposed to put one in Russellville. It's supposed to be a Legends,
Yeah.
and it's supposed to be big. It's supposed to have like a hotel and the water park, and you know, concert revenues and a couple of restaurant revenues along with the casino.
Yeah.
But it is so Bible Belt, and these church people are so scared to have it in their town. They fight it so much. It has been voted in for 3 years, and it's still not been built.
I don't know.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
And then they've had other towns that are saying, "Oh, we'll take the casino because they know they'll make money."
Funny thing.
And but they're like, "No, we want to keep it," but they don't want to build it. And I was like, "That's crazy." And one girl was a real churchy girl. She was like, "Well, it'll bring white trash." And I said, "Well, then I guess I'm white trash and Cheryl's white trash." I said, "Because we go to the casino all the time."
Yeah.
I said, "Just because you go to the casino don't mean you're white trash."
Yeah.
I said, "And actually, if that one comes in here, you would have 3 really good restaurants that would bring in more because, you know, you don't have really nice restaurants in this town. And it would give you 3 really nice restaurants. It would give you a concert venue where you would start having concerts, and that would bring people in, you know, and it would be close to all the people that are up at this side of the state to where they would come here instead of driving into Oklahoma or Mississippi or Louisiana, which is our choices now."
We have Black Hawk, which is by Denver. It's still a 6-7 hour drive for us from where we are. I think we're closer. I think Las Vegas is only like 7 hours away too. So it might be.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I'd have to look.
I would like to go to one of the, like the what is it? Trying to think of the word.
Reservation.
Reservation. The
They
bingo
have
halls.
one in Arizona.
I would love to go to the bingo halls because they give away big money at their bingo halls. You go to these little bingo halls, you get some money, but you go to the reservation bingo halls, you're talking $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 pots.
Yeah.
You know, whereas these here, it's like $100 pot. You know, the grand one for the night, $500 pot. You know, so those are, you know, way up in the thousands. I'll pay $100 and sit there and play bingo all day.
They're kind of like that here. Well, not here, but in Grand Junction, the big town. But they have giveaways because if they make so much money, it's all volunteer. And for like the ASPCA and stuff like that.
We get bingo halls here, and these church groups run them out of town. Literally run them out of town. Close them down.
They have their normal pots, which is 100, 500, stuff like that. But once a month, they have a big giveaway where it can be anywhere up to, I've seen it up to $9,000 before.
Wow. And my mom, because they used to have one in Conway, and she would go there, and they went like a couple times a week, and she would win. That woman was, I was like, I don't know how you do this, but she was bringing home like $1,000 a week in bingo money.
Jeez.
I was like, how do you do that? How do you do that? You take her to the casino, she touches a machine, and she'll win $900. I'm like, how do you do that? Here, come here, pet my machine for a minute. I used to tell her, come pet my machine, because she would literally go down, win $900, go back up to the room where my dad's sleeping because he's done giving up, and, you know, slap about 800, take another 100 and go make some more. I was just like, how do you do that?
No kidding.
You go play bingo with her, and she's like making $1,000 a week in bingo money. And I was like, how do you win that much? How do you do it? How do you do it?
My mom goes almost every night to bingo, and she spends on average about $200. And sometimes she goes twice a day, so it'd be like $400 for the day.
Wow. As long as she's winning.
She doesn't really.
Oh. I mean, as long as you're winning. Yeah. I mean, usually I'll go and I win at least one. I'll win one pot a night. Usually I'm that lucky. Like, okay, you're going to love this. When I first got divorced from my first husband, okay, he's gone and he's taken most of the stuff. I kept the appliances, and the house was under my VA loan, so I got to keep the house. But he's taken the good vehicle. He's taken just about everything in the house that wasn't something the kids needed to survive. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, how do I make, you know, because I just went from 2 incomes to 1. I wasn't planned out for the month. And I mean, it was like I needed $1,500 for bills. And this was back before George Bush shut down online bingo.
Yeah.
Back when you could go online and pay cash and play bingo.
Yeah.
Well, I went in there and I wasn't real good at the bingo, but I had a lot of bingo bucks where I'd get so many bingo bucks for playing bingo.
Yeah.
So I went to the slot area. And I went in the slot area and I did really good in there. And I was like winning $200-$300 pots and I'd cash them out. And by the end of the day, I cashed out $1,600. And then all you had to do was get a photocopy of your driver's license and send it to them.
Mhm.
And they sent you the money to your bank.
Mm.
And that's how I paid my bills that month, was bingo or slot machine money off the bingo hall.
Oh, you got lucky. You got
I was like, because I was like, how am I going to do this? I mean, I was even going to churches going, freshly divorced, went from 2 incomes to 1, kind of need help this month. Couldn't get help.
Oh, yeah, because you're not a member of the church. That's why.
Couldn't get help. So it was like, yeah. So, I mean, I was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I was sitting there playing those and, playing my little bingo bucks. And I literally did it that way. I was so mad at my son one night. He went in there and got in my account and he said, well, that wasn't real money. That was just bingo bucks. And he went through about $400 in bingo bucks.
No.
Yes. And I was like, no, you don't understand. That's kind of like real money. What were you doing in my account? I was just like livid.
You know what I found out today?
What?
My husband has officially been hired onto the mine. He is now one of their employees.
Good.
So that alleviates a lot of stress there. But
good insurance.
yes, we'll have insurance, benefits, and 401k and everything, But we were getting paid, it was $48,000 a year from my dad, which isn't very much if you really think about it. He'll be making $70,000 a year.
That's great.
So he got a super raise.
Yes, he did. Congratulations. That is awesome
So
for
excited.
you.
I am so
I know
excited.
you are ecstatic about that. I was ecstatic whenever I found out I was eligible for a VA loan or for a VA med.
Oh,
And the only reason I got it, because yes, I'm a veteran, but I don't have, my ears ringing, which they were like, well, you really need to go in for that. And I might try to see if I can get some disability for that, because it's probably from working on the flight line.
Yeah.
With the jets and all. So, because I got like angry bees in my head all the time.
Yeah.
So I may try to get that, but it's been 30 years, 40 years, so I don't know if they'll give it to me, but I'll try. But, so I wasn't sure because I didn't have any disabilities. And usually you have to have a disability to be able to use the VA.
Yeah.
Or at least I thought. And,
thank you.
My daughter was like, no, Mom, you're a veteran. And she goes, right now you make crap. I think I was making, let me see, $1,300 a month.
Ouch.
And that was it. That's all I got. And so that's what, 10, 12, probably 15,000, 16,000. It wasn't very much at all.
Yeah.
Hardly anything. And she goes, you make so little that I think they'll let you in their program, in their VA. And so she put me in, she applied. And the next day I get notified from them that I was qualified for VA insurance.
Nice.
VA medical. And so all my medical, all my pharmacy is through the VA. It's like my prescriptions are like $5 a month.
Yeah.
And like office visits are like $15.
I was about to say, because you were a veteran, you should be.
And like I was able to get help because literally my mental, after having the divorce with my ex-husband trying to, shoot the kids and above the kids and that. And then a year later, my mom died and 3 weeks later I had all my stuff. My mental status was not good.
I bet not.
It was not good. It was way too much in a short amount of time. Cause he told me, he said, you didn't get time to grieve your divorce, your marriage.
Mm-hmm.
He said, he said, did you hate him? And I said, no, I didn't hate him. I just couldn't trust him not to do that again. And I knew that if I kept him, I'd never see my kids or my grandkids.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a toss up and I knew I couldn't trust him not to do that again.
Yeah.
So it was like, I didn't have a choice. It's not that I hated the man, but I didn't have a choice. So he said, yeah, you're having grieving from that. He said, because it's a big change.
Yes.
He goes, and then you go from that to not much longer after maybe a year, to your mom died, and she died in your arms. He goes, and so you're grieving that. And then 3 weeks later, you died, and you're dealing with all that. And then the fact that you can't work, the fact that you have multiple surgeries, all this, and you've lost your identity. He said, that is a lot of loss in a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
He said, it's a lot to process, a lot to work through. I mean, so I'm getting better because I don't cry now when I talk about it. Whereas, remember, there was a time when I would start crying. So
Yeah.
I'm doing way better. Because that is, I mean, for you people that have a lot that happen all at once, it's just overwhelming. Talk to somebody.
Yeah.
I don't care who it is. Talk to somebody.
Talk to your best friend. Just
I mean, because he really doesn't say a lot. He'll just pick a subject and say, what do you think about this? And I'll start talking. And then I'll tell him, well, I've been doing this and I've been doing that. And he said, yeah, you're on the right track, because, I tell him that, I'm doing this and that. But he'll just pick a topic and go there. And then he'll sit there and say, well, what makes you feel that way? And what, and so he kind of digs in it, but he doesn't get to where he gets gnarly in there. It's just basically he just listens.
Mm-hmm.
And then
that's what most people need.
I don't know what he's writing in his typing, but he'll start typing here and there. So evidently I say something that he triggers on because he'll start typing about it. And then next time I see him, he'll say, well, what about this? But just talk to somebody because it really does make a difference. It decreases the stress. It decreases the problem. You can actually work through it because I'm telling you, when I first started seeing him, I could not talk about my mom. I think I've been seeing him for 8 months and I could not talk about my mom without busting up.
The key is finding somebody to talk to that won't judge you or give you advice. They just let you talk.
And then he sits there and he's like, okay, so you feel guilt for it and you feel bad for it. He said, but what do you think would have happened if you had saved her? And I told him, I said, truthfully, because my mom was terrified of the flu. So COVID would have blew her mind.
Yeah.
Literally. She would have just lost her bonkers. But I told him, I said, when I walked in their house that night, the first thing that hit me was, after being an ICU nurse for 12 years, was it smelled like dead bowel. Someone that had an infarcted bowel, that their vessel and their intestines had gotten blocked and their intestines literally died and it's sloughing off.
Yeah.
And I walked in and that's what I smelled. I thought, God, it smells like dead bowel. And so I said, if she really had what that is, what I thought it smelled like, and usually if you have that, you'll die in 2 days.
Yeah.
And so evidently, according to my dad, he didn't tell me until later that she'd been sick for a couple of days having problems. So, that's about the right time frame.
Yeah.
And she was in extreme abdominal pain. I mean, horrible, all over the bed, crying, moaning, writhing. And then all of a sudden she stopped and just had this weird look in her face. I told the guy, I said, if we had got her to the hospital in time, it would have been put her on the vent. Her lungs sucked, her heart sucked. I said, then it would have been put her in to have her intestines, rearranged, a lot of them taken out, an ostomy bag, which she would, at almost 80, that would not have been a good thing.
No.
So the options that might have happened wouldn't have been the best thing for her.
Yeah.
She may have never got off the vent. She would have had to wear a bag, it was just, and then COVID hit and her mind would have been like, whoo, gone, bad gone, because flu did her in. Flu freaked her out. So that would have just been, she would have been lost. So I said, in the long run, I hate to say it, but I think the way she went was the best for her. She went with family around her. She went on the drive to the hospital quietly. We thought she'd gone to sleep.
Yeah.
So I was like, so it was just coming to the realization where he made it in my head to where, yes, that is the best thing that happened. The way it happened was the best way it could have happened.
Yeah.
But it was hard, because, one being a nurse, two being the daughter, I was like, no, we want to fix this.
Yeah. And that's the first thing you want to do always is fix it and make it better. And sometimes that's not the case. It's making it worse.
So it was like, it's taken quite a long, 3 years to get there, but I'm there finally. And him helping me saying, okay, this happened, but what would have happened if she had made it? What do you think would have gone on? And then when I started, he goes, do you think that's something she would have really wanted? And I was like, no, not really. So he made me kind of put it together, look at it for real.
Yeah.
And that's what he does. I love this little man. In fact, my horse's wild waves that I did, that I called it my mental health picture because it's a beautiful picture. It's
Yeah.
from Jim Warren,
Yeah.
and it's called Wild Waves, and it's got 7 horses. And the first horse, you can barely see its nose. It's like underneath the wave, and you can barely see its nose. And then the second horse, you can kind of see its head. It's coming out of the wave. And the third horse, you get a little more of the horse. And then when you finally get to the last horse, he's fully out and he's on the shore. And so I'm really thinking of whenever I know that I am put together up there, that I will hand him that picture. You know, because he finally put me through the horses through the wave.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful picture. I mean, it's all white horses and they're all coming under a wave and they're coming out. I'll send you a picture of it. It's gorgeous.
Please do. It sounds
It is
beautiful.
gorgeous. And that was, I put that last year as my mental health picture.
Nice.
You know, because to me, that was my mental health journey.
Yeah.
That one I did that bad day at the office, you know, with the gothic looking chick in the chair with all the skeletons.
Yeah.
I called that what I look like when I came home from work. That's what your nurse looks like after a 12.5-hour shift.
Yeah.
Because all them little skeletons were like family members and your patients. And it's like, yeah. That's really, I was like, yep, that's after a 12-hour shift. I sent it to all my nurse friends, said, here's your picture.
That's awesome.
But that was a hard picture to do because that was kind of on the dark side too. And I'm more into the pinks and purples and pretty blues and uplifting, you know, like magic potions. Those make me feel happy. These drab brown, yeah, be kind of rough.
I got a lot of dark ones because I like dragons and stuff like that.
And I like dragons. My mystery painting from Ann Stokes, I know what it is. It is very pretty, but oh, it's a lot of dark. It's a lot of dark. It is a lot of dark. I mean, it's very pretty, but it's a lot of dark. It's a dragon that's around like a ship wheel,
Mm-hmm.
but on each station of the ship wheel is like a different pagan symbol or a rune or something.
Oh, that sounds beautiful.
So it's gorgeous, and it's got some green in there around the wagon, but all the background behind is black.
Oh,
Blah,
that'd
blah.
be so worth it though, because that would be gorgeous.
I mean, it's very pretty because I love her work. Sometimes I'll just post, I'm like on her Facebook page,
Mm-hmm.
and she'll post like daily pictures sometimes that are really,
Yes.
really cool, and I'll just post them, I'll share them.
Yeah, that's what I do. Or I'll save them on my computer.
Yeah, very, very gorgeous. And I have a couple of hers that I did not realize were hers. I have found, when I did stash today, I found some Mary's diamonds.
Mhm.
And they are so far back, Mary's diamonds, that they're in a boot.
Really?
They are in a boot. And they're Mary's diamonds. So that tells you how far back us. You know, I think she was up to a box now, and then she sold out the Bella Art Nicole. So, yeah, that's how far back that went. I found a shimmer stitch today.
Wow.
It was like, okay. I found a couple of Heartful diamonds today. I don't even think they're still in work. I mean, it's like I'm finding companies that I was like, wow. And then I'm finding companies that are XYNG, number. And it's like, I have no clue who you are. Okay, now it's 7.5 hours, so I guess we really need to get off here this time.
Yeah, we probably should.
Yes.
I think my boy's going to die of starvation over there.
So everybody, I have loved having you here. Come back next Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
I'll start at 5. I have no idea how long it'll go. It depends on who comes in and what we want to talk about. You never know what we want to talk about because I don't hold on. You can come in and talk about whatever you want.
I had a blast. Thank you for having me.
You are most welcome. You are welcome to come back at any time.
Thank you.
Any time. Because I loved having you.
Thank you.
And I will see everybody next week. I'll see most of you next Saturday.
Yep. That's
and then from there, I'll see everybody on Wednesday. And then you'll see all kinds of videos because I still got at least 4 or 5 more to go out on the daily thing. And I mean, I've still got all my DACs, all my Dreamer designs, and I got about 4 or 5 baskets and a laundry, big tall tub. So
Wow.
I still got quite a few more to go through.
You
And
do?
most of them, I don't even know what they look like. Because like literally, I got to where I didn't even look at them. I just threw them in the corner when they came. Literally, I had literally some of these are like a surprise. It's like, oh, wow, I didn't know I had that.
Wow, that's so pretty.
Because literally, I got to where I was having so many come in, I just threw them over in the pile.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when my daughter went, Mom, you need to go see somebody. You have a problem.
That's what my
Literally,
husband's saying right now. He's like, you're not
my
gonna pick
daughter
it.
literally looked at that pile and went, Mom, you need to go see a doctor. You have got an issue.
I
So
think
I went to my doctor and said, I bought diamond paintings. And he was like, yeah, so. And I went 370 of them. And he went, oh.
oh,
So it was like, and I'll sit there and I'll work like 10 or 15 off, but then I end up buying more and I'm back up at 370.
oh yeah. Well, they're
So it's like,
addicting.
damn.
They're addicting. We can't help it.
So I will see y'all later. Y'all have been great. Please hit like, hit subscribe. Don't forget to go to comments and hit me, please. Do the me, please. I'm going to leave. I'm not going to do the wheel for at least a week. I may do 2 weeks to give people time to do the me, please.
Mm-hmm.
So that people that want it can get in there, and then I'll get it sent out.
Cute.
So I will leave that there, and I will talk to everyone later. I love y'all. Have a blessed week and a wonderful time, and love you guys. I wish I could do the little thing. Hey, let's do it. Hey, love y'all. Do the YouTubey things. It helps. It really does.
It
Love
does.
y'all. Bye-bye. Now if I
Bye.
can figure out how to make this to go to where I can end it.